Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 1126. Demi Moore's hairstylist flies in from New York every week to do her hair. This is Paramount's soundstage. Many scenes from The Godfather were filmed here. Polly Pratt, the film's art director, led Ronald on a tour of the soundstage, which was decorated according to her design principles. This will be used for many interior scenes, the bank where Sam works, and the studio of the psychic Dame, etc. This is a sketch I drew. Jane, Polly Pratt turned to call out to her former assistant, now a reliable production designer, Jane Maersk. Here, hi, hello, director, thank you so much. Jane Maersk was a blonde woman, not conventionally beautiful like an actress, but possessing a refined, understated elegance. She had been working as a production designer on various films and television series since 1982, and Polly Pratt was quite satisfied with her abilities. Many of her own ideas were transformed into satisfactory sets in Jane's hands. I should be thanking you. I saw the set design for the back alley where Sam encounters the assassin, and it's exactly what I imagined. I've been making films for many years, and frankly, I really admire a production designer as capable as you. Ronald is now very famous in the industry, with many people working for him. His resume is a testament to that. Jane Maersk immediately grabbed his hand and shook it tightly, and Ronald could feel her gratitude. So he offered words of comfort, saying that these people are valuable human resources during filming, and making them feel good is essential for them to work together to create a masterpiece. She's not thanking you for that, but for letting her husband play the villain, so she can see him every day. Polly revealed the secret from the side. Oh, your husband is Tony. Ronald smiled slightly when Jane nodded shyly. As someone mainly responsible for the artistic unity of the set design, Jane's job didn't involve direct contact with the actors, so the harm of the couple working on the same set wasn't significant. He could easily accommodate her. If it's a shared hairstylist or makeup artist on set, then having a personal relationship with any actor is absolutely forbidden. Otherwise, all sorts of messy things will happen. Especially for actresses, in those close-up shots, a tremor in the hands of a makeup artist or hairstylist can make or break a film. This is why many makeup artists and hairstylists are sexually active. These two professions don't pay well, but they're very important, and many actresses without money are willing to compensate them in other ways. Speaking of hairstylists, Ronald turned to Polly and asked, "Where's John Sag? Has he come from Manhattan?" Yes. How many years has it been since we last met, Ronald? 7 or 8, a man who looked a bit like a rock star, with unruly long hair and wearing a black open-collar shirt, stepped forward and hugged Ronald with a flourish. Over 8 years, it's been a long time. Demi said she went all the way to Madison Avenue in New York to get her hair cut by a stylist, and I was wondering if it was you. That boyish haircut took me a lot of effort. Back then, I was just an unknown hairstylist. If it weren't for you introducing me to the industry, doing Brooke Shields' hair in the CK Jeans ad, the fashion world really changes fast. Back then, long, feminine hair was all the rage. Ronald was a little lost in thought, remembering Brooke Shields whom he hadn't seen in so long. She had previously filmed many Japanese commercials that Ronald had introduced her to, earning a little money, which her mother then invested in the comic book adaptation, Brenda Starr. This movie was actually completed as early as 1987, but it was never released. The rights eventually ended up with New World Pictures, founded by Roger Coleman and now run by 3 copyright lawyers. The movie also cast Timothy Dalton, the current 007 actor, as the male lead. They wanted to capitalize on star power, but the film, which reportedly cost $15 million to produce, ended up being a mess. New World Pictures was already struggling, and this Brooke Shields movie had become their last lifeline. They kept delaying its release, hoping to do some reshoots to sell it for a better price and save the company. Because they were selling distribution rights, Ronald heard about it and asked Nisada to get some sample footage, but the filming was so bad that he couldn't find a way to help. Ronald, what do you think of Demi Moore's new hairstyle? Can I become the most famous hairstylist in Manhattan? John Sahug looked at Ronald, his benefactor. Not just the best in Manhattan, very likely the best in the whole country. Ronald smiled and upgraded the title. The best in Manhattan often meant the best in New York, and the best in New York was very likely the best in the whole country, or at least the best on the East Coast. Ha ha ha, I only ask that the East Coast be covered, the West Coast can be left to Molly Lindward's hairstylist. Ronald chuckled at this. Molly Lindward's hairstylist had created that short red hairstyle for her, which became the most requested hairstyle by teenage girls across America 2 years ago, and the hairstylist ended up charging $2,000 for a haircut. John Sahug had the same idea. Female stars' hairstyles in movies were always a hot topic. John, you're here. Demi Moore happened to be at the studio and saw John Sahug, so she quickly went up to greet him. Back when she only earned a few $100,000 a year, she dared to spend a few $100s to have John Sahug cut her hair. Now that her salary had increased and she was married to one of Hollywood's highest-paid male stars, she even brought John Sahug to Hollywood to cut her hair. During filming, she had to have the same hairstyle every week. John Sahug gave Demi Moore a quick trim and then rushed back to New York. The money for flying to serve clients was paid by Ronald's crew. It was a normal expense. How is that artist in Manhattan? Did she agree? Ronald asked Polly Pratt. Michelle Ocadonia, she doesn't agree to us using her studio, afraid of ruining her home. But when she heard you're the director, she gave us the blueprints for her studio for free. I'm planning to find a place in Lower Manhattan to replicate the studio. Some New York locations require on-location shooting. Adding to that Molly's homecoming studio, and several shots where the sculpture is lowered through the window, which also need to be filmed on location. Polly Pratt started looking for artist studios. This Michelle Ocadonia is also a female sculptor. Her porcelain dolls have been featured on ABC, and she recently created installations in several New York subway stations. Using her studio would perfectly fit Molly's identity as a sculptor. That's how filmmaking works. The director has the final say on everything, and Ronald has to approve many details. Because he might be the only one in the world who knows what the final film will look like. Today, Ronald also met with cinematographer Adam Greenberg, who previously filmed Three Dads and a Baby, with a very hard-edged cinematography style. Ronald originally wanted David Watkins, the cinematographer for Moonlight Seduction. Watkins' patented lighting technology had sold well for Ronald's studio, generating substantial revenue. Before he'd even spent all his money, Watkins had retreated to London to enjoy a string of classical music concerts, politely declining Ronald's invitation. Another experienced cinematographer he wanted was Dean Candy, the cinematographer from his time at Rock High School, but Candy's filming of the Back to the Future sequel was overdue, unfortunately preventing him from working with his former co-star. Ultimately, Adam Greenberg took over the role, and Ronald was satisfied with his work, finding him capable of capturing the religious and morally charged visual style Ronald desired. Also present was editor Walter Murch. Like Watkins, Murch had invented his own editing tape, and the royalties from Ronald's studio were already quite good. He didn't want to edit a commercial film like Ronald's. However, Murch's family burden was heavy. His second and third children were about to enter college, and their grades weren't good enough to earn scholarships. For his children's education, and for the double salary Ronald offered, he succumbed to the allure of money. The advantage of using talented, experienced workers for all key positions is that all work can be guaranteed to be done well within expectations. These were all masters who had been in Hollywood for decades, knowing what could and couldn't be done, and to what extent. Therefore, Ronald's filming schedule could be very precise. They would film 5 days a week in the studio, from morning until 6 in the evening, after which Ronald would go home to have dinner with Diane. They would film for 4 weeks in the Paramount studio in Hollywood, with a final week spent filming on location in New York. The main cinematography of the film could be completed in 5 weeks. Director, Ronald was discussing some filming details with his team when another actress walked in and went directly to Ronald. It was Whoopi Goldberg, a plump black actress with a distinctive face. Although somewhat unattractive, she had a friendly appearance. You scared me, director. Whoopi looked at Ronald's young and handsome face. Although the director was young, his ability to control actors' psychology was unparalleled. You have no idea how much psychological pressure I was under, Ronald. Every black actress in Hollywood, and their mothers, went to audition, and I didn't get a call. I didn't know what to do. In the end, even black actors wanted to wear wigs to auditions, and white actresses wanted to smear shoe polish on their skin to audition. In the end, I still got the audition call. I have to say, it was the best audition I've ever done in Hollywood. Yes, I told them not to give you the audition call. Ronald was being held tightly by Whoopi Goldberg. He finally managed to break free, but then he immediately gave her another psychological blow to keep her in line. This actress's acting was really good. During the audition, she acted with Patrick Schwitz at the moment when she actually saw Sam's ghost during the fake psychic meeting. The way she confidently conned clients, the way she was terrified after seeing a ghost, and the way she still forced herself to continue, using the ghost to better deceive clients, her acting was layered. Coupled with Schwitz's support in the contract restricting her drug use, she was quickly cast in the psychic film, Awakens. Why? Is it because I didn't lie on your red sofa? Whoopi Goldberg joked, deliberately looking for a red chair in the studio. Of course, it's because of your drug abuse, Ronald thought, but he couldn't say that. Of course, it's because you're too famous, and we're afraid the audience won't accept you playing a con artist. Ha, 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 that's hilarious. I have no pity for those who are rejected at auditions. Other roles might be fine, but playing a con artist, I made my name in Hollywood as a con artist. Who can play a con artist better than me? No wonder she had her own stand-up comedy segment on television. Whoopi Goldberg's comedic talent was top-notch. After joking around with Ronald a few times and smoothing things over with the director, Whoopi Goldberg took her leave to rehearse with Demi Moore and Patrick Schwitz. Before filming began, Ronald secured a week for rehearsals, allowing the actors to get to know each other and giving Demi Moore a chance to practice pottery to ensure a flawless performance. You really want Whoopi Goldberg for that role? Walter Murch whispered to Ronald. Yeah, is something wrong? Ronald looked at Murch. I knew this money wouldn't be easy to earn. Her film is difficult to edit. Walter Murch shook his head. Why? Is there a problem with her acting? I heard her acting is too improvisational, like when I edited Juliette Binoche in The Unbearable Lightness of Being. For the first week, I'll be coming to see the daily cuts. Walter Murch, along with cinematographer Adam Greenberg, discussed the work arrangements with Ronald. Each performance needs to follow a certain format so that the editor can select suitable parts from each take and cut them together during post-production. Many actors claim that their best take is the best, but this is often a joke stemming from their lack of experience in the editing room. No single take is the final result presented on screen, it's usually a compilation of multiple edits. However, if an actor is too unconventional and improvises every time, the differences in the script between each performance will be too great, making it difficult for the editor to piece them together. Looks like we need to think of something. Ronald knew the problem and discussed it with Adam Greenberg. They agreed to shoot several takes for Whoopi Goldberg's filming to facilitate editing. Has Jim's recommendation arrived? Finally, Ronald wanted to meet with the head of visual effects. The most powerful visual effects team in Hollywood is, of course, Industrial Light and Magic. However, this company actually prioritizes Spielberg and Lucas's own film projects. Other directors and producers rarely invest continuously in and push forward with visual effects to support a full-time visual effects team within the company. This time, to better control the effects, Ronald also asked Cameron if he could use the team from the film The Abyss. Cameron is currently spending all his time with his girlfriend, Catherine Bigelow, preparing for their wedding. His creative passion has waned somewhat, and he's currently busy with the distribution contract for Bigelow's new film, Blue Steel. His all-new film, The Abyss, is scheduled for release next month. Therefore, Cameron's special effects team, having completed filming for The Abyss, disbanded after failing to secure any new projects, leaving only an empty shell of a company. Without a continuous stream of projects, it's difficult to retain such a special effects team. However, Jim, of course, is more familiar with the talent pool in the special effects industry than Ronald. After understanding the main special effects requirements for Ronald's new film, he introduced someone to Ronald. Excuse me, is director Ronald Lee here? Someone introduced me to him. That's me. Are you John Van Fleet? That's me. Van Fleet extended his hand. Ronald happily shook hands with him. Van Fleet was quiet, with flowing blonde hair. Ronald sensed that he seemed different from the other special effects talents he had met before. Jim recommended you to me. You used to work at Industrial Light and Magic, right? I've worked with them on quite a few traditional model effects, Ronald said. Yes, I worked at Industrial Light and Magic for a long time, from Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back to Indiana Jones, but I'm different from those model effects people. I come from an animation background. Chapter 1127 Chemical Reactions on Film. Animation. Ronald was puzzled as to why Cameron had recommended an animation talent. I forgot. People who aren't visual effects artists often misunderstand the name, thinking it refers to Disney animated films. John Van Fleet chuckled and explained to Ronald. The word animation literally means making a static object move. Disney animated films are essentially making characters drawn on paper move, thus creating a movie. In the field of visual effects, there are also people called animation experts. Their job is to make objects that are not normally moving in a movie move on the screen according to the director's instructions. The two found a place to sit down, and Ronald handed Van Fleet the text of several visually intensive scenes from the script, then picked up a pencil and began to draw the scenes he wanted. I want to handle this scene specially, in 3 densely packed locations. The first is on Broadway in New York, where Sam is shot and killed, his soul leaves his body, and he sees a dead body lying on the ground, being held in Molly's arms. Both Sams need to be in the same scene, but one needs to have a ghostly feel, able to pass through various objects and people without hindrance. Traditional visual effects can solve this problem. You just need to have a stunt double lie on the ground in place of the male actor. Van Fleet saw Ronald shake his head, knowing that the director opposite him was not satisfied with this B-movie approach. However, this method is too crude and can't be used with close-up shots. Another way is to use multiple exposures, but that's not very precise either, or to film the ghost's movements against a green screen and then composite them onto the film. I want to see the effect. The second scene is the ghost in the subway car, jumping through walls between different trains. That's the same idea, but for a high-speed moving object like the subway, you need high-precision camera control. The third scene is when the villain Carl gets what he deserves, is impaled by glass, and the ghost comes out and pushes him to hell, and after saying goodbye to Molly, Sam finally goes to heaven. You mean some black phantoms pull Carl down to hell, and then Sam's whole body is glowing with rim light, and finally he goes to heaven. The two discussed the effects Ronald needed on the drawing board. Van Fleet pondered for a while and then gave a proposal. I understand. For a big-budget production exceeding $20 million, you need a realism in the special effects that's different from B-movies. Exactly. I can't stand the audience thinking on screen that it's Roger Co., you know, like the kind of cheap special effects Cannonball Studios used in Superman 4, Ronald conveyed his meaning. To achieve that kind of realism, what's needed isn't some new technology, but a lot of time and effort from experts. Slow and meticulous work yields fine results, Van Fleet understood. This ghost movie didn't have many groundbreaking advancements in visual effects. For example, the kind of two people appearing on the same screen that he needed. Hollywood had been making those since the 1920s. Now, with computer assistance, there were more sophisticated ways to control them. And the effects of walking through walls and radiating a soft, holy light before going to heaven had already been solved in 1985. That year's Ghostbusters became a hit thanks to the detailed special effects of various ghosts on screen. The real problem, however, is the scene where the villain Carl goes to hell. For the holy light shot, you'd better get Richard Edlund from Boss Studios. He's the one who invented the rim lighting visual effects in Ghostbusters. It can follow the character's movements seamlessly. Isn't your team good enough? Ronald laughed, seeing Van Fleet still acting like a technical expert. These kinds of people are actually quite endearing. No, I can't afford such a large team. Only Industrial Light and Magic in Hollywood can afford so many full-time employees. Van Fleet waved his hand. His expertise was in animation and special effects, but he couldn't expect to continuously receive numerous film projects requiring visual effects. He could only retain a few core employees, and then hire engineers when projects came in. Visual effects engineers in Hollywood were like nomads. They flocked to wherever there were special effects films, then retreated. The next project might be another film, another company leading the project, but it would still be the same group of nomads. Okay, but my film needs a visual effects supervisor to coordinate the work and schedules of the various companies. Richard Edlund is the most suitable. His team is all experienced. 3 to 5 engineers should be able to handle it very well. Van Fleet seemed not to understand Ronald's hint and immediately stated that Edlund from his boss's company was the most suitable for the job. Are there any other difficulties that need to be resolved? Ronald understood that these people hadn't yet picked up the Hollywood mold and spoke quite frankly. Also, there's the high-speed camera movement. We need engineers who can accurately replicate the camera's trajectory from the last take. In Hollywood, only Industrial Light and Magic is truly suitable. I'll call Lucas. How many people do you think we need? Your scene is the most complex. It requires 2 shifts of camera operators. A team of about 20 people should be enough. So, these people are all you need for the visual effects? Definitely not. You'll need some extremely meticulous people to work on the visual effects, aligning each frame with the original film. The realism you want mainly depends on how many good alignment engineers you can find, preferably women. They're very skilled. About 6 or 8 should be enough. More than that won't be enough to work on simultaneously. Any recommendations? Catherine Keene. She used to work with me. She now runs her own small studio, restoring old newsreels for television stations and the government. Their delivery quality is extremely high, so, all that's left is the special effects of dragging and pulling the bad guys into hell. What are your thoughts? Well, to be honest, instead of using the most advanced computer graphics, CGI, you might as well use the most traditional hand-drawn animation, like Disney. Sometimes, high technology is no match for artists. An experienced old animator might ultimately produce a better effect for these special effects than the most advanced CGI computer rendering. Then it has to be you. Ronald pointed at Van Fleet and smiled. That's definitely my specialty. I need about 3 people. Get everyone you mentioned here. After I talk to them, I'll assemble a special effects team. You'll have about, Ronald glanced at the calendar in his notebook, about 6 to 7 months to complete all the special effects. Our filming will be completed in about 5 weeks. You can start testing now. Are you sure? Your team's price is so much lower than if Industrial Light and Magic did it all. If you think the cost is too high, Paramount can add an additional investment, Lindsay Dolan asked, seeing the quote Ronald offered. She hadn't worked with a director who saved the big studios money like this before. It's not that I'm saving Paramount money, but Industrial Light and Magic's main workforce is all tied up doing special effects for their own films. Many of the special effects in our film are different from what Industrial Light and Magic excels at. For example, the precise control of characters' positions in a film is something Catherine Keene's company is best at. The White House press office hired them, not Industrial Light and Magic. Industrial Light and Magic's main workforce was being used to work on the special effects for Robert Zemeckis, an insider in the Spielberg-Lucas alliance. For the second and third installments of Back to the Future, Zemeckis' big-budget visual effects production, the live-action animation hybrid Who Framed Roger Rabbit, lost a lot of money. For Spielberg Zamberlan in his own future, he had to swallow his promise not to make a sequel to Back to the Future, and he even filmed 2 sequels back-to-back. Apparently, this back-to-back filming was cheaper, forcing Elizabeth Shue, Lee Thompson, and Michael J. Fox, among others, to film continuously for over 6 months. For the film, Michael J. Fox had to quit his role in the Family Ties television series, bringing this long-running show, which had accompanied television viewers for 7 years, to an end. Industrial Light and Magic, ULM, is actually a semi-monopolistic visual effects company. In Hollywood, only Spielberg and Lucas are directors and producers who can truly invest heavily in and continuously produce visual effects films, pushing technology to new heights. They have deep pockets, and despite experiencing numerous box office flops, they can still continue making films. Other film producers don't have this ability to sustain investment, so ULM's exorbitant prices are understandable. Fortunately, Ronald had Cameron's help, who assembled the best and most cost-effective visual effects team on the market, which put Ronald at ease. So, we don't need to worry about the final effect, right? Lindsay Dolan only needed Ronald to nod. No problem, we're using the new technology developed in Die Hard 2. That software called Photoshop is excellent. I think the effect will surpass any traditional visual effects. Okay, let's go check out the first day's rehearsal. Bruce Willis and Patrick Schwitz's wife, Lisa, are also coming today. Lindsay Dolan went to hand over the budget. Although Ronald had increased the price considerably, it was still 30% lower than Industrial Light and Magic's. The boss would praise her management skills. Bruce, welcome. Demi is still preparing. Ronald greeted Bruce Willis, who had come to visit his wife on set, outside the rehearsal room. Willis outwardly didn't care much about Demi Moore's movie, thinking it was just a traditional romance. But hearing that the male lead was Patrick Schwitz, he had come to visit the set. Johnny's image in Dirty Dancing was too dazzling. There were Schwitz's infatuated fans everywhere in Hollywood. Hearing that the script contained many intimate scenes between the two, Willis still felt it was best to come and see for himself. "Hey, you know, she used to visit my set all the time. Even though Demi didn't say it, I guess she really wanted me to visit." Bruce Willis couldn't admit his worries and maintained a heroic demeanor. His image was that of a blue-collar hero. He couldn't possibly worry about his wife being taken by someone else because he wasn't charming enough. So even though he had taken a special leave from the Die Hard 2 set, he had to act nonchalant. "Let me introduce you, this is the male lead's wife, Lisa Niemi." Lisa, also a dancer, was worried about her husband filming this kind of romance movie. After all, she was acting opposite Demi Moore, and she wasn't as composed as she was when filming Spicy Dance. Jennifer Grey, that Jewish girl, wasn't pretty either. This Demi Moore was different. "Hello." The two spouses exchanged a knowing glance, crossed their arms, and looked towards the rehearsal room door. "Good morning, Ronald." "Hi, honey, what brings you here?" Demi Moore pushed open the door and saw Bruce Willis, feeling very happy. He'd finally made this screen tough guy feel a little threatened. "I'm here to visit the set." Bruce Willis visibly relaxed. Patrick Schwitz and Demi seemed to have no chemistry. They spoke from 3 feet apart, and their gestures lacked any coordination. "Honey, is your knee all right lately?" Lisa, on the other end, also visibly relaxed. Seeing Demi Moore's short hair, she kept fiddling with her own long hair. Plus, Demi's voice was very hoarse today, a far cry from her own very feminine tone. "Let's rehearse one more time, this line. Sam is a child who suffered psychological trauma. He doesn't say I love you, he only says Dido, meaning me too, because he's afraid of losing what he loves like he did when he was a child. And Molly, although she appears strong, also longs for her lover to express his love to her often. Her avoidance of saying I love you makes her very uncertain about the relationship. Of course, despite this, Molly will most likely understand Sam. She truly loves him, and if it weren't for the accident, they wouldn't have hurt each other." The rehearsal lasted for over an hour. Ronald wasn't satisfied with their understanding of the script, so he had to personally guide them. Bruce Willis and Lisa Niemi felt relieved and took their leave. "I wish the film success." "Good luck, Ronald." The two couples exchanged a glance, both with a bad feeling. The two leads showed absolutely no chemistry during the rehearsal. There was no possibility of sparks flying. It was only because Ronald had helped them that they couldn't say anything gloating. Anyway, their family didn't rely on this movie. Their previous Sexy Dance had already provided Lisa with a wealthy life, and Willis felt it wasn't a bad thing that his wife hadn't become a top star. Ronald returned and watched the two rehearse for a few minutes. The director of photography and the art director frowned deeply. This couple hadn't gotten into character yet, which was definitely a problem. "Get the camera, film them," Ronald finally spoke. The camera crew quickly brought a Sony camcorder and began filming the two. Sure enough, no problem. After this rehearsal, Ronald put the videotape into the television set and showed the two leads their rehearsal. Some things are just strange. Through the distortion of the camera lens, Schwitz and Demi Moore, appearing on the television screen, inexplicably gained a radiance. When they delivered their lines, they were as ruthless as high school boys and girls on set, but on camera, they became incredibly affectionate. Demi Moore and Patrick Schwitz exchanged a glance. They couldn't bear to see how awful their on-set performance was, but seeing the incredible chemistry between the two on television, a newfound understanding filled their eyes. "Bring the film camera in, have them put on their costumes, and rehearse one more time," Ronald commanded, stroking his chin. The next day, the hastily developed film was projected onto the screen in the projection room. How amazing! Even cinematographer Adam Greenberg had rarely seen anything like it. Close-up shots had a special magic. Both actors were the kind who shone brightly on film, and their chemistry on the big screen seemed an order of magnitude better than on television. How Ronald had figured it out was a mystery. Now, the main cast looked at Ronald as if he were a magician. Chapter 1128. Only Ronald could come up with such a romantic plot. Although Ronald saw a great chemistry on the film, Demi Moore and Patrick Schwitz were unaware. He deliberately didn't let the two actors see the rips. The lead actors struggled because of their vastly different backgrounds. One was a liberal who grew up in Los Angeles, while the other grew up in a conservative family in Houston, Texas, where they played hockey. There were many things they couldn't get along with. Away from the camera, they seemed like they came from two different worlds, with no chemistry whatsoever. This put pressure on them. Both Demi Moore and Schwitz had been famous before, but their breakout films were all small-budget productions, still some distance from A-list status. This Paramount production was a good opportunity for them to break into the A-list. Schwitz, thanks to her Sex and the City fame, maintained a good income and reputation. But Demi Moore was different. Her income and fame had declined to an unbearable level after her marriage. So she felt a lot of pressure between the two of them, worried that if the movie failed at the box office, her career would plummet like a slide. You're doing a great job, a lot of progress since the beginning of rehearsals. The differences in your backgrounds are similar to those of the main characters, Sam and Molly. Sam is shy about expressing his love, while Molly needs constant affirmation from her lover. Ronald was happy to see some healthy pressure between the two leads, constantly affirming Demi and then pointing out the effect he wanted. This wouldn't put too much pressure on her, but rather encourage her competitive spirit, focusing all her attention on how to better portray this human ghost romance. Oh yeah, are you talking about yourself? Demi Moore looked at Ronald and tapped his chest with her finger. Don't be silly. Ronald saw that Demi Moore had revealed her true nature again, hoping to solidify her position through a romantic relationship. In my opinion, you're a very capable actress. Don't let this opportunity slip through your fingers. I can see your best performance in my mind. You have the potential to become a top Hollywood star, a leading lady of the golden age. Okay, Demi Moore was clearly taken aback. She hadn't expected Ronald to see her as just a pretty face. After a moment of surprise, she touched her chest, clearly a little excited, and then turned her head away. Huh? Ronald thought Demi looked like she was about to cry, but her acting was so strong that he wasn't sure if she was acting. Come to think of it, after so many years in Hollywood, he was probably the only director who appreciated her and knew how to use her. Of course, her acting only had room to shine in certain suitable roles. Demi Moore's greatest strength was her appearance and her exquisite control over her expressions. She was born for close-ups. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was the successor to the leading ladies of Hollywood's golden age. Working with Ronald is so much easier, Demi Moore said. Her control over her facial expressions and emotions was exceptional. She quickly snapped out of her gratitude in tears of emotion. She smoothed her hair and stared blankly at Ronald. In other films, Demi Moore always had to compete with a lead actress or find ways to enhance her character. With Ronald, however, she only needed to worry about delivering the best performance. He wouldn't cut her close-up shots or let incompetent actors like Robert Lowe steal the spotlight. Her last surge in national fame came from a Coca-Cola commercial Ronald filmed for her, leading many viewers to believe she knew martial arts and dared to walk outside high-rise windows. You really should have given Patrick and me more time. Our conversations have shown us how much your feedback and involvement in rehearsals have greatly improved our understanding of the characters and our acting methods. Demi Moore wasn't one to waste opportunities. She immediately pulled out the male lead and asked Ronald to work overtime and provide more guidance. Often, outstanding performances are created through the mutual encouragement of several talented artists who share a tacit understanding, are not sensitive to criticism, and are skilled in their craft. I promised Diane I'd be home on time every day. Ronald smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. Family life was now just as important to him as filming. What about this weekend? Patrick and I have to continue rehearsing this weekend. I'm going to my best friend's wedding. You guys, we'll go with you. You don't mind, right? Of course not. He'll be happy to have celebrities there, but this is his his third wedding, so you guys go by car as I arranged. Don't bring the paparazzi. My friend wants a quiet, small wedding. The couple getting married this weekend was Ronald's good friend Jim Cameron and his director girlfriend Catherine Bigelow. Their love was passionate, and Cameron, a technical expert and director, wholeheartedly took on the role of unofficial director for Bigelow's new film, Blue Steel. He handled many of the investment, production, distribution, and on-set matters for Bigelow. With filming completed and Cameron's Abyss about to be released, the couple took time out to hold this small wedding at home. Jim, I'm so happy for you. Ronald brought Diane over and embraced his old friend. Cameron, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a neatly trimmed beard, a dark blue suit with gray trousers, had transformed from the straightforward truck driver of yesteryear into a refined university professor. Cameron wanted to say something but didn't. Both he and Ronald recalled his wedding to Gail Hurd, and this occasion created a strange awkwardness. Ronald and Cameron had known each other for years, so there was no need for many words. Bigelow was also a friend, and Ronald went forward to offer his congratulations as usual. Am I on the bride's or groom's side? After chatting with them, Ronald suddenly didn't know which side to go on. In America, at weddings, the bride and groom's relatives and friends usually sit on opposite sides, clearly separated. Diane nudged him, gesturing for him to sit on the groom's side, where Patrick Schwitz and Demi Moore were seated. Dear family and friends, we gather here today to witness the union of two hearts. Before God and everyone here, we celebrate the love and commitment between James Cameron and Catherine Bigelow. Ronald was filming, so Cameron didn't ask him to be the best man this time, instead choosing Michael Biehn, the lead actor in Terminator. Clang, clang, clang. After the ceremony on the lawn, everyone moved to the nearby banquet hall, where Michael Biehn picked up a spoon, tapped it against a glass, and began his best man speech. Jim and I are old friends. He gave me the lead role in the best movie of my career. Jamie Lee Curtis, from The Bridesmaids, also reprised her best role since Scream Queen in the bride's new film. Michael Biehn's speech was humorous, revealing some trivial embarrassing stories about Cameron, such as helping Roger Corman use McDonald's boxes and trash cans to create the interior of a spaceship set. Everyone listened with great interest, bursting into laughter from time to time. Such a wedding was indeed unforgettable. After all, it was a rare union of two Hollywood directors. Finally, on behalf of Jamie Lee Curtis, from The Bridesmaids, and all the Hollywood people present, I would like to ask the two directors a serious question. When will you ask us to make another movie? Amidst the uproarious laughter, the newlyweds walked through the banquet hall to their convertible sports car. On the back seat was a pair of the latest deluxe movie camera viewfinders from Japan, a gift from Ronald to the newlyweds. Ronald sensed that Cameron must be happy. His entire demeanor had changed dramatically since being with Bigelow. Compared to the pain of their previous divorce battle, he must be in high spirits now. Hey, Diane, did you propose to Ronald first? Demi Moore's husband, Willis, wasn't there. He was filming. She and Diane started whispering to each other. The two women talked about the mundane things of ordinary married women, children, husbands, and so on. But the more Demi Moore talked, the more she felt that Ronald and Diane's love story seemed to have many similarities to the movie. She remembered Ronald telling her about the scene, how Molly needed security, but Sam couldn't provide it because of his early trauma. Then, after a life-or-death separation, they finally fulfilled their wish, with Sam truly saying I love you, not just using a Dido. In Sam's last kiss before going to heaven, the lovers truly let go of their regrets and thanked each other for their deep love. These insights were very different from the aesthetic tastes of the American male audience. Most of the teenagers watching the movie were still at the stage of trying to get girls into bed, their desire for the opposite sex mostly at the level of hormones. This profound understanding of love must have come from Ronald's life experiences. Huh? How did you know? Diane stared wide-eyed at Demi, confirming it wasn't Ronald who let it slip, but Demi herself who guessed. She laughed. Actually, Ronnie did have a proposal ceremony afterwards, right there at the Cartier boutique on Fifth Avenue. Diane, with a hint of pride, recounted how Ronald had booked the entire boutique so she could choose whatever she wanted. Damn it, Demi Moore murmured, feeling a pang of envy. Such a romantic thing was almost like a movie plot. Bruce would only pull out $100 bill from his pocket in the middle of the night and ask me to go breastfeed the baby. She was beginning to understand why Molly's character, who was so affectionate with Sam, doing things like doing pottery together at night, things only a deeply loving and perfectly in sync couple would do. On the other hand, there was an unspeakable rift between the two, due to Sam's early injury and the fact that Molly was unspokenly loved by the villain Carl, though not explicitly stated in the script. Ronald, I think Molly should propose to Sam first. Demi Moore and Patrick Schwitz discussed her new idea and promptly approached Ronald to share her thoughts. An interesting idea. Ronald always valued these kinds of inspirations from actors. They were the vessels that brought the characters to life in the screenwriter's hands. Whatever they felt comfortable acting out could be conveyed to the audience, allowing them to feel that emotion. Since they shared a consensus, Ronald didn't mind giving it a try. God, are all actors this lucky when you're a director? Jamie Lee Curtis, overhearing Ronald's conversation with the actors, feigned envy and jealousy, clutching his chest as if lamenting his own lack of such good fortune. The difference between directors is enormous. She had only heard rumors before that Ronald was the kind of director who made actors feel very safe, daring to take risks without fear of failure. These directors always carefully protected actors' fragile egos, making them feel respected so they could fully express themselves during filming. Contrary to popular belief, good actors are often introverted, even shy and reserved. It is precisely this introverted and introspective nature that gives them sensitivity to human emotions, allowing them to convey these subtle and sensitive feelings to the audience. To act freely and enjoyably in a safe environment is a luxury for Hollywood actors, especially actresses. Hey, Ronald waved his hand. These actors were really over the top. He simply respected the creative process of filmmaking more, giving him a natural advantage over other directors. He could see performances from his past life on screen, providing a benchmark for comparison. Really, I think you're different from most directors I've met. You're gentler with actors than most directors. Diane sat in the car, holding Ronald's arm, displeased with his self-deprecation. She still felt a pang of regret that she hadn't had the chance to have him direct a film. She needed to find a way to change Ronald's mind. Sorry, I was too busy before filming started, so I could only take up some family time. That evening, Ronald worked overtime at home. He gathered 2 visual effects talents recommended by Van Fleet to discuss the division of labor for the visual effects. It's okay, honey, your career is important too. Don't apologize for such a small thing. Diane brought them coffee. I think it's like this, your project requires manpower for all 3 visual effects areas, and they also need to cooperate with each other. I suggest the 3 of us be visual effects supervisors, and then hold regular meetings to discuss the coordination issues. Richard Edlund, the head of Boss Pictures, as expected of someone who started his own business, had a deeper understanding of project management than Van Fleet. He took a sip of coffee, frowned, and remained silent. That's a good idea. The special effects need to blend seamlessly with the live-action footage. Communication and coordination beforehand are 100 times more important than afterward. Catherine Keene, the studio head responsible for aligning the special effects in live action, was more outgoing than technical experts like Van Fleet. What's that? Catherine trailed off, stopping mid-sentence. After all, it was the director's wife who brought a coffee. I'm thinking of this. From what I understand, you all tend to work late into the night. If the 3 of you directors make progress in your discussions, contact my assistant. We'll have a meeting that evening. Explain to me in non-technical terms that I can understand. I have many shots that need special effects prepared during filming. The astute Ronald didn't even bother to drink his coffee. I don't think I've ever done a project with this much preparation. I'm very happy with the final result. Van Fleet took a sip of coffee, smacked his lips, and finished the remaining 2 sips, savoring the taste. This coffee is really good, much better than what my wife makes. Edlund and Keene, the other 2 visual effects supervisors, were stunned. Van Fleet, you little rascal, you've got such a smooth-talking way of flattering people. Do you like it? I'll have Wang Ma pack some for you to take home. These are single-origin coffee beans from Indonesia, supposedly very precious. Ronald waved to the maid surnamed Wang to take 2 packets of coffee gifted by Mr. Oga, the president of Sony. You don't mean automatic coffee machines use these beans, do you? Catherine Keene was a very knowledgeable coffee brewer. Seeing the label, she knew it was Arabica coffee beans, rich in oils, but unsuitable for automatic coffee machines. They couldn't bring out this rich flavor, only manual brewing could achieve the best experience. Seeing Ronald and Van Fleet, those 2 clueless men, wasting fine coffee, she reached out and grabbed the bag herself. This was the first time I'd been praised by an outsider for brewing good coffee and choosing good beans. Diane was overjoyed. The special effects artists really knew their stuff. Chapter 1129 Where is my close-up shot? Good morning, this is Good Morning America. It was the first day of filming for Ghost. Ronald got up early, eating breakfast at the table while watching ABC television in New York via satellite. Let's check the theaters. Harry Meets Sally continues its hot run in New York and nationwide. Harry Meets Sally entered its 3rd week of nationwide screenings, still maintaining a very high box office level. It had already surpassed $25 million. This result exceeded the expectations of most film critics and Hollywood analysts. A notable characteristic of this film is its large urban audience, particularly its strong performance in the 23 to 35 age group. This group wasn't originally the primary moviegoer, The film's excellent word of mouth attracted these viewers who would normally only see a few movies a year. However, this word of mouth was quite unexpected for Ronald. Many people didn't spread the word through Michael Gray's word of mouth marketing materials. Daydream had designed many catchy phrases to generate buzz, such as whether true friendship between men and women exists, and whether lovers end up together or become enemies. Billy Crystal's most heartfelt confession, and so on. But none of them successfully sparked heated discussions. They were all replaced by an unexpected surge in popularity. That was the scene in that restaurant where Meg Ryan's character, Sally, faked a climax. Suddenly, at various parties, women were enthusiastically discussing whether their methods could achieve Meg Ryan's level. Meanwhile, all the men were tense, remaining silent, afraid their partners would also bring up the topic with their friends. Ronald finished reading the news and pulled out the automatically recorded videotape of Letterman's show from the previous night. This was also part of the film's marketing. Last night, the renowned sexology professor, Professor Ruth, even appeared on Letterman's evening show, specifically discussing this issue. This Jewish woman, who escaped Germany during World War II, was particularly outspoken. On television and radio, she frequently answered callers' inquiries about health. What makes Professor Ruth so remarkable is that she takes live calls from the audience and then discusses them on the show. Her answering style is direct, humorous, and uninhibited. She is particularly frank when answering audience questions that are difficult to talk about, which helps many people. She also criticizes some listeners for their strange behavior and mentality. Many people listen to her show when they can't sleep at night. It's a real stress reliever for urban men and women, and you might even learn something from it. My show has recently seen a doubling of calls from viewers. We get over 600 calls an hour, but only 25 to 30 get answered. They're all asking if the female climax in the movie When Harry Met Sally can be faked. Oh, looks like I need to watch that movie. Everyone's talking about it. So the question is, can it really be faked? Letterman grinned mischievously. My God, just over 20 years ago, many people on my show were asking if women could have climax. Looks like our country has really progressed a lot. Yes, of course, David. Since you're so interested, I guess I have to teach you some common female perspectives on this. They'll fake it to please you, PFFT. Ronald almost spat out his tea. Dr. Ruth really knows his stuff, managing to leave Letterman speechless. It seems this kind of radio hotline Q&A format is quite popular in America lately. Emotional issues truly are a painful topic for Americans. With large numbers of young people migrating to cities and separating from their parents, the social environment where people could discuss these issues is disappearing. Some Americans seem more willing to talk about their private lives with a stranger on radio, to be heard by millions of listeners, than to discuss them with family and friends. Your new film has attracted a lot of attention in Hollywood. On his way to the Paramount Studios after breakfast, Ronald sat in the back and chatted with Nisida about recent events. The box office success of Harry Meets Sally was a huge surprise for Hollywood. Romantic comedies are already a major genre in Hollywood, and just as action, westerns, and gangster films attract male audiences, female audiences also have their own genre, screwball comedy. Cary Grant was originally adept at making this type of comedy, traditional love stories paired with a female lead who was equally matched with a male lead, a combination that many female viewers loved. It once accounted for a significant portion of Hollywood genre production. However, with the advent of television, this genre quickly disappeared, replaced by television series that continue to bring laughter and romance to female viewers on the small screen. What makes When Harry Met Sally special is its lack of complex plot elements. It's a pure romance film, unmixed with other genres. This is completely different from Ronald's earlier film, Moonstruck, which incorporated many Italian-American family values. It's a pure romantic comedy about how a man and a woman overcome numerous obstacles to finally be together. If this genre can be revived, then Hollywood studios could see a significant increase in production. However, whether Ronald's film's success represents a revival of romantic comedies is still a subject of considerable debate within Hollywood. Some believe the key to the film's success lies in the unique atmosphere of New York City and the individual characteristics of Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal. Audiences enjoy watching them fall in love on screen, but that doesn't mean they enjoy watching anyone else. Some also believe Ronald's influence is the biggest factor. He was able to revive war films like Top Gun, which heavily relied on military propaganda, and he could revive long-declining musicals, so there's no reason he couldn't revive a classic romantic comedy. Everyone is watching the recent copycat films, including The Volcano Jumper directed by Shanley, writer of Moonlight Romance, Gary Marshall's Pretty Woman, and Ronald's Own Ghost. Whose magic is it? We'll find out when these films are released. Then, will they pour money into the key success factors, the director, the screenwriter, or the actors? Camera, recorder, action. As usual, Ronald arrived at the set early. After a long preparation period, Ronald gave the order, and filming of Ghost began in the studio. Bang, bang, bang. Patrick Schwitz, Demi Moore, and Tony Goldwyn, all dressed in white and wearing masks, each wielding a sledgehammer, began smashing against the wall. The set was a specially constructed replica at the New York installation artist's studio. Of course, the interior decorations were replicated in Manhattan. This set only recreated the general structure of 5 bedrooms and 2 workrooms. At the beginning of the story, Sam and Molly bought a new house and, to save money, renovated it themselves. Their friend Carl also came to help them knock down the walls. Cough cough, Demi Moore coughed. The walls on set were made of plaster, so the 3 actors wouldn't have to exert much force to break them. In reality, many pre-war buildings in Manhattan are made of stone, making them difficult to knock down. However, filmmaking required artistic realism. Besides the large hole they knocked in the wall, the props department had also pre-filled it with plaster powder. With each hammer blow, white dust filled the entire wall. Too much dust had been sprayed out, turning the faces of the 3 actors white streaks. Cough cough, this house must be 80 years old, but it's still beautiful after it's cleaned up. Demi Moore, not forgetting her lines, walked to the window following the prescribed route. An artificial light source, simulating morning light, illuminated her upper body. Besides the white dust on her face, her neck and arms were also distinctly white. Cut. Ronald was satisfied with Demi Moore's reaction. Sometimes small problems arise during filming. Experienced actors will continue acting, which often yields better results. For example, in the scene just now, the unexpectedly excessive dust made the scene of knocking on the wall more realistic. Not the realism of everyday life, but a dramatic realism. When the audience sees it, they'll think the house looks terrible now. But when they see the renovated house, they'll exclaim, "It's really beautiful, oh my god, my face is covered in it." Demi Moore looked at herself in the mirror and exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "That's perfect." Makeup artist, sprinkle some ash on Patrick and Tony too. The 2 muscular male actors, shirtless, had marks made on their chests and necks with the help of the makeup artist. I knew it, working with Ronald always brings these kinds of surprises. Patrick Schwitz was in the dressing room. Looking at himself in the mirror, he also let out a slightly dissatisfied groan. During the sexy dance scene, he had made himself film many shirtless shots, so much so that female fans often try to touch his chest muscles while asking for autographs. This is pretty good. Only Tony Goldwyn was satisfied. He hadn't had many close-up shots showing off his physique before. His wife, who was doing the set design, was next to him, smiling as she came over and touched his chest as well. Action. Filming continued after touch-ups. With a whoosh, Tony Goldwyn swung a sledgehammer and hoisted it onto his shoulder. The camera focused intently on him, giving him a close-up. Tony Goldwyn, secretly thrilled, flexed his pectoral muscles. "Look, tomorrow you can sell this place for double the price." The character Carl, played by Tony Goldwyn, secretly loves Molly. He doesn't know how to express his feelings to his best friend and girlfriend, so he can only try to win her over with compliments. "Oh, you greedy bastard." Constantly praising the woman he loves only earns him contempt. Molly, played by Demi Moore, says something to Carl. The camera slowly pulls back, revealing Sam, played by Patrick Schwitz. He picks up a glass jar that the former owner of the old house had placed there. "Look," Patrick Schwitz opens the jar and pours out a copper coin. 1,898, a cent with an Indian head. Sam identifies the coin. It's a collector's favorite. This is a good omen. In the script, Sam is someone who strongly believes in omens, and this coin will later become a very important prop. "You're the good omen." Demi Moore smiled as she took the coin, her hand and Schwitz's hand chasing and responding to each other through the coin. The 2 drew closer, and Demi Moore, playing Molly, looked up and kissed Sam. Patrick Schwitz, playing Sam, lifted Molly up with a sudden movement. Demi Moore naturally hooked her arms around his neck, and the 2 laughed heartily. The camera, shooting from the side, showed their playful and happy faces, even the white ash on their faces. "I feel so good." Demi Moore kissed Schwitz, then wrapped her legs around his waist, the two showing off their affection right in front of poor Carl. Cut. Ronald looked at the cinematographer. The shot was natural and smooth. The two actors were genuinely moved, as if they were a couple in the real world. "Okay," the cinematographer said, "no problem, it was all filmed." "Okay, this take is ready for printing." Ronald glanced at Demi and Schwitz. The two seemed even more in sync than during rehearsals. What was going on? "Ronald, let's chat for a bit." After another take, the actors began to rest. Demi Moore cleaned the ash off her face and approached Ronald with great seriousness. "Of course, where's mine or where's yours?" Ronald blurted out. Demi Moore had a towel wrapped around her head. Having given birth, she exuded the charm of a beautiful young woman, quite different from the girl she once was, much more alluring. But when Demi Moore wanted to seduce you, her power was even greater. "Where do you want to go?" She gave him a flirtatious wink, and Ronald almost couldn't resist. "How about we talk here? I'll pour you a cup of tea." HMPH, coward, Demi Moore cursed inwardly. Ronald had never been willing to make any promises to her. This time, she was determined to extort him properly. "This close-up is terrible, Ronald. I promised you the lead role, not for shots like this. You have to guarantee my close-ups will be beautiful, sexy, and long enough." "No, how did it become you promising me?" Ronald chuckled. "These actresses really are." But he understood Demi Moore's intense desire. She was aiming to secure her position with this film, so of course, the more beautiful close-ups the better. "Don't you think your collaboration with Patrick just now was excellent? The audience will fall in love with both of you after watching that scene." "I don't care, I want clean close-ups, no white dust." There was still a patch of white dust on Demi's neck. She tilted her head back, deliberately showing Ronald her white neck. A strong scent of a young woman wafted over. Ronald coughed and then assured her, "I promise, just like the close-up stipulated in the contract." "You should believe my promise." "Of course, I believe you." Demi smiled. "You promise a clean face?" I promise." "What are you promising?" Patrick Schwitz, draped in a towel, also came out. "I'll make sure your close-ups are all beautiful," Ronald quickly replied, but something about it felt off, like someone had overheard him. "Still not working," called Yang. The first day of shooting finished relatively early. Afterwards, Ronald had two crew members dress up as the male and female leads in the studio, simulating tomorrow's shoot on a ceramic turntable. The electric turntable was very fast. The clay, mixed with water, was no longer the white dust flying everywhere during the day. Instead, it turned into streaks of mud, which were flung out by the turntable and landed on the crew members' bibs. And because the turntable was spinning so fast, not only their bibs, but also their faces were covered in mud. If this wasn't resolved, Demi Moore was sure to cause a scene tomorrow. "Just splash it on their clothes, not on their faces or necks." Director of photography Adam Greenberg looked at the two crew members who were completely disheveled. "You might need a senior electrician." Chapter 1130, Close-up shots of fingers during passionate scenes. The electrician was called in. The potter's turntable needed to be slowed down to prevent clay splattering and ruining the close-up shots. Ronald, who had trained with Demi Moore, was the only one present who knew a little about clay sculpting. PFFT, slowing down the speed significantly increased the technical challenge. A slight increase in force caused the entire piece to collapse, becoming a grotesque, deformed shape. "Hey, I can't do it. Isn't Yang here yet?" Ronald wiped his arms with a damp cloth, thankfully avoiding getting clay on his face. "I'm here. What needs fixing?" "Why did you slow it down?" Yang was quickly brought in. She knew the potter's turntable had been slowed down as soon as she entered the studio. Ronald spread his hands, pointing to his cloth jacket, then to his face, and said to Young, "I need close-ups and long extreme close-ups. Her face and neck need to be exceptionally clean, but her body, arms, and upper body should be as dirty as possible with mud." "Oh, it looks really sexy." Young understood Ronald's intention. Intentionally getting the body dirty is a way to portray sexiness on screen. Many old directors use this technique in classic B-movies. But this technique is a bit, so big productions rarely use it. For Ghost, getting the body dirty is a natural fit for the plot. After all, the female lead is a potter. "What exactly do you need?" Young approached, picked up a kettle, and added some water to the lump of clay to help it shape better. "I need an object," something Demi Moore can sculpt with her basic pottery skills. Make her arms and chest as dirty as possible, but keep her face and neck clean. Your three requirements are contradictory. De Young shook his head. Easy objects are often made with softer clay and sculpted at a faster pace, making it easier for beginners to control the shaping. However, using too much water and working at a high speed can cause the clay to splash out and get your neck dirty. That's why I asked you to come here. Ronald hired De Young, offering her a hefty consultation fee and a promised film role. Let me think, your shots don't need to be continuous, right? The next morning, when Demi Moore arrived at the studio, she found De Young, who had been working late the night before. De? What brings you here? I'm here to be your hand double, De Young said, pointing to the tall pile of clay on the potter's wheel. Huh? Demi Moore turned to look for Ronald. Hadn't she agreed to act in the entire film? Demi, you're here. Ronald was directing the camera crew to set up the camera positions when he heard Demi Moore's concerns. He worried that using a body double would give critics a bad impression. Not the kind of body double you think of. Can we start? Ronald asked the lighting crew if they were ready. After receiving a positive reply, he gestured for De Young to come over. Action. Demi Moore had changed into a new white outfit. She had dozens of these costumes to accommodate the mud splattering during filming. She noticed that the camera wasn't on yet, and the camera assistant was still measuring the focus. De Young was already sculpting the pottery to the music playing on set. Is it a vase? Demi Moore quickly noticed. De Young was making a tall, slender vase with a bulging upper third, a unique shape. Okay, De Young finished shaping it and started wiping the mud off with a towel. Go try it out. Put your hands inside the vase, but don't knock it over. Ronald gestured for Demi to come forward. Oh, Demi Moore carefully reached in and gently touched the unfinished vase. Oops, Demi applied a little too much force, and the shape of the vase changed. Her fingers transformed the rapidly spinning vase from its original smooth and elegant curves into a rough, asymmetrical, and slightly crooked shape. However, she had practiced more than Ronald and quickly adjusted her force, preventing the vase from falling over. Not bad, right? Ronald looked at De Young. Very good, De Young, seeing that Demi hadn't broken the vase, also thought she had some skill. Anyway, what the audience saw wasn't the final shape of the vase. Whether Demi Moore's character, Molly, was making the work more beautiful or the opposite, they couldn't really tell. Patrick, you're here, you and Demi try it together, then we'll film the actual movie. Ronald was quite satisfied. After all, the audience's focus was on the romance between the two main characters. Very few viewers would understand how a pottery piece should be made, or whether Demi Moore was a professional artist. It could be ignored. Action. The camera focuses on Demi Moore intently repairing a vase, then Patrick Schwitz, shirtless, walks into the frame from the darkness. This scene sets the stage for their relationship. Earlier, they had a minor argument because Sam seemed uninterested in living with Molly. Molly told Sam I love you, but didn't receive the expected I love you too. She learned from Sam that he had experienced hardship in his childhood, and when faced with good fortune, he was reluctant to be too attached, fearing it would slip away. However, as a woman, she felt uneasy. Unable to sleep that night, she went to the basement to make pottery. Sam woke up and, not finding Molly, came down to look for her, leading to a passionate encounter. This aligns with Sam's philosophy. It's not about what you say, but what you do. This is a key reason why their intimate relationship always seems to have a slight crack. At this point, the audience understands that while they love each other deeply, they also experience the common anxieties of couples. Patrick Schwitz, in the background, says, "What are you doing? I can't sleep." Demi tilted her head back slightly, indicating that she had noticed her boyfriend's arrival. "I fell asleep without realizing it." Patrick Schwitz stepped forward and sat behind Demi Moore. "What time is it?" 2 in the morning. Because of a minor disagreement earlier, Molly didn't want to say much to Sam. But Sam came up and quietly placed his hand on Molly's waist. The flirtation between lovers made Molly feel ticklish. Her hand trembled, and large cracks appeared on the porcelain, requiring correction. Demi Moore portrayed the involuntary physical reaction of a girl being harassed very well. She glanced at Patrick Schwitz, dipped her hand in water, and began to correct the shape of the vase. Patrick Schwitz felt relaxed, and Demi Moore's relaxation also enhanced his acting. He slowly touched the back of her hand from behind, gently, almost imperceptibly stroking the skin, focusing on the connection between them. Plop! The vase, already somewhat unsteady from Demi Moore's actions, suddenly broke in half, the larger section falling off. Ronald was a little annoyed. The shot had flowed very smoothly, and the two actors' performances were excellent. He glanced at Yang beside him, intending for her to remake the vase for Demi Moore, but found Yang's eyes still fixed on the front. Ronald turned around and saw that neither Demi Moore nor Patrick Schwitz had stopped acting because of the accident. They were both excellent actors, and with the emotions flowing, they continued performing. Ha ha ha, I hope this isn't a masterpiece, Patrick Schwitz laughed, making a quick face at the camera before resting his chin on Demi's shoulder. At least not yet. Demi Moore also smiled, then removed the broken vase blank from the turntable and set it aside. She then took a pile of clay from the nearby material basin, placed it on the turntable, and scooped some water from the basin to mix it on top. Can I help? Seeing that Ronald didn't call a stop, Patrick Schwitz continued acting. Of course, put your hands here, wet them with some water, and then let them run through your fingers, feel them with your fingers. That's how acting works. If one actor reacts, they can pass the improvisational emotion to the other. The other feels that emotion and has a new reaction, and the performance can gradually continue. The two of them kept using their hands and the clay until their hands, arms, and Demi Moore's white dress were covered in mud. Finally, Demi Moore, unable to bear it any longer, simply put down the clay, turned around, and kissed Schwitz. Cut. Very good. This part is very good. Don't change clothes. Let's continue with a close-up of the hand movements. Ronald was thrilled. This performance flowed much more smoothly than the pre-planned one, conveying the intimate love between the couple to the audience much better. Demi Moore, in particular, portrayed the emotional shifts perfectly, initially a little cold towards her boyfriend, then feeling a ticklish sensation, helpless at his disruptive behavior, and finally holding hands with him while doing pottery. How do you want us to act it? Demi Moore, like Patrick Schwitz, also felt the incredible chemistry they had just experienced. It was as if the characters Sam and Molly had suddenly possessed the two actors. At that moment, it wasn't acting, it was a real event happening to Molly and Sam. As actors, having this feeling is invaluable. Demi Moore seemed to realize that Lady Luck was on her side today and wanted to film as many shots as possible before this inexplicable feeling slipped away. I really like that intimate feeling you two have just shared, like two people dancing with their bodies. Next, remember that feeling and dance with your hands. She quickly adjusted the camera, focusing on their fingers, and filmed a close-up. At first, Demi Moore's fingers were gently shaping the clay, then Patrick Schwitz's fingers joined in. Both of their fingers were covered in thick clay, their fingers intertwined, wiping the clay away from each other, new clay constantly adhering to them. Although it had a dirty feel, it was exceptionally tender. The muse, the goddess of inspiration, was shy, and the crew held their breath, not wanting to scare away this divine presence that seemed to have descended upon the set. Although the close-up only showed their intertwined fingers, Ronald's mouth began to dry. He kept licking his lips, afraid to make a sound and ruin this precious moment. Demi Moore couldn't resist the heat either. She let out a soft moan, her fingers involuntarily parting. Patrick Schwitz was aroused by the moan. He involuntarily stretched out his own fingers, slipping them between Demi Moore's open fingers. Both their bodies trembled, then their fingers intertwined, tightly clasped, and then separated. Patrick's fingers were finally pushed away by Demi, but his hand continued to gently trace patterns on the back of her hand. Finally, Demi couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward, taking his arm. Their fingers intertwined in the air once more, and Demi Moore turned to kiss Schwitz. At the same time, their fingers continued to rub together. Cut. This time, Ronald didn't call cut until Demi Moore was completely embarrassed and unsure how to continue. The set was eerily quiet, save for Ronald's call and the low-frequency hum of the camera motor. After the call, the crew didn't immediately shut down the equipment. A second later, everyone swallowed hard, their collective gasp creating a loud murmur. Only then did the camera operator begin the normal shutdown process, and the sound engineer holding the microphone pole lowered his arm to relax. One more overhead shot. From above, Ronald filmed a close-up of their fingers intertwined on the clay. Ronald felt he might have broken a record, becoming the first director in Hollywood to film a love scene using fingers. Demi Moore and Patrick Schwitz had incredible chemistry on camera. Ronald didn't know how long this would last. Another intimate scene between them in the bedroom was coming up. He decided to strike while the iron was hot, temporarily adjusting the shooting schedule to film all the necessary passionate scenes during this brief period of Muse's presence. The next scene was one where Molly and Sam felt a strong attraction to each other. Filming moved to the master bedroom set. After a brief period of chemistry, the two had some minor disagreements. A large part of the passionate scenes consisted of close-up shots of the two kissing. This again involved the question of who should show the better side of their face to the camera. Generally, actors tend to have one side of their face more attractive than the other. In most close-ups, they try to show the camera their better side. However, there was a problem: the better side of their faces might conflict. At this point, it depended on the camera's timing and the director's decision. Each of you has half, and you can switch positions with a hug. Ronald quickly made a decision in this situation. Both stars had an audience. There were definitely viewers who came specifically to see Patrick Schwitz shirtless, imagining themselves as if Sam was hugging them. There were definitely male audience members who came specifically for Demi Moore, projecting themselves onto the character embracing her. In terms of the scene itself, the two actors were evenly matched. In that case, Ronald decided to give both actors' fans equal close-up time. Chapter 1131. Is it just acting like a theatrical tyrant or a performance method? Whoa, my love, my darling. I've hungered for your touch. The recording crew played the Justice Brothers' famous song, Unchained Melody, in the studio. Ronald felt this song was perfect for the theme of the film Ghost. Most importantly, the entire song was devoid of any superfluous elements. It was all a call for love. Although Ghost had many amusing plot points, such as money laundering in a bank, brothers vying for the sister-in-law's affections, good versus evil, and a comedic black psychic, all of this served to highlight the great love between Sam and Molly. Essentially, it was a much purer love story than When Harry Met Sally. Ronald purchased the rights to this song from RCA Records through Jimmy Reiner, the Hollywood music director. This version by the Justice Brothers was released in 1965 and was very popular at the time. However, the advantage of its age was that singers generally didn't have the copyright. They could simply buy it from the record company. Moreover, Jimmy Reiner negotiated a good deal. Although the transfer price of several $100,000 wasn't cheap, the rights to the single were a one-time buyout. Regardless of the film's box office performance or the soundtrack sales, RCA wouldn't receive any further royalties. This was partly because Jimmy Reiner didn't buy it under Ronald's name, but rather as a supplier to Paramount, buying several old songs as a package. On the other hand, RCA didn't think this old ballad could be revived much. Not all old songs have the potential for a comeback like Ronald's Spicy Dance. Besides buying dance music to learn dance, who would buy such an old-fashioned love song to listen to? In the tender song, Patrick Schwitz and Demi Moore tilted their heads and kissed. The camera moved very close to their faces. An inexperienced actor would likely be affected by the size of the close-up shot and involuntarily tense up, especially when filming such an intimate scene. But Schwitz and Demi Moore were different. These two were seasoned actors, having probably filmed dozens of passionate scenes. This little disturbance was nothing to them. They were completely unresponsive to the camera and the microphones overhead, utterly relaxed, as if a transparent barrier separated them from everyone else in the studio. It truly felt like a passionate kiss in a Manhattan apartment bedroom by the window. But they weren't simply lost in the moment. While kissing, they professionally presented their best features within the camera's viewfinder. They were immersed in the scene, yet their star instincts allowed them to be mindful of the camera. Working with these actors was a pleasure for Ronald. There were few retakes, explanations, or guidance needed. Everything happened naturally. After the close-up, they shot a medium shot, and then the two actors repeated all the actions. Patrick Schwitz was 5 inches taller than Demi Moore, and years of training had given him a muscular physique. Bare-chested, Schwitz and Demi Moore embraced and spun around. Demi Moore wore a sleeveless white shirt, her bare legs looking incredibly sexy. The two actors were in character, but they knew the boundaries of their performance, often separating abruptly, leaving Ronald, watching from the sidelines, both very satisfied and feeling it hadn't gone any further. Even the camera seemed disappointed. Finally, Demi Moore leaped up, wrapping her legs around Schwitz's waist. And they kissed passionately again. The camera focused on Schwitz's best side of his face, but after a while, Demi Moore wasn't satisfied. She forcefully pulled Schwitz towards her, trying to get her face in the frame. Schwitz took 2 steps forward, and then the two fell onto the sofa, still embracing. Schwitz pulled harder, and Demi Moore's legs clamped even tighter. Although not long postpartum, Demi had already resumed exercising, maintaining well-defined muscles in her legs. Cut. Ronald called a halt at the opportune moment. The sofa was actually a three-seater. Demi Moore was lying upright, with the armrests just below her knees. Patrick Schwitz, however, had to lie prone, making it difficult for him to exert any force. Knowing Schwitz had knee problems, he was worried that incorrect posture could trigger a relapse. Very good, we can leave early today. Ronald consulted with the director of photography, Adam Greenberg, and then announced the shoot was complete. It's rare for filming to go this smoothly. Adam Greenberg had watched the two perform brilliantly the entire time, running his fingers through her hair, kissing her earlobe, etc. Just as they were about to reach the climax of the passionate scene, Ronald suddenly called a halt. He was actually a little reluctant to leave. Tomorrow we'll be filming the official passionate scene. No one except those on the list is allowed on set. Everyone, please read your shooting list carefully. The second assistant director began distributing the shooting schedule. Get it to Paramount's lab right now. I need to see the sample prints tomorrow morning before deciding on the next shooting direction. Also, call Lindsay Dolan. I need to see it with her tomorrow, Ronald said to his assistant, the chubby Lake, who is now his on-set assistant handling non-filming matters. I'll call Mr. Nisita right away. Lake had been making rapid progress lately. She was almost grasping the Hollywood ecosystem. Ronald, I heard you guys filmed some good scenes yesterday. Paramount's executive producer, Lindsay Dolan, arrived early the next morning at Paramount's internal screening room next to the studio. He'd worked through the night, rush printing the sample footage of Ronald's pottery scenes, sex scenes, and other sequences from the previous 2 days, and then brought it over for the two bigwigs to review. Yes, that's exactly what I need to talk to you about, but first, watch the sample footage, then tell me your thoughts. The sound system played an unchained melody record, accompanying the silent sample footage. The woman spun around, kissed, vigorously stroked her hair, and finally collapsed onto the sofa. Lindsay Dolan's interest was entirely in Schwitz's strong erector spiny muscles. He wished he could transform into Demi Moore and clamp his thighs tightly around Schwitz's sexy waist. What do you think, huh? Oh, Lindsay Dolan snapped out of his reverie. You're a master at filming love scenes, simply. The scene where Harry meets Sally, and Harry proposes, made me cry. I'm asking you, did that love scene feel right? Ronald interrupted the praise. Of course. I've seen it all, Lindsay Dolan said sheepishly, patting Ronald's thigh. I mean, if you think this scene satisfies female viewers' fantasies, then I won't film the actual sex scene. This is the make-love scene in the movie. Why? Lindsay Dolan was disappointed. She wanted to continue watching. However, being a Paramount executive, she understood Ronald's meaning. Ghost was aiming for a PG-13 rating. The MPAA rating system is a comprehensive scoring process, including nudity, violence, profanity, etc., with specialists scoring each aspect. The overall rating of the film is then combined. Paramount's board membership in the MPAA allows for some negotiation. However, generally speaking, the PG-13 rating has limited tolerance. More nudity here means less violence or scare scenes there. Ronald knew that the later scenes of Sam being assassinated by Carl's hired killer and becoming a ghost involved considerable violence. Scenes requiring visual effects were somewhat gory and terrifying. Since the scenes depicting Molly and Sam's passionate love could be handled with relatively minor male shirtless exposure and kissing scenes, it could earn points for the later climax. Moreover, this film is essentially a romance, not a love story. The intimate and enviable love between the two leads doesn't necessarily need to be portrayed through sex scenes. If the current approach, using pottery, interlacing fingers, embracing in a room, spinning around, and various suggestive and metaphorical shots, is enough to satisfy female viewers, then it's better to stop there and avoid filming more bedroom sex scenes. Otherwise, it might even lower the overall quality of the film. Okay, I completely agree. Lindsay Dolan trusted Ronald's judgment, but could you not tell them and let them continue acting according to the script? With Lindsay Dolan's support, Ronald decisively abandoned the bedroom scenes. Visual art can have sophisticated forms of expression, and he believed his approach would evoke more appreciation from the audience than explicit sex scenes. He didn't agree to Lindsay Dolan's request and let the unsuspecting actors continue acting. This is a common, albeit somewhat perverse, quirk of many Hollywood directors, who often have beautiful actresses perform sex scenes that won't be edited into the final version. Instead, he notified Whoopi Goldberg to begin filming the second act. Molly and Sam go to see a play on Broadway, and on their way back, they are robbed at knife point. Sam is stabbed to death while protecting Molly. This scene will be filmed on location in New York during the final week of shooting. Currently, in the Los Angeles studio, the filming of the subsequent events will continue, with Patrick Schwitz's Sam appearing as a ghost. Whoopi Goldberg's medium will also appear in this scene. Because Sam, as a ghost, cannot communicate with humans, he passes through things he touches and can't touch anything. No one can hear him when he speaks. Only Whoopi Goldberg's medium can somehow hear him. Therefore, Goldberg's character, Odd Aim, will become Sam's medium between the real world and the living world, fulfilling his final wish and protecting Molly from being deceived by her friend Carl, who is actually a money launderer who hired a hitman to stab Sam. His makeup needs to be paler, so the audience can visually distinguish him from normal people. Ronald instructed the makeup artist regarding Patrick Schwitz's makeup. Use more positive lighting, I need a deathly pallor. He then instructed the lighting team. Take photos of the ground markings for record keeping, and try to keep Schwitz's position consistent in every scene. Finally, he gave instructions to the camera team. Many of Sam's ghost scenes would require visual effects, and sometimes the same scene would need to be filmed multiple times, using techniques like multiple exposures to make Sam appear and disappear out of thin air, all requiring precise positioning. The more careful they were during the actual filming, the less manpower and time would be saved in the subsequent alignment and effects stages, and the better the final result would be. However, no one had experience, so Ronald could only make rough preparations, then crossed two fingers and prayed for everything to go smoothly. Action: Patrick Schwitz sat in a chair next to a round table set up as a seance. Whoopi Goldberg, wearing a top with gold fringes, was there, acting mysteriously. She played Odd Aim, a fake psychic who deceived clients using cold reading techniques. For example, a widow came, asking her deceased husband's spirit to seance with Odd Aim so she could ask about an important insurance policy. Odd Aim then launched into a long, cryptic explanation of seance rules, how there are many people in heaven, and whether her deceased husband would notice her request. Odd Aim claimed to sense her deceased husband's vibrations, and the widow automatically uttered her husband's name, Julio. Odd Aim went on to say he was handsome, or rather, that it didn't matter, since people in heaven are supposed to be beautiful. And Patrick Schwitz, playing the ghost, just sat there making jokes, criticizing Odd Aim's various absurdities, since no one heard her anyway. That's utter nonsense, Schwitz delivered his line. Who's talking? Who's talking? Julio. Whoopi Goldberg stood up, asking in surprise towards the empty space. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sam realized that Odd Aim seemed to be able to hear his rant. Cut. Let's do it again. Ronald noticed Whoopi Goldberg bumped into a chair. The accident was handled well. He told the cinematographer to do another take, which would make editing easier and also be a safer approach. Action. That's utter nonsense, Schwitz repeated his line. Whoopi Goldberg suddenly yelled, squatting on the chair, hugging her shoulders. Who's talking over there? Who's talking? Cut. Ronald was quite surprised. For the second take, Whoopi Goldberg's acting was completely different from the first. He didn't stop her, but let her improvise. Sometimes, actors have a burst of inspiration and can deliver an even better performance than the first take. Great, let's do it again, Ronald thought smugly. Whoopi Goldberg's acting was truly superb, no wonder Schwitz had strongly recommended her. Action. That's utter nonsense, who's talking there? For the third take, Whoopi Goldberg's acting was different again. She stood up and walked towards the empty space, as if she thought an assistant was complaining and trying to ruin her job, and she wanted to find her and teach her a lesson. Cut. Ronald was still satisfied. Each different acting style provided Schwitz with a fresh stimulus, making his performances feel very real and original. This was typical of a master actor, different each time, yet always reasonable, fully engaging the co-stars to deliver their best performances. The only drawback was that Whoopi Goldberg's direction, speed, and pace varied each time, making editing difficult. Ronald finally understood what Walter Murch meant when he said that too much originality from actors, or too good acting, wasn't entirely beneficial for filmmaking. Moreover, this style of acting added considerable difficulty to the visual effects. With each movement different, it was hard for them to find their footing. Could you repeat your previous performances? Ronald went over to Whoopi Goldberg. Dear director, I'd love to hear that, but each of my performances is heartfelt and unique. I forget it immediately after I finish, and my emotions are different each time, so I can't repeat my performances." Hiss. Ronald pursed his lips. Was this some kind of domineering act, a way of showing him who domineering, or was this just her usual way of filming? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1132 Learning Acting Skills from Tom Cruise? Wonderful. After another day of shooting, Ronald praised Whoopi Goldberg's performance. The week's shooting had been almost a daily repetition of the same pattern. Whoopi Goldberg had filmed many excellent scenes, and Patrick Schwitz had accompanied her on many more, but only a small portion of the footage was ultimately usable. Ronald's editor and sound designer, Walter Murch, was also on set, invited to observe. As an experienced editor, Murch had a good sense of the likelihood of a particular shot being used in the final cut, and whether more takes were needed to ensure the smoothness of the final product. On set, the final decision on whether a scene had been filmed enough wasn't made by director Ronald or cinematographer Adam Greenberg, but by Walter Murch. Ronald was forced into this situation. After a week of shooting, Whoopi Goldberg was no longer suspected of being a diva. At most, she had a passion for acting and liked to create new scenes for the sake of filming. This is probably because Whoopi comes from a stage background, and she has also tried stand-up comedy. Both types of theatrical performance emphasize improvisation. Stage plays can run for months or even years, with each performance featuring the same play. Stand-up comedy also follows a largely identical format. This creates a situation that theater directors dread most. Actors become too familiar with their roles, losing the natural dynamism of the performance. Imagine playing Hamlet on stage every day, saying to be or not to be, at the same time and in the same spot. Or imagine telling the same jokes in the same theater every day, mocking the current president for refusing to make any political statements unless he has 80% approval rating. When the climax, the emotional delivery to the audience, or the crucial laugh out loud moment, arrives, your performance lacks impact because of its familiarity. Your co-stars and the audience don't feel the same connection. This is also a problem that Stanislavski's performance system aimed to solve. Whoopi Goldberg, as an excellent stage and comedic actress, had a classic solution. She relied heavily on improvisation. If the lines and performances were different each time, your co-stars wouldn't have that anticipation of your cliched delivery, and each performance would be full of surprises and feel very real. But film acting doesn't require this. The biggest difference between film and theater is that the audience only needs to see the best performance. Therefore, directors want improvisation to be limited to a general range. Ideally, each time you only differ slightly in lines and actions, with the overall rhythm remaining consistent. However, Whoopi Goldberg's performance was already set in stone, and after a few attempts, Ronald knew it was impossible to change. For the sake of schedule, Ronald stopped trying to correct other actors' performances and simply went with the flow, filming along Whoopi's style. It's just a few more takes, right? After all, Whoopi Goldberg's comedic talent was top-notch. Watching her live was like watching a stand-up comedy show. Whoopi Goldberg was having a great time acting, Ronald was shooting at lightning speed, and the cinematographer was also shooting with great feeling. This great director must use a lot of film, right? Ronald's film usage had always been lower than some famous directors, so the cinematographer couldn't really boast. This time, he could finally brag. I shot Ronald Lee scenes in Ghost, and wow, that was some serious shooting. The film rolled by the foot, and we used up several rolls in one afternoon. Guess what? No wonder he's a famous director and actor. Every performance was different. In all my years in the industry, I've never seen such a smooth and coordinated crew. A famous director is different. The editor is practically sitting on set, and the rough cut is almost done before the film even reaches the developing lab. In the crew, only one person looked worried, the lead actor, Patrick Schwitz. Before the weekend break, he quickly found Ronald. I feel like I can't act anymore, Ronald, don't worry about it. Whoopi Goldberg's acting style is a bit different from the Hollywood tradition. It's not your fault, Ronald patted him on the shoulder. There's that pressure working with an actress who likes to improvise, you never know what she'll say next. No. I feel like I've lost my rhythm. Even the scenes where Sam becomes a ghost after he dies are really difficult for me, Patrick Schwitz's biggest worry wasn't working with Whoopi Goldberg. In fact, while keeping up with Whoopi's rhythm was challenging, her energy was so high that he could manage if he put in his best effort. His biggest concern was that after Sam became a ghost, his performance suddenly became one without any interaction. Aside from Whoopi Goldberg's medium, odd aim, and a few other ghostly supporting characters, his performance received no response. In other words, his character could see and hear the other characters, but the other characters couldn't see or hear him. Often, Sam's ghost was just an observer. "It's the weekend, come to my place, let's have a good chat." Ronald understood the difficulty of this kind of performance. After all, Patrick Schwitz wasn't a particularly outstanding actor. This kind of performance without a co-star put a lot of pressure on him. How was the filming of this movie compared to Spicy Dance? At the hotel, Ronald, Diane, and Patrick Schwitz and his wife had dinner together. After a specially prepared fusion of Japanese, Chinese, and Italian cuisine, Ronald and Schwitz went to another room to talk. "I feel great. You know, I don't really like limiting myself to the roles of figure skaters or dancers. This movie at least didn't make me do anything that's physically demanding." Patrick Schwitz had practiced ice hockey and ballet in his youth, and many production teams with similar backgrounds particularly liked to give him scripts. But the character Ronald had him play, Sam, basically didn't have any of those eccentric skills. It was a completely orthodox role, which Ronald was very grateful for. "I mean, during filming, did you experience anything different from other movies?" Ronald was an inspiring director, but Schwitz was sometimes not so clever, unsure of which direction he was leading. "It felt great. Most of my films are quite demanding, so this kind of love story was a pleasure for me," Patrick Schwitz said, glancing towards the door where his wife was chatting with Diane. "Hi, honey," Lisa Niemi, Schwitz's wife, who was sharing her experience of using dance moves to maintain her figure with Diane, smiled and waved at her husband as he peeked out from the doorway. "Is there something you need?" No, Patrick Schwitz hadn't expected his wife to be so perceptive and his life faltered. "Diane, where did you put the videotape I prepared?" Ronald quickly stepped in to save the day. "Here." Diane found it on the coffee table and tossed it to Ronald. "Thanks. We still have some things to discuss in more detail. If you get bored, you can go shopping at the boutique downstairs." Ronald smiled at Lisa Niemi. The two returned to their room. Ronald put the videotape into the machine, adjusted the remote, and sat down with Patrick Schwitz. Patrick Schwitz was puzzled. It reminded him of his acting training classes years ago. He stared at the television screen, where the MGM and United Artists logos appeared. Then, to rhythmic music, a red Ferrari appeared on the screen, slowly lowered by a crane at the port. "Have you seen it?" Ronald pointed at the television. "Rain Man? Of course, I watched it twice. Dustin Hoffman is really amazing." Patrick Schwitz thought Ronald was going to analyze Hoffman's acting skills, a two-time Oscar winner. "No, you should watch Tom's movies." After finishing the first scene, Ronald quickly fast-forwarded to the scene where Tom Cruise's character inherits his father's estate, only to discover he has an autistic brother who gets all the inheritance. Then, he and his girlfriend plot to kidnap his brother and escape. Patrick Schwitz stared at Cruise on the screen. Back when they were filming The Outsiders, Tom was still his little brother. Why was Ronald making him learn acting from him? Looking at him from left to right, Schwitz couldn't see where Tom Cruise's acting was better than Dustin Hoffman's. He gradually lost patience, and coupled with a bit of pride, he kept shifting his position on the sofa. "Have you noticed? Tom's character is in a very similar situation to Sam after he becomes a ghost. He becomes an observer of the action, not a participant. The main task becomes to draw the audience's interest into Hoffman's character." "Oh," Schwitz's squeaking stopped. He gradually became engrossed in the film. "I see. Sam, as a ghost, is actually on the same side as the audience. His perspective is the audience's perspective. The audience hopes that he can quickly elicit a response from Molly, make her believe him, believe that Carl is a bad guy, and that Molly won't agree to date him and fall into the hands of the bad guys. Despite lacking interaction with other main characters in the film, it still manages to evoke empathy from the audience. The secret lies in Tom Cruise's acting style, which primarily guides the audience's thoughts and emotions, allowing them to feel a sense of anxious anticipation. The main interactions are between Molly, Carl, and the medium Adam. Furthermore, because Sam, the protagonist of Ghost, ultimately re-establishes communication with Molly through Adam, The audience's final emotional releases through this character, avoiding the situation in Rain Man where Cruz's excellent performance wasn't well received. I think if you directed Rain Man, it would definitely be very good, Patrick Schwitz exclaimed after listening to Ronald's analysis and discussing Sam's acting style. According to Ronald, Dustin Hoffman's performance wasn't actually a guaranteed Best Actor win. I told you, unless Tom plays that idiot. Monday morning, filming resumed. Hey Pat, you're in such great form today, I have to push myself, otherwise you'll overshadow me. Don't steal the spotlight, Whoopi Goldberg, a straightforward person who liked to exaggerate, keenly noticed Schwitz's sudden improvement. Previously, when acting alongside him, he always seemed a bit lacking in intensity because he had no one to interact with. But in the new scene, Schwitz's explosiveness had reached a new level, and it seemed his own improvisation was gradually losing ground. Patrick Schwitz glanced at Ronald behind the camera and smiled. Aha, did Ronald teach you some secret? Whoopi Goldberg laughed happily, half-jokingly approaching him. Director, I want your individual coaching too. Come on. Ronald didn't want to engage with an actress like Whoopi. He might get caught up in her conversation. What's wrong? I'm so pitiful. The director doesn't want to flirt with me, Whoopi Goldberg persisted, hugging Ronald and then giving him 2 exaggerated kisses on the cheek. Kiss, Whoopi, is that enough? Ronald, unable to resist her teasing, had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. I haven't kissed enough. All the handsome guys in the crew are either snatched up by Demi, or there's no chance for us, Whoopi pointed at Schwitz, making Demi Moore laugh heartily. How about you give me a few more close-up shots? I want to film a love scene with Demi right away. It'll be arranged. Ronald knew this black comedian had an excellent sense of propriety, her jokes always skirting the line where the other person would feel uncomfortable. He quickly agreed, trying to stop joking around. Now it was Demi Moore's turn to be embarrassed. Still in the apartment set of the studio, the scene being filmed is Sam finding the psychic Adame and using the ability to move small objects, a skill he learned from the ghosts in the subway, to make the lucky coin levitate, convincing Molly that Sam's ghost is in her home. Because their separation was so sudden, and they miss each other terribly, Sam, through Adame's body, finally touches Molly. From Sam's perspective, it's Patrick Schwitz embracing, touching, and kissing Demi Moore. From Molly's perspective, it's a reunion with her past lover, Adame. Therefore, this scene is somewhat unique. The script actually included several passionate scenes between Adame and Molly at this point. Action. The camera focuses on Whoopi Goldberg sitting in a chair, as Patrick Schwitz walks over and makes a gesture of upper body contact. Ronald's 3 visual effects supervisors were all on set. They needed to estimate the difficulty and timeline of converting the scene into the ghost possession visual effects in post-production. If it wasn't suitable, they could suggest a reshoot. Cut. Ronald looked at Van Fleet and the others, who all nodded in agreement. Let's continue. Then Whoopi Goldberg was about to play Adame, possessed by Sam. She shuddered, then her brows furrowed, as if a ghost had regained its body and sense of touch, somewhat confused and excited. Then her brows relaxed, and she turned her head slightly, revealing a resemblance to Patrick Schwitz's expression and demeanor. Tisk. Ronald, watching from behind the camera, had to admit that Whoopi Goldberg was indeed a good actress, but she liked to tease her co-stars, and sometimes even herself, which was a bit much. Demi Moore sat opposite her, her hands resting on her knees. The camera focused on the hands, and then Whoopi Goldberg's hands, painted with a bright red nail polish, entered the frame, taking Demi's ringed hand in hers. At first, the white hands seemed a little tense, clasped tightly together. Then the black hands took their place, slowly separating them. Gradually, the black hands gently stroked the white hands, calming their owner. The camera then panned up, from the palms to the arms, finally to the chest and neck, and then settled on a close-up of Demi Moore's face. Molly had gone from tense to at ease. She still had so much to say to Sam, so many intimate things to do with him, but at this moment, time was limited. She closed her eyes, trying to recall the image of her boyfriend Sam, imagining that the person opposite her wasn't the short, stout black man, Adame, but the tall Sam. Cut. Ronald, feeling good, called for a stop. Hey Ronald, why did you call cut? My love scene with Demi isn't over yet. Whoopi Goldberg was dissatisfied and yelled at Ronald. The love scene exists only in Molly's imagination. Your task is complete. You're kicking me while I'm down. Whoopi Goldberg knew the director was retaliating against her joke, so she immediately pretended to be very disappointed and started complaining. I prepared for my scene with Demi for 3 whole days. When I was practicing the scene, I wouldn't let my boyfriend into the bedroom, otherwise, if I opened my eyes and didn't see Demi's face, I would feel disgusted. Ha ha ha. Demi Moore knew Whoopi was being silly and laughed so hard she lay on the sofa rubbing her stomach. Don't blame me, blame the MPAA. This is a PG-13 movie, we can't anger the ratings officers. Ronald's implication was clear, even if there were some passionate scenes, the MPAA would turn a blind eye, but for a plus-size black actress to be intimate with a beauty like Demi Moore on screen was just too much. Ha ha ha, Whoopi Goldberg laughed at herself. I don't care, director, you have to give me more close-ups, that'll happen when we go to New York to shoot on location, then you'll have room to improvise. Chapter 1133 Demi Moore doesn't like to smile. Cut. Great, great, Patrick, keep it up. Most of Patrick Schwitz's scenes involved very difficult performances. The feeling of facing a room full of people, but no one seeing you, requires a strong imagination to pull off. Ronald had the extras encourage Schwitz as much as possible, applauding him after each take to boost his pride. He also had to give Schwitz a lot of psychological support, constantly telling him he was satisfied with his performance. Filming a monologue in front of a camera isn't actually as difficult as many people imagine. There's usually an actor behind the camera acting opposite you. During filming, you're still performing in front of a real person, interacting with them through eye contact, facial expressions, body language, etc. The final result on screen is, of course, astonishing, as if he performed such a powerful act out of thin air. But the real difficulty lies in Patrick Schwitz's performance. When the camera was pointed at him, there were more than one actor surrounding him, but because of the plot, no one could see Sam's ghost, they all had to ignore Schwitz. In other words, what seemed like an easy performance actually resulted in Patrick Schwitz receiving no feedback from any of the actors. It's said that acting is about reactions. Two characters responding normally to each other's lines can mutually reinforce each other. On the surface, many actors were present, but the performance received no feedback. This was Patrick Schwitz's challenge. Sometimes, Ronald would stand behind the camera, acting as Schwitz's only audience and the one who affirmed his performance. He didn't need to react much, a simple affirming look and a slight nod were enough to give Schwitz encouragement. Even so, there were still many scenes that Ronald wasn't satisfied with. Unfortunately, Patrick Schwitz wasn't a top-tier actor. Ronald had to use more close-ups to connect scenes he felt weren't convincing enough. This is the strength of stars like Patrick Schwitz. Close-up shots, ever since their invention by Hollywood's first great director, D.W. Griffith, have been a source of star power. The human brain has a unique recognition pattern for faces. We recognize an acquaintance much faster than an animal or any other living or inanimate object. Simply put, our brains love looking at faces, especially attractive ones that evoke certain impulses. Since an attractive face was magnified and close up on a 2-story wide screen and enjoyed by hundreds of viewers in a dark, undisturbed room, the species of star was born. When Patrick Schwitz occasionally faltered, Ronald would insert a close-up shot to make the audience forget the less-than-perfect performance, immersing them directly in the joy and pain of seeing that star's face, unconsciously shifting their attention to the next scene. Patrick is really amazing. Seeing how he filmed that scene made me realize how difficult it is. Demi Moore, who played Schwitz's co-star behind the camera in this scene, nodded in admiration after Ronald gave Schwitz a pep talk. Tell your colleagues about it, Ronald added. What do you mean? Demi Moore was a little confused. I mean, when you're marketing the film, you should talk to the media about the difficulty of Patrick's performance, and also, well, never mind. Ronald stopped talking as Schwitz approached and quickly went up to him, showering him with praise. Demi Moore seemed to understand. Patrick Schwitz was already a star with a considerable fan base after Spicy Dance, but like all celebrities who aspire to be good actors, he hoped to gain critical and award recognition through this film. However, such acting, let alone the audience, even ordinary actors wouldn't understand the difficulty involved. Therefore, in a critics circle dominated by those lacking filmmaking experience, and in an awards circle primarily composed of actors unfamiliar with this type of role, Schwitz's acting this time didn't receive much recognition for its brilliance. Ronald's comment, "Tell your colleagues more," was a veiled complaint. Is it almost my turn? Soon, after Schwitz's scenes were largely filmed, it was Demi Moore's turn. She also had several scenes in the film that required her to act without feedback. Almost. Wait a bit. Patrick will come and rehearse with you to help you get a feel for the role, Ronald replied with a smile. This role wasn't too difficult for an actress of Demi Moore's caliber. Her challenges were simpler than Schwitz's. For example, the scenes filmed today were close-ups of her facing the camera. These included the scene immediately after Sam's death, the scene where Molly misses her boyfriend in the middle of the night and silently sheds tears, and the scene where Sam exposes the villain Carl and bids farewell to Molly before going to heaven. Although these two scenes are far apart in the script, the locations are the same, so in medium to large-scale productions like this, they are usually filmed together. This makes it easier to coordinate and also helps the actors find the right emotional nuances. I don't think I need anyone to act opposite me, I need some time alone to prepare. Demi Moore carefully reviewed the script again and suddenly made a request. Okay, I'll go tell Patrick. Ronald would consider the actors' requests. These solo scenes mainly rely on the actors drawing on their imagination and past emotional memories. Ronald wouldn't make demands on the actors like the method actors, forcing them to recall emotions from a particular period of their lives. But he would definitely agree to how the actors wanted to act. This scene shows Molly after the funeral, doing pottery alone, unable to sleep, and suddenly, the grief that has accumulated for days is triggered by a small event and explodes. The camera focuses only on her, and the audience mainly relies on Demi's acting skills to evoke sympathy. Action. Demi Moore sat atop the wooden staircase of the house. The camera panned upwards, filling more than 2/3 of the frame with a tall wooden ladder, upon which sat Demi Moore, her face etched with sadness. Demi Moore's performance was excellent, the sadness and grief were palpable. Then, she was about to pick up the lucky coin from the glass jar and throw it forcefully against the opposite wall, towards the camera. Sorry, Demi Moore hesitated for a long time, then suddenly raised her hand just before throwing the coin. Cut. Ronald called for a stop. Demi Moore rarely called for a stop because she wasn't emotionally invested. What was wrong this time? I think the emotions are off. When people are in despair and sadness, they don't have the energy to explode. They often live in a daze for a long time, and only when something suddenly triggers it, and the pain and sorrow surge into their hearts. Do they have no energy? You're right, Ronald agreed with Demi Moore's idea. This kind of acting, which can more accurately understand and grasp the psychology of a character, requires talent. Tisk, Ronald sighed. Demi Moore was still unlucky. No one saw her potential like he did. The roles she had previously received were all urban women with a bit of a bitch vibe, and she just had to play herself. Action, Ronald shouted again. Demi Moore sat blankly on the second floor at the top of the ladder, her eyes full of sadness, rolling a glass jar containing coins back and forth on the floor with one hand. Sigh, Demi Moore's eyes were unfocused. She was looking at Ronald behind the camera, and memories flooded back. Why didn't this man want to develop a reliable relationship with her? If he wanted, she could have been a devoted wife and mother like Diane. Instead, she ended up marrying a roughneck like Bruce Willis, forced to change diapers and feed the baby in the middle of the night like a servant. What was wrong with relying on men to climb the social ladder because of her humble origins? She blamed herself for revealing too much of her true self when she discovered this unpolished diamond. A wave of sadness washed over her. Demi Moore flicked her finger, and the glass bottle slowly rolled down the wooden stairs. The bottle rolled faster and faster, shattering on the third step after falling 2 steps. Crack, cut. Ronald paused for a few seconds before calling for a stop. The shot was perfect. The glass bottle was a prop, and the shattering was crisp and clean. Moreover, Demi Moore's expression, her eyes brimming with tears, yet unable to hold them back, created a heartbreakingly pitiful expression. Wonderful, Ronald led the applause, which resounded throughout the studio. Demi Moore is a method actor, she must be thinking about her memories. I wonder what's making her so melancholy and sorrowful. Ronald didn't dare ask Demi. Perhaps Emilio Estevez had an affair with a Latina and fathered a child while they were dating? That didn't seem likely. Maybe it was her kind stepfather, driven to suicide by her mother's torment? Sigh, Demi has had a tough time. Demi Moore seemed still caught up in her emotions. It's actually very dangerous for method actors to evoke emotional memories. If the emotion is something that caused her past trauma, human nature tends to hide it, to avoid thinking about it. To move the audience, to successfully evoke empathy, And to completely recall such a trauma that the subconscious wants to avoid is actually quite damaging to the actor. Demi Moore couldn't immediately shake off her self-pity. Seeing Ronald approach, she hugged him tightly and began to sob. "God, good girl, you're a good girl. Don't cry, I can feel it, it's all over." Ronald held Demi Moore, feeling her intense and heartbroken crying. She was trembling violently in his arms, seemingly overwhelmed by emotion. Several minutes passed before Demi Moore's shoulders stopped shaking involuntarily. She felt the warmth of Ronald's embrace and slowly calmed down. "Everyone, let's take an hour's break, let Demi rest and recover." Ronald looked at Demi Moore, who looked incredibly vulnerable, her eyes red. Her usual strong motherly image had shattered. Ronald seemed to see her collapsed in the hospital years ago, pouring out her heart to him. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control my emotions. Thank you, it's okay. I'll give you some hot drinks, it'll make you feel better. Calm down slowly, don't rush." Ronald's loving care seemed to make Demi Moore feel even worse. HMPH. Demi Moore picked up a plush toy in the dressing room and started hitting it hard. "Let's get ready, we're shooting another close-up scene XXX. Seeing Demi Moore come out after resting, Ronald quickly told the crew to get ready. Such huge emotional swings are actually quite damaging to actors. But this is their job. Behind fame, money, and the love of fans, there are also these vulnerable moments. "I love you." Schwitz, who was acting opposite her, stood behind the camera. This time it was Sam's ghost's turn to say these words. He had taken his revenge, scaring Carl, who had killed him, to death. His last wish was to tell Molly, whom he was destined to be with, that he loved her and end his life on Earth. Demi Moore was facing a close-up shot, and she looked at Patrick Schwitz behind the camera. No, it was actually Ronald. She also called out, "Dido." This was originally Sam's way of avoiding saying "I love you" because of uncertainty about the future. Now, it has become Molly's remembrance of her lost lover. Her eyes are filled with tears, welling up. Under the lighting approved by the visual effects supervisor, the flickering light on her face makes her exceptionally clear. During post-production, rim lighting will be added to Sam's image. This is a technique to portray a kind ghost going to heaven, so that the audience understands that Sam is going to heaven. To ensure lighting consistency, the 3 visual effects supervisors, led by Van Fleet, were all on set to maintain the consistency of lighting between visual effects shots and reaction shots. Therefore, Demi Moore's face is also illuminated by flickering light. Suddenly, she can no longer hold back her tears, and a single, crystal clear tear rolls down her right eye first. Then another tear rolls down her left eye. Demi Moore's facial expression changes from pain to joy, and finally to a faint smile. These were all incredibly difficult performances. Molly had to escape death, avenge her family, reunite with her lover, and finally watch him go to heaven. In less than half a minute, the emotions built layer by layer, perfectly conveying the rich and moving feelings. Demi Moore's performance was remarkably convincing. She acted exceptionally well, as if recalling a similar experience in her own life. She paid a price, but also received some rewards, and achieved some dreams. Cut. Ronald grimaced, helplessly calling for a stop. Demi Moore's entire performance was excellent, except for the final scene where she watched Sam go to heaven. Her smile didn't last long enough. It was only about half a second before the relieved smile on her face disappeared. Although the main emotion of the film's ending was supposed to be a bittersweet one, and the emotion Ronald wanted the audience to experience, that smile was simply too short. Ronald felt it wasn't enough to affirm Molly's past sweet life and expectations. "You don't seem to like smiling, Demi." Ronald was at a loss and filmed a second take, but Demi's smile was even shorter. Even with editing, it was impossible to cut it all out. He looked at Demi Moore, hoping she could smile for a little longer. "No, I can't." Demi Moore had already filmed 2 takes. The high difficulty, the extreme emotional shifts between 2 extremes, had exhausted her acting energy. Okay, Ronald had no choice but to resort to technical means. He used slow motion to reshoot the female lead smile, and then used slow motion to lengthen Demi's smile during editing. Cut. This time, there was only one smiling shot, and Patrick Schwitz wasn't standing behind the camera with Demi. Demi Moore looked at Ronald behind the camera, her expression even more sorrowful. That smile was tinged with tears, 7 parts sadness and 3 parts joy, coupled with glistening tears. It was almost unbearable for the audience to watch. Why couldn't Molly and Sam, these 2 lovers, be together? Cut. Seeing that Schwitz wasn't there, and that Demi seemed to be acting even more intensely, Ronald had a guess in his mind. He didn't dare to explore further, and once he had captured the necessary footage, he immediately announced the end of today's filming. Chapter 1134, Making a movie to help with the New York City mayoral election. This time, you need to sit in the same position and make the same body posture as before, because this is related to the visual effects of the ghost possession. Whoopee, no improvisation. Our technology can't support your improvisational performance yet. Okay, how did I sit at the end of the last take? Like this, or like this. Whoopi Goldberg, dressed in a gaudy golden costume, sat in a room furnished with antique furniture, performing her main scene from Act II. After contacting Sam and being annoyed by his horribly awful rendition of Henry VIII, she reluctantly went to see Molly, and the psychic Dame suddenly gained her family's psychic abilities. Now, her small room was filled with clients who came to ask her to communicate, and a room full of ghosts waiting to communicate with their families. The next scene was about a black ghost named Orlando who wanted to communicate with his living wife, while his wife only wanted to ask where her deceased wife's life insurance policy was, with an estate lawyer she had hooked up with nearby. Okay, let's begin. Action. After Van Fleet carefully measured Whoopi Goldberg's hand and foot positions, Ronald began filming the visual effects. The camera was meticulously restored to its original position, and the industrial light and magic, camera operator repeated the camera movement trajectory of the previous shot on a specially designed track machine. Only two identical shooting scenes, along with the same camera movement, could allow the footage from several takes to be repeatedly exposed onto a single sample using ILM's film printer. Cut. Ronald watched as Audrey rolled her eyes, seemingly fast asleep, her acting superb. Change people. Everyone stay still, Ronald gave the order, and the first assistant director began loudly urging everyone to quickly restore everything to its original state. The black man playing Orlando leaped over to the chair Whoopi Goldberg had just been sitting in, then sat firmly in her position, striking a similar pose to Audrey. Cut. Ronald waved, and everyone busied themselves again, restoring everything to its original state. Odessa, is that you? Where are you? I can't see you. Whoopi Goldberg's acting was superb, her accent seamlessly transitioned to that of a middle-aged black man, her movements and expressions making it seem as if the actor playing Orlando had possessed her. Orlando? Is that you? The actress playing his wife, with short red hair, became excited. Yes, this is Odessa, she's right here. The estate lawyer, who had come with his wife, also became excited. They had come to see the medium because they wanted to know where Orlando's life insurance policy had gone. It was a large sum of money. Whoopi Goldberg's facial muscles shifted rapidly, her eyes wide open. Ronald, standing nearby, couldn't help but applaud. This close-up of her face, although everyone could tell she was a woman, made her expression look very much like a man. This shot might even earn her an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actress. Ronald thought behind the camera, noting that the supporting actors in his films were all outstanding, with 4 or 5 already nominated. Whoopi Goldberg, now the ghost Orlando, widened her eyes, suddenly seeming to see the other person's face clearly. Startled, she asked, Atiza, what did you do to your hair? Orlando, do you like it? I had a hairstylist cut it for me, it's called the Autumn Dawn hairstyle. Cut. After Ronald called a halt, Demi Moore, who was watching their filming, couldn't hold back any longer. Ho-ha, you did it on purpose. Ronald, what do you mean, on purpose? I don't understand what you're talking about. Ronald deliberately suppressed his laughter. Ho-ha, Patrick Schwitz, who knew the inside story, also laughed uproariously. This was a reenactment of Ronald's shocked expression when he saw Demi Moore had secretly cut her long hair before filming began. PFFT, ha, I can't take it anymore. Demi Moore also burst into laughter, squatting on the ground and rubbing her stomach. Filming requires a little relaxation, especially for ghost and romance films like this. It involves shooting the same scene repeatedly for long periods, and accurately delivering emotions under high pressure. Everyone had accumulated a lot of stress and resentment. These timely pranks and jokes helped relieve that pressure. Afterwards, everyone adapted to the visual effects shooting process, which was simply shooting a scene twice. After filming the scene of Dame being possessed by a ghost, we then filmed Whoopi Goldberg sitting in a chair stretching in pain, and Orlando's actor bouncing off the chair and rolling away. Then, in the special effects workshop, Using advanced Photoshop, we used masking to overlay the two images, adding contour lighting, to achieve the effects of the ghost possessing Odame and being bounced off. Once we adapted to these novel special effects shoots, the filming schedule sped up again. Ronald could go home on time every day again to have dinner with Diane. 4 weeks later, the scenes filmed at Paramount Studios went very well. The entire crew moved to New York to begin shooting indoor scenes with street views and several outdoor scenes. In general, there were a few scenes. First, there was the scene where Sam and Molly moved into their apartment and a sculpture was hoisted in through the window, allowing the audience to get to know Sam, Molly, and the villain Carl's personality traits. Second, there was the scene where Sam and Molly went to see a Broadway play, and on their way home, they were discussing a major issue in their relationship. Sam hadn't said "I love you," and Molly felt insecure. Then, a robber attacked them, and Sam was stabbed to death while protecting Molly. Thirdly, after Sam became a ghost, Molly didn't believe the words relayed by the medium Odame he had hired. One day, she happened to see a ghost in the subway who could move beer bottles, and she pestered him to teach her. Finally, she used the awful Henry VIII interlude to coerce Odame into finding Molly again, and then used his mind to move a lucky coin in front of her, making Molly believe that her ghost still had something to say to her. Have a nice weekend, Ronald. Have a nice weekend. See you in New York on Monday. Several celebrities had gone home for the weekend, and Ronald hurriedly said goodbye to Diane, taking a late-night flight directly to New York. He still had a lot of preparation work to do, first confirming that the New York filming locations met his requirements. Oh, so this is a one-to-one replica of the home of that installation artist Michelle Ocadonia, a blonde, blue-eyed beauty grabbed Ronald's arm and asked. Yes, exactly the same. Ronald took out many photos and, accompanied by art director Polly Pratt and production designer Jane Mask who had arrived earlier, slowly checked the set. Sure enough, thanks to the hard work of the top Hollywood professional team, all the sets and the interior decoration of the studio were exactly the same. Outside was the Lower Manhattan neighborhood near Broadway, and not far away was the set of the outdoor dance scene for Ronald's first New York film, Fame. I'm glad you approve. I have to go back to my kids. Jane's going to see her husband Tony too, Polly said curtly to Ronald. After explaining things to him, she pulled him to a corner of the room. Don't let Diane be sad. Polly Pratt knew that the woman with Ronald now was his New York companion, Helen Slater. Because she had been dumped by the famous director Bogdanovich, she was very sensitive about such things, unlike most Hollywood people. Sigh. I won't. Ronald knew this matter couldn't completely conform to societal norms. And don't let Helen be sad. Don't let them end up like me. Polly Pratt gave Ronald a "you'd better watch yourself" look, then said goodbye and left. Previously, because her husband Bogdanovich had fallen for Sybil Shepherd, this multi-talented Hollywood woman, Polly Pratt, had experienced a period of unemployment and the pressure of raising her daughter alone, crying at home every day. It was Roger Coleman who stepped in to help, giving her a job, which helped her through the difficult times. She had always admired Ronald, Roger Coleman's spiritual successor, and certainly wouldn't be as indifferent to the women around her as Bogdanovich. What are you and Polly talking about? Helen came over and pulled Ronald's arm again. They hadn't seen each other for a while, and in the first few days of their reunion, they were inseparable. She said she wanted me to spend more time with you, Ronald said with a smile. Helen Slater and Patrick Dempsey co-starred in a college comedy, Nora Ephron's directorial debut, which had already finished filming. Ephron had even called to invite him over to see a sample and offer some editing tips. Ronald refused outright. He didn't want to see Helen playing lovers with other handsome men on screen, no matter it was a project he had invested in. Where are we going tonight? Helen didn't care about any of that, she just wanted to be with her lover. Since their discussions about acting had been unpleasant, they simply avoided mentioning those things. Who are you going to vote for in this year's mayoral election? What does it matter? I don't want to vote for either of them, Helen exclaimed in surprise. It's good that you're not a die-hard Dickens fan. We're having dinner with another candidate, Rudy, tonight. I need his help with some location shooting in the subway for my movie. What are we having for dinner? Japanese cuisine, recommended by Sony's Ogo-san. That's more like it. I forgive you for hanging out with the elephant party leader. You know my mother is a staunch Donald Party member. Mr. Rudy, thank you for taking the time to meet me amidst your busy campaign schedule. Ronald and Helen greeted Rudy at the foot of the steps of the luxurious Japanese restaurant. Hello, Ronald, it's honor. We in the disciplinary department all like your movie, unlike those who make movies that are incomprehensible. This film is also very relevant to the safety of New York, so of course we will support it." Rudy and Ronald shook hands firmly, and the group took off their shoes and entered the tatami room. "I hope you don't have any prejudice against me, Miss Helen Slater." After greeting Helen, Rudy brought up his campaign. "You know, I'm not running under the Elephant Party name. It's just that, compared to the Donald Party, I share some of the Elephant Party's views more closely, such as ensuring the safety of Manhattan. This year, thanks to our strong crackdown, the crime rate has finally started to decline. If someone with policies like Dickens comes to power, I'm afraid we'll see a repeat of the Central Park jogger incident." This touches on Helen's biggest concern. While she agrees with the Democrats on other issues, the recent deterioration of security in Manhattan has reached a point where even wealthy neighborhoods are starting to panic. Although the Central Park 5 case has been adjudicated, the Democratic mayoral candidate is using it to his advantage, insisting it's a conspiracy against Black and Latino people of color. It's not entirely unreasonable. The 5 who committed the violent attack in Central Park were Black and Latino. But the solution clearly isn't to bring more Black people to the area around Central Park, is it? Dinkins' so-called kaleidoscope policy aims to introduce more public housing into Manhattan, where property taxes are high, to allow for cultural exchange and integration among different ethnic groups. He believes this is the best way to achieve racial reconciliation and improve security. Everything else is tolerable, but Helen and Ronald experienced a violent attack in Central Park together. That Black boy almost stabbed her lover. "I'll support anything, but this is absolutely unacceptable." Helen chatted with Rudy about politics for a while longer. And to be honest, his ideas of governing Hollywood with harsh laws, protecting the poor and middle class from exploitation by Wall Street tycoons, were quite in line with the values of a traditional Democratic Party member. Mr. Rudy, you've convinced me. I think you've won my vote. There's a reason you're not running as an elephant. While I really like your strategies for improving law and order, pursuing fairness, and severely punishing corrupt officials, I still have a bit of a mental block about putting a checkmark for someone whose name ends in R, Elephant Party, on my ballot. You're absolutely right, Miss Slater. My campaign advisor told me the same thing. Rudy was very patient with Helen, discussing many political views with her. Of course, this was all out of consideration for Ronald, otherwise, he wouldn't have been interested in talking so much with a second-rate Hollywood actress. The plot of Ronald's movie perfectly aligned with Rudy's campaign platform. Terrible city security, with robberies occurring even near iconic Broadway, culminating in the protagonist's stabbing death. The NYPD diligently performed its duties, but due to the sheer number of heinous crimes, they lacked the resources to investigate and solve cases. Ultimately, the bad guys were punished. Carl, who had exploited legal loopholes in Wall Street banks to launder money, had his ill-gotten gains transferred to nuns at a church, donated to disadvantaged women and children. These plot points perfectly matched Rudy's campaign demands: safety, fairness, and a golden age for New York. The filming of Ronald's movie was a perfect campaign tool. Just a few news releases stating that Ronald's new film was made with the cooperation of the NYPD, followed by a few more news articles discussing the movie's plot. To be honest, which female Patrick Schwitz fan would want to see her idol die? Which male Demi Moore fan wouldn't be heartbroken to see the corrupt banker Carl trying to steal her away? A film shoot that inherently generates media coverage could easily create topics beneficial to one's election campaign. Let's see how Dinkins handles that then. Because of this huge favor, and because of the donation from Ronald's friend, Little Douglas, and their influence on Staten Island, Rudy readily agreed to all of Ronald's filming requests. The NYPD specifically designated a block near Broadway for him to film the scene of Sam's assassination, and even sent real NYPD officers to participate in the filming and maintain order. He also offered to lend Ronald the NYPD South Manhattan office for location shooting. He also handled the subway filming requests. They could even borrow a station platform on a Manhattan subway line after it closed for one night to film. I didn't expect the Elephant Party members to be so unreasonable. I thought they were all like those evangelicals. After dinner, Helen had a very good impression of Rudy, who had paid Ronald. This man was a high achiever and a former deputy attorney general, quite different from the Republican politicians she remembered who watched evangelical television all the time. Even in New York, the center of the universe, there were plenty of evangelical pastors and Republican politicians who opposed evolution in schools and demanded the teaching of creationism. This was unbearable for Helen, a child raised in a liberal family. Turning on the TV, she saw many missionary channels in predominantly black areas like the Bronx and Brooklyn, all advocating for the teaching of creationism in public high schools. This is terrible. Helen tuned to a well-known evangelical channel, Trinity Network, TBN, where Pastor Paul Crouch was promoting creationism. Luckily, our kids won't go to those kinds of high schools, Ronald thought, assuming his children would definitely go to private schools. Our kids? We'll have to wait a bit. I'm currently at the peak of my career. Helen assumed Ronald was specifically referring to our kids. Okay, I'll go get the security measures. Chapter 1135. Various metaphors assist Rudy in the election campaign. Attention all units, double-check the strength of the hoisting scaffold. The first assistant director, megaphone in hand, directed the crew at the apartment building where Molly and Sam's home in the film was being recreated, a scale replica of the installation artist's house. The NYPD, with the backing of Rudy, provided Ronald's crew with significant convenience. Prince Street in Soho was completely closed off for the filming of this scene. After checking the safety measures, Ronald personally tugged on the wooden scaffold outside the apartment, a common practice among Italian-American movers, used to temporarily secure a wooden frame and casters above the window for moving extra tall, extra large furniture. Action, Ronald confirmed, signaling the start of filming from inside the apartment. A wooden statue of the Virgin Mary was pulled from the ground to the window. All the window panes weren't installed yet, they'd wait for the furniture to arrive. Demi Moore, wearing jeans and a gray shirt, climbed onto the windowsill. She was about to reach for the statue. Molly, worried that the movers might damage the statue, wanted to bring it in herself. Cut. Ronald, of course, wanted to protect the star. After filming Demi Moore's back as she climbed onto the windowsill, he called cut. Then he changed the angle and filmed a close-up of Demi's safety harness around her waist and hips, which could then be edited together. Ready, Demi Moore fastened her safety harness around her waist and, with her back to the camera, began preparing. Action, she reached out a hand to reach the wooden statue, but couldn't. Demi Moore then reached out a foot. The camera filmed her hand and foot sticking out of the window from above. The camera only captured her upper body from behind, effectively hiding all the safety measures from view. Although it would look scary on screen later, with ample safety measures, there was no danger at all. Cut. The stunt team began unfastening Demi Moore's safety harness and then placed several apple crates under the window frame. Demi Moore climbed back onto the box and continued filming the scene where she reached out with one hand and one foot to reach the statue. The clever camera setup made it appear as if she was reaching out a window. In reality, all of Demi's movements were inside the window frame. During post-production, this action was edited in after the scene of her fastening the safety harness, automatically creating the image of Molly performing a dangerous stunt in the audience's minds. Demi Moore screamed. Patrick Schwitz suddenly attacked from behind, pulling Demi's hand inwards. Molly, played by Demi Moore, lost her balance, screamed in fright, and fell backwards, only to find it was her boyfriend Sam playing a prank. She fell into his arms. Sam, played by Schwitz, also scooped her up, grabbed her legs, and kissed her. Cut. The two actors handled the startled reaction very well. Demi Moore's body language included a sudden, abrupt shrinking motion, like a frightened kitten. Generally, for scenes like this, many actors can only achieve such a convincing audience reaction by genuinely being frightened. Demi Moore's contraction demonstrated that the actress's physical awareness and emotional control were exceptional. Very good, Ronald praised the actress and continued filming the next scene. Patrick Schwitz gripped the window frame, seemingly doing a pull-up, and kicked out at the wooden statue outside. With a bang, the statue swung, first tilting outwards, then swinging back under gravity, caught by Schwitz, and then, with the help of workers, carried back into the room. Watch out, Demi Moore, playing Molly, smiled at her boyfriend's cleverness and quickly went to help. Sam, Molly, are you there? Came the voice of Tony Goldwyn, playing Carl, from behind. What's he doing here? Molly asked. Slave labor, Sam joked, then called back, come help. Carl quickly stepped forward to help the two lift the statue. Cut. This scene marks the second appearance of the three main characters, showcasing their personalities quite effectively. Molly is assertive and independent, Sam is intelligent but somewhat frivolous, and Carl is Sam's sidekick who secretly loves Molly. From their very first appearance, the three main characters are quickly established in the audience's mind. Ronald's narrative skills are becoming increasingly refined. The three actors' reactions are also excellent, drawing the audience into the story and making them immediately aware of their characters, eagerly anticipating what will happen next. Director, the Daily News reporter is here. Assistant Richie Lake, a chubby girl, informed Ronald of the prearranged interview. Hello, Ronald replied, taking advantage of a break during the relighting. He chatted with a Daily News reporter. This time, instead of sending an entertainment reporter, they had brought in a senior current affairs reporter. The reporter watched as Ronald skillfully directed the crew, asking questions intermittently when he had a spare moment. After asking about expectations for the new film and the current success of When Harry Met Sally in New York, the reporter brought up the agreed-upon topic. I saw in your filming plan that the male lead is stabbed to death in Manhattan, New York. Is that a tragedy? A tragedy? Perhaps you could interpret it that way, but it's mainly for the sake of the story. The film is called Ghost, so you can imagine that the male lead is mostly in ghost form. Personally, I see it as a romantic love story. The most important thing in love is mutual understanding. There are many barriers between couples, and sometimes you need to open your heart to convey your love. I saw in the script that the male lead is robbed in a high-end area of Manhattan, like Broadway, and then stabbed while protecting his girlfriend. Is this a metaphor for the current state of security in New York? A metaphor? Maybe. But that plot was written by the screenwriter. You'll have to ask him. In my opinion, it's for the sake of the narrative, not a satire of the current state of security in New York. Of course, the security situation is indeed not good now. There was the Central Park case recently. As someone who grew up in New York, I want this city to return to safety and peace, so that running in Central Park won't be dangerous anymore. Ronald stopped there, not naming any candidates, but his words were all criticisms of New York's security situation. He wasn't afraid of Dinkins' side attacking him for this reason. Because New York's security is now a concern for everyone. Even a black politician like Dinkins, whose most stable voter base is black people, had to repeatedly promise at campaign rallies that maintaining the city's safety would be his top priority if elected. After all, black people, like white people, only have one life. Although the Central Park attack involving a black man and a white man sparked much controversy and was used by both sides to blame each other, the black communities in the Bronx were actually the most affected by the deteriorating security situation. It's just that violent crimes between black people don't have much news value, so they aren't widely reported by the media. Filming in New York went exceptionally smoothly thanks to Rudy's help. That evening, Ronald and the crew arrived at Wall Street, the only route from Broadway to their apartment. It was a 5-minute walk from the Broadway show, then another 5 minutes around the corner to their apartment. It was a small street intersecting Wall Street, dimly lit by streetlights, the ground barely illuminated, the surroundings somewhat dark. This was where Sam had been assassinated. Of course, the crew wasn't worried about security. Besides Ronald's bodyguard Dan bringing in former colleagues for security, the NYPD had also dispatched several police cars to clear the surrounding intersections. Sam and Molly walked along the autumn evening path, chatting about the play and Molly's upcoming gallery exhibition. It was a bit chilly, and Sam draped his coat over Molly. Molly naturally wanted to talk to Sam about their relationship. Sports Illustrated will be covering my exhibition, don't worry, Sam replied. Those reporters are all former art school students who failed, but they have 8 million readers. It's not about them, it's about how I see it. I think your work is absolutely beautiful. Patrick Schwitz and Demi Moore walked down the street like a couple. Their body language clearly conveyed this. Ronald sat behind a camera to the side, with a track set up below. A group of laborers pushed the camera parallel to the two actors, shooting close-ups at a 45-degree angle, which was very aesthetically pleasing. When the audience saw this, it was as if they were walking with a couple, observing the beautiful moments. Hearing Sam's sweet words, Molly smiled sweetly. The words she had been preparing for so long could finally be spoken. Sam, I want to marry you. Demi Moore tightened her grip on Schwitz's arm and said the earth-shattering words. The expression on her face when she proposed showed that she was certain Sam was the one she loved. What? Sam was taken aback, while Schwitz's expression was unreadable. Yes, I've thought a lot, Demi Moore's face clearly said. You heard what I said? Don't expect me to repeat myself. What? Schweitz hadn't even reacted to his girlfriend's sudden proposal. In Hollywood movies, it's generally uncommon for women to propose. This goes against American tradition. If the man doesn't propose, the traditional model of the man working and earning a salary while the woman stays home as a housewife might no longer be popular. Of course, independent urban women like Molly are complete opponents of this tradition. In their view, a woman proposing isn't a big deal, what matters is true love. Are you serious? Patrick Schweitz stopped. Ronald looked at the director of photography, and the camera immediately stopped on the track, the lens moving slightly forward, a close-up from the side, then a 45-degree angle from the front. Demi Moore also stopped, looking at Sam. Yes, I think we should do it this way, she said, looking sweetly at Schweitz's Sam with anticipation. But you never want to talk about this, sigh. Demi Moore sighed, looking at the starry sky on the other side. At this moment, Patrick Schwitz's gaze also shifted from the focal point of their meeting to the ground on the other side. This kind of physical performance is much more important than the dialogue. The message the audience gets from this is that Sam still has doubts about marriage, disappointing Molly, who has mustered up her courage. After all, if a woman is the one who brings up this matter first and is rejected, it will be difficult for the relationship to maintain its current state. If you ignore their expressions and actions and only listen to the dialogue, this important and crucial information will be lost. Molly did not receive the response she expected. She looked up, as if trying to hold back her tears, and the two continued walking forward. Ronald waved his hand, and the laborers began to push the camera to follow them again. After walking a few steps, Molly, played by Demi Moore, took a deep breath and looked at Sam again. She wanted to confirm what their relationship really was. Do you love me, Sam? What do you think? Why don't you say it? Molly was deeply disappointed, avoiding Sam's gaze as she spoke. The two stopped again. This time, Ronald didn't even need to wave, the laborers had already stopped, having rehearsed this many times. What do you mean? Don't I say it every day? No, you didn't say it. You always say Dido, not I love you. I think sometimes saying it isn't important. The two continued walking. This dialogue, with its deep misunderstanding between the two and the nuances of their emotions, was very well portrayed, all viewers would likely agree. Cut. Ronald, feeling the two stars were in excellent form, quickly filmed another take. After capturing the necessary footage, Ronald waved for another actor to come forward, Rick Aviers, who played the robber assassin. A Latino actor, he had a naturally fierce appearance, which, combined with his hairstyle and makeup, made him even more savage. Hi, Rick, long time no see. At that moment, Helen arrived on set. She greeted Rick Aviers. The two had worked together in The Secret to Success, where Rick Aviers played a repairman. Do you mind? Ronald turned around and saw Helen. To save time, he quickly started talking to Rick. Oh, I won't bother you anymore. Helen obediently stepped aside, a smile creeping onto her face as she watched Ronald's instructions. Aha, Demi Moore, watching from the side, thought, Ronald, you're not exactly. When you appear there, move a few bottles and make a sound. It's a signal to the audience. Ronald finished instructing Rick Aviers. The audience, expecting a conflict between Sam and Molly over a rejected proposal, was taken aback. They needed a little hint, like the sound of bottles rolling, to introduce the robbers. Action. The camera was now directly in front of Sam and Molly, and the audience's gaze was fixed on them. Just as they were getting into the bitter moment of a failed proposal, clang, clang, Rick Aviers, playing Willie, kicked over several bottles. Sam and Molly realized something was wrong and turned to leave. Willie chased after them, the camera zooming in on him. His muscular face made him look like a criminal. Ronald watched everything from behind the camera. The name was deliberately chosen. The name Willie carried a certain magic, as it was the name of the fugitive who caused Dukakis's defeat in the presidential election. Of course. To avoid offending black audiences, Ronald chose a Latino actor for the role. Sam pulled Molly away quickly. But Willie was hot on their heels. What do you want? Sensing Willie was behind them, Sam suddenly turned around, trying to scare him away. He was a strong man. One-on-one, he might have a chance, at least giving Molly a chance to escape. Rick Aviers pulled out a prop gun and pressed it against Schweitz's chin. Give it all to him, give it all to him. Molly was terrified. This was no joke. Okay, the money's all here, take it all, let us go. Sam wasn't going to play the hero. Suddenly, Willie shoved Sam, sending him stumbling. and aimed the gun at him. Molly tried to intervene but was slapped across the face by Willie. Seeing things were going badly, Sam struggled to push Willie against the wall. Molly yelled, "Help! Someone come quick!" Bang! The prop gun fired. Cut. Ronald felt that Schwitz and Demi had truly entered a new realm. Their performance tonight was flawless. Not a single movement was inaccurate, nor superfluous. After a short break, the camera focused on the dark street, the lights illuminating the foreground while the background remained shrouded in darkness. Tap tap tap, Rick Avels, playing Willie, hurried away. Tap tap tap, Patrick Schwitz chased after him, but seeing he couldn't catch up, he paused, then returned. The camera initially showed only a figure in the darkness, then the light illuminated his face. Sam had returned. Patrick Schwitz's face was filled with confusion. He seemed to have seen something unbelievable. He crouched down, looking at Molly on the ground. Something he couldn't comprehend had happened. Cut. Ronald shouted, "Quick, quick, makeup artist, special effects makeup." To save time, Schwitz was put on makeup on set. A large blood bag filled with dark red dye and ketchup was placed on his chest. In the shadows, it blended in with real blood. After checking the camera position and angle, filming resumed. "Help! Someone help me!" Demi Moore screamed desperately, clutching Schwitz lying on the ground, red fake blood continuously flowing from his chest. Demi Moore, playing Molly, had Sam's blood all over her hands, face, and body. It turned out that Sam, who had chased after her, was a ghost. He didn't know he was dead. When he returned and saw his own corpse in Molly's arms, he realized what had happened. Cut. This scene couldn't be filmed for long, but fortunately, the two actors' performances were perfect. Ronald looked at the three visual effects supervisors, Van Fleet and the others. They all said that it didn't compromise the accuracy of the visual effects and could be used. "Okay, that's it for today, wrap it up." Helen, who had been waiting patiently, smiled and waited until Ronald finished explaining everything before taking his arm. Ronald was working overtime today, so their dinner was postponed until midnight. Chapter 1136 Endorsement. Action, filming on the streets of New York, secured by the NYPD, continued on Saturday. At 28 Wall Street, where a statue of founding President George Washington stands the historic Federal Convention Center. At this intersection on either side of Wall Street, the NYPD controlled traffic and pedestrian flow, allowing the film crew to work. Extras impersonated hurried pedestrians on Wall Street. This was the first real overtime for the Ghost crew. There was no other reason than that Wall Street couldn't be closed for filming during working hours. The people coming and going on the street were either bankers or people who worked for bankers. Their most striking characteristic was their incredibly fast walking speed, as if slowing down even for a minute would mean losing a multi-million-dollar deal. Therefore, the extras Ronald hired also walked faster than average. However, their numbers were far fewer than on a typical Wall Street workday. The camera focused on the Federal Convention Center across the street, panning down and finally zooming in for a close-up, where Patrick Schwitz and Whoopi Goldberg entered the frame from the left. $4 million. How am I going to spend it? I'm going to buy this building. Wait, I need to send my sister to a weight loss center. She's too fat. Whoopi Goldberg, playing Audrey, is dressed in a purple suit and a hat decorated with feathers, looking quite like a wealthy woman. Audrey was hired by the ghost Sam to impersonate the account holder used by the villain Carl for money laundering, and to empty Carl's accumulated money laundering accounts from the bank where they worked. Wait, you want to spend this money? Yep. Buying a building is better. Buying a building is a good idea. The camera follows the two on a parley track. Whoopi Goldberg is an actress with excellent body control. Her portrayal of Audrey, even in her suit, is awkward and unnatural, very realistic. You need to get the check out, Aim. Yes, I need to get it out, and sign it to prevent it from getting lost. With that, Whoopi Goldberg took the $4 million check out of her seemingly high-end handbag, folded it in half, and stuffed it into her bosom. Wait a minute, you need to endorse the back of the check, Sam's ghost said to Aim. Endorsement? If I endorse it and someone finds my check, can't they just cash it immediately? Aim looked confused, thinking Sam had misspoke, that it was a signature, not an endorsement. Endorsement? This isn't your money, Aim. I never said you could have this money. There's blood on this money. I was murdered because I found it. If you cash it in your own account, they'll definitely find you. Only donating it will keep you safe. Whoopi Goldberg's expression was priceless, utterly disbelieving. Sam's reasoning was perfectly sound. Audaim wouldn't risk her life for $4 million. But this was, after all, $4 million in 1989, and Audaim couldn't accept it emotionally. Her expression was like that of a black woman who had won the Powerball lottery but was told the ticket was fake when she went to claim it. What do you want to do with the money? Look to your right. Cut. After the cut, the camera quickly moved to film the charity fundraising booth across the street. This was a church fundraising booth, and charity events on Wall Street require approval. Ronald had put some thought into which organization to give the donation to. In the end, he gave it to the oldest church, whose uniforms were the most recognizable, and which was compatible with the plot of the film. Two nuns in their habit stood there smiling at the crowd. The sign behind them read that this was a fundraising event for the homeless and poor. If he gave it to other unfortunate groups, Ronald was worried that he would be directly dragged into the very tense election campaign in New York City, so he simply chose a homeless person who wouldn't be objected to by either side. The right wing is mostly comprised of homeowners, and the American wealthy have a long tradition of caring for the less fortunate. Furthermore, this is a church fundraising event, one of the most successful charitable organizations. As for the left wing, many of them are recipients of the donations. Even if there are political motives involved in selecting nuns, there's nothing inherently wrong with it. Bless you, God will bless you, child, an older nun said, beaming as she saw the check. The actress's close-up showed a genuine smile. The other nun, played by a younger woman, was beautiful and elegant. Dressed in black and white with a headdress, she possessed a holy aura. Both women smiled and blessed Audrey, but Audrey wouldn't let go of the check. After all, it was $4 million. Action. Ronald pointed the camera at the nuns and Audrey's hands. Like athletes, they pulled the check towards themselves. Both actresses had a natural talent for action scenes, so the pulling and tugging was very realistic. From the camera's perspective, the audience would definitely think they were really pulling. Let go, Audaim, Sam's ghost urged from the side. These were close-up shots to be reshot later. The old woman looked puzzled, wondering why this woman was so sad about donating money. Whoopi Goldberg's acting was also excellent here. The initial faint smile, followed by genuine heartache, was perfectly conveyed on her ugly face. Of course, the so-called realism and figurateness were all the audience's perception. In reality, it was all acted by Whoopi herself, but her expressions were so interesting that they made the audience think one was fake and the other real. Oh ho, finally, Audaim really let go, her face full of sadness, and she turned and walked away. The camera was still focused on the old woman's hand. The actress really seemed to be taken aback, and after Whoopi Goldberg suddenly let go, she made a backward movement with excessive force. Cut. After reshooting several scenes depicting the main character's reactions, Ronald filmed Audrey's frustrated back as she walked away. Next, they would reshoot the scene with the old woman. Upon opening the check, the older woman was startled, nearly falling over with a cry, but thankfully the younger woman caught her. Cut. Ronald led the applause for the two actresses playing the old woman. Fantastic, Mrs. Rubin, Faye. Ronald went forward to present flowers to the actress playing the older woman. I hope it didn't cause too much trouble. The actress playing the older woman, Mrs. Rubin, was actually Sandra Rubin, the mother of screenwriter Bruce Rubin. Sandra Rubin was an actress who had played the lead role in the critically acclaimed musical Mary Poppins in Detroit. Bruce Rubin had mentioned this to Ronald, and after auditioning her mother, Ronald found her to be a very good actress. Moreover, her age was suitable. So he agreed to let her play the role. Oh, I really enjoyed your performance, Mrs. Rubin. Especially that natural reaction when you were about to pull the check. I think most actors don't perform it as naturally as you. Ronald naturally added his praise. This might be the biggest role in Sandra's life, and it was clear she had prepared thoroughly. Oh, thank you, director. Sure enough, Mrs. Sandra was overjoyed to receive praise from Ronald for her choreographed movements. Faye, you did very well too. Have you ever considered becoming a full-time actress? The actress playing the young nanny was Ronald's script supervisor, Fee Brenner. She was meticulous and hard-working. The film Ghost, due to its special effects, placed extremely high demands on script supervisors, and thanks to her efforts, there were no irreparable mistakes. Plus, she had acted in high school, so Ronald let her have a cameo role. Filmmaking is hard work, long hours, and low pay. Giving them a chance to appear on screen, join the union, and add a line of experience to their resume was Ronald's extra reward for good performances on the crew. Oh, my heart is still pounding. This was the first time Fienbrenner had a few seconds of close-up in such a big-budget theatrical film. Even without lines, she was very satisfied. Okay, let me know if you have any ideas later, Ronald said, seeing her still excited. She didn't seem suited to be a full-time actress. Thank you, director. Wait a few minutes, I'm going to change. Fienbrenner still had her script supervisor duties and hurried to the trailer to change out of the nun's costume. Wait, Fien, Whoopi Goldberg pulled two extras aside, asking Patrick Schwitz to take a photo with him. She was the star who got asked for photos the most. Then she came over to Ronald, feigning displeasure. What about me? Why didn't the director praise my performance? Didn't you like my performance? What, you want my praise too? Ronald took the nun's hat off Fien's head and put it on Whoopi Goldberg's. If you were playing a nun, I'd give you appropriate praise too. Oh, okay, come on. Whoopi Goldberg covered her nun's hood with one hand and started to act silly. Ronald suddenly realized that Whoopi Goldberg in a nun's uniform had a rather interesting effect. Nuns are peaceful, reserved, and kind. But Whoopi possessed a confident, outgoing, impulsive, and restless temperament. These two contradictory qualities created a strange comedic effect in her. Perhaps you should consider playing a nun. Ronald stroked his chin. Really, Whoopi Goldberg found it amusing. The main exterior scenes in New York were almost finished. The bank scenes were filmed through Bannon's connections in a bank with an old-fashioned lobby. Plus, Rudy arranged for the NYPD offices to be open to the crew, making it arguably the most realistic police station scene ever. Soon, the filming of Ghost was packed up, the last day's film was sent off, and the crew disbanded. For those cast and crew who wanted to return to Los Angeles, Ronald reimbursed their airfare. But before leaving, everyone, at Ronald's arrangement, went to the Rainbow House on the 65th floor of Rockefeller Center for a party. There was delicious food and a view of the city lights, perfect for Ronald's taste, not too flashy, and without any messy stuff. After Ronald showed up and took photos with everyone, he rushed to his Fifth Avenue apartment to reunite with Helen. The two hadn't known each other for long, but they spent every day together. Ronald especially enjoyed Helen playing and singing for him at the piano. Her jazz skills weren't good enough for a public performance, but the private setting of a beautiful woman playing for him alone was an enjoyment many wealthy men never had the chance to experience. I feel very relaxed, no pressure at all, Ronald said, and after listening to a couple of pieces, he sat quietly chatting with Helen, his arm around her. Yes, I'm relaxed too, Helen said, leaning her head closer. Will you endorse Rudy's mayoral campaign? I see you and Douglas seem to admire his policies. No, I won't publicly endorse a politician. Of course, I do admire his policies. If he were mayor, we wouldn't have had that close call in Central Park. Ronald silently stroked Helen's hand. You're right, I admire him too. Maybe this time, I'll vote for him, ha ha ha. Ronald's interview with the Daily News also appeared in the papers the following day. Rudy had already made preparations, cooperating with Douglas Jr. to quietly stir up a discussion about safety in the New York media. In recent years, New York's public safety has been deteriorating. High property taxes have not translated into a safe environment. Many people are complaining. Some media outlets have even compiled statistics on the number of murders in New York depicted in Hollywood movies and TV series, showing a sharp upward trend in recent years. New York's reputation for deteriorating public safety has been treated as a default fact in film and television. It's not just the wealthy people in Manhattan who are easily robbed when exercising in Central Park. Tourism, a pillar industry of New York, is also in high demand, with frequent thefts and robberies targeting tourists near many shopping districts. Although Ronald's interview did not say anything bad about New York or mention any candidates, it achieved the effect of setting a clear issue. Suddenly, the most important thing in the New York City mayoral election was not racial discrimination, but the solution to the deteriorating public safety situation. All candidates were asked this question, and the media was no longer satisfied with simple statements. They wanted to delve deeper, asking what measures they would take to improve the increasingly deteriorating security situation if elected. Dinkins of the Democratic Party, caught in the media frenzy surrounding security, was relatively passive. He could only repeatedly vow to make security a top priority, then immediately shift the topic to the oppression of black people, the NYPD's arrest rates of Black and Latino people, and the significantly higher rate of stopping Black and Latino drivers than white drivers. As for Rudy, there was no better topic. Without the media even asking, he took action, launching a law and order operation in Manhattan, particularly around Central Park and tourist destinations, in his capacity as prosecutor and in conjunction with the NYPD. Words are powerless, actions speak louder than words. Rudy wanted to use his prosecutorial power to let the citizens of Manhattan experience what good things would happen if he were elected mayor. Ronald, are you going back to Los Angeles? Okay, see you again when we vote in the mayoral election. You'll come back and vote for me then, right? Ha ha ha. Rudy's approval rating was rising rapidly, and he was very happy. Dinkins always had a strong base of voters in Brooklyn and the Bronx, where the Black people would vote for him. Rudy also had strong support from Staten Island and Queens. The biggest variable was the swing voters in Manhattan. Now, public safety was the most central issue, and he had a chance to turn things around there. Haha, okay, I'll head back to Staten Island. Ronald laughed and agreed to Rudy, then hung up the phone. His ballot registration address was still his old house on Staten Island. Beep, the doorbell rang, and Helen went to open the door. It was Bud's car. Ronnie, you have to go to the airport. Huh? Helen saw Ronald frowning as he watched TV, and turned to look at the television as well. After Congress adjourned, the first piece of legislation was passed, the Stars and Stripes Act. It passed with a 2/3 majority in both the House and Senate, so it automatically became law without the president's signature. However, just as the Stars and Stripes law passed, two individuals dissatisfied with the legislation went to the steps outside Capitol Hill and burned the Stars and Stripes. Please see the footage below. Chapter 1137 Emergency Release. The first bill passed by the newly formed 101st Congress was the Stars and Stripes Protection Act. This is because senators are elected 2 from each state, and representatives, allocated proportionally by population, must be at least 1 from each state. The Founding Fathers designed the American political system with checks and balances. Congress, as the legislative body, generally tends to protect the power of smaller states. The Supreme Court, the judicial branch, rejected a Texas case suing for flag burning on the grounds of a violation of the First Amendment. Congress, again using its legislative power, then used this to check and balance the bill. Adding an amendment to the law is too difficult, but passing a law is much easier. Whether to appease voters or to demonstrate the new Congress's presence, this law, clearly contradicting the Supreme Court, was quickly passed with an overwhelming 2/3 majority. This saved President George H.W. Sr. a lot of trouble. With the Supreme Court's ruling challenged and the legislative and judicial branches in conflict, the president, as the third party in the system's design, was supposed to make a statement. With a 2/3 majority, the president no longer had veto power. If it passed by a majority, the president could still veto it and send it back for reconsideration. Both houses needed a 2/3 majority to overturn the president's veto and force passage. This relieved George H.W. Bush, as he didn't have to express his opinion when public opinion was divided. These were 2 artists from the Coalition Against Art Censorship, Dred Scott and Sean Ekman. Another one burning the Stars and Stripes on the steps of Capitol Hill was Vietnam War veteran David Blackrock. They chose to burn the Stars and Stripes again in front of a group of reporters and photographers, just as Congress was deliberating on the bill's passage. This violated the newly passed bill, and they were immediately arrested by the MPDC, DC police. Before they were put into the police car, the 3 suspects distributed a statement to reporters, calling on others to express their opposition to forced patriotism by burning the Stars and Stripes. George H.W. Bush saw this scene on the news during dinner at the White House. He called his assistant, gave a few instructions, and continued having dinner with Barbara and his family. Hey, the president wants to know about these 3 people's backgrounds, especially whether they're connected to the alliance. These guys are professional criminals. They're all handpicked to deliberately incite lawsuits in order to oppose specific legislation. In a Fifth Avenue apartment in Manhattan, Ronald and Helen were also watching TV on the king-size bed in Ronald's bedroom. You seem to know a lot about them, Ronald asked, fiddling with Helen's leg with his toes while absent-mindedly watching the news. Yeah, my mom used to participate in these kinds of events when she was young, and she was even arrested by the NYPD. My dad always had to bail her out. You mean those 2 artists from some alliance? That one doesn't seem to be. Ronald noticed that the news media referred to the perpetrators differently. They called Ekman an artist, and Blarick a Vietnam War veteran, wearing a U.S. Army M65 trench coat, the same one Ronald's deceased uncle had. "Are you going back tomorrow?" Helen's leg itched from Ronald's teasing, so she put her leg on his waist. I have 3 small productions that need to be released urgently." Ronald's eyes were full of Helen's, and he couldn't help but rub her waist. "Then what are we waiting for?" Helen rolled over and sat on top of him. Huff, huff. The next morning, Ronald, who had boarded the private jet to fly back to Los Angeles, fell asleep under the blanket and was snoring a little. "My boss usually rests on the plane. He always sleeps very soundly. If you want autographs, I have a few autographed Top Gun videotapes here. You can take them if you want." Assistant, the chubby Rich Lake, was already very skilled at dealing with the flight attendants on private jets. Lake looked back at Ronald and made a face. As his personal assistant, she certainly knew why Ronald was so sleepy when traveling between the East and West coasts. Then she took out a book on acting by Uta Hagen from her bag and started reading. Although she wasn't good-looking and was quite chubby, Lake's acting dreams, which had grown and expanded because of her hair gel, had not been extinguished. Whoopi Goldberg from the film crew, perhaps noticing the similarities in appearance between Lake and herself, gave her a textbook for learning acting and the phone number for Uta Hagen's acting training class. Knock, knock, knock. On the plane, Ronald dreamed of a very cheerful melody. "I will follow him, wherever he goes, I will follow him." Ronald was familiar with the song, the rhythm was brisk, and the lyrics were humorous. Ronald thought it could be interpreted as a stalker girl pursuing a male celebrity, following him everywhere, no matter where the celebrity went. "I will stay by his side, I will always, because nothing can keep me away from him, he is my destiny." However, this version of the song was a chorus, and the camera suddenly switched to a medium shot. Huh? Ronald was surprised. It was a group of nuns. These nuns were even making various dance moves, unlike the solemnity of a traditional choir. 2 nuns, one fat and one thin, could even step out and make a provocative come gesture. "What's this?" Ronald was a little confused. While Hollywood offers considerable freedom in its approach to various subjects, it rarely satirizes religion, fearing unnecessary trouble. Oh, the camera pans, and Ronald understands. The person conducting the choir is none other than Whoopi Goldberg. With her flowing hair and gleaming gold earrings, she's far more sophisticated than the psychic he just filmed. She then continues her solo performance of the song, dancing and singing with effortless grace, exuding the aura of a pop star. Ronald listens carefully to the lyrics. This is the song's magic. Besides its catchy, unforgettable melody, the lyrics can be interpreted in countless ways. Beyond the stalker version Ronald envisioned, it could be a girl's confession to her beloved, or, like in this dreamlike film, an expression of love for Jesus. Moreover, black choirs are inherently exuberant. If Whoopi Goldberg's character were to transform a traditionally serious church choir, it would be a dramatic and compelling story. Clap, 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 thunderous applause erupts. As the song ended, another matron in the audience stood up and applauded. Ronald recognized her as British actress and Hollywood Double Best Actress winner, Maggie Smith. A big production, no less, Ronald muttered. "Ronald? Are you awake?" "We're almost there, Ronald." Who was dreaming of watching a movie, was gently woken by his assistant, Lake. "Huh? We're already here." Ronald was a little disappointed, not wanting to dream of a few more movies. Yesterday, there were also acts of voluntarily violating the Stars and Stripes Act in Seattle. They even burned the flag live on the media. Those who came to pick up Ronald were Michelle Canold, the director of Daydream, and consultant Michael Gray. They were discussing the release of the 3 hastily filmed patriotic films about the Stars and Stripes. The appeal from 3 people who voluntarily broke a law in D.C. had been broadcast by the media, and sure enough, there was a response. In Seattle, the well-known city of freedom, the Vietnam Veterans Against Imperialism organization had organized group activities in response. And coincidentally, their activity was captured on camera by a Seattle television station filming a news program nearby, and broadcast on local television. The news quickly spread across national television networks, stirring up left-wing organizations and Vietnam War veterans in many places. All 3 films were completed and undergoing final editing. After discussing with 2 colleagues, Ronald decided to release them urgently. He called Lindsay Dolan of Paramount, asking her to coordinate with a film processing plant to work overtime to reprint copies of Daydream's 3 films. Daydream couldn't afford to worry about the unfinished editing work. Catching the wave of this news was far more important than meticulous editing. 500 copies of each film were urgently printed. Daydream's distribution sales staff began making phone calls to theater managers in the Midwest, the Deep South, and non-major cities on the East and West coasts. "Excuse me, are you Mr. XX, the manager of XX Cinema in Little Rock, Alabama? We are Daydream Pictures. Have you heard about the recent burning of the Stars and Stripes in major cities on the East and West coasts? Yes, we are also very dissatisfied. We have 3 movies here that reflect the patriotic fervor of the Stars and Stripes. Would you like a few copies?" Yes, they are all patriotic films set under the Stars and Stripes. One shows a scene in Los Angeles where the Japanese are brutally beaten and the Stars and Stripes are raised. Another shows a scene in Korea where the Stars and Stripes are raised after defeating the Korean Taekwondo national team. The last one is about American kickboxing defeating Thai Muay Thai at the World Martial Arts Tournament, allowing the Stars and Stripes to appear at the top of the podium. Okay, how many copies do you want? 3? Do you want more? We anticipate a huge viewing frenzy. Openly burning the Stars and Stripes outside Capitol Hill is a provocation against both the House and Senate. In short, the film reels of 3 hastily produced, low-budget films, Kickboxer, Hot-Blooded Kids, and Black Belt Hero, were fresh off Paramount's printing presses and immediately loaded onto FedEx planes for rapid distribution to the American Elephant Party's stronghold. While movies set in large cities aren't necessarily bad, they often feel out of place in the lives of small towns with only a few thousand or tens of thousands of residents. For example, in Working Girl, Tess doesn't forgive her boyfriend for having a new love interest because of her busy work schedule, and instead impersonates her boss to run her own project. This attitude creates a natural barrier for the high school boys and girls in the small town. They yearn for big city life, but don't quite understand the choices these characters make when faced with temptation. Another example is When Harry Met Sally, where the two clearly have feelings for each other but take all sorts of trivial matters too seriously. For instance, can there be friendship between men and women? Should one date a friend? To the young people in the small town, they don't understand why they should agonize over such things for so long. What puzzled them as well were those who burned the Stars and Stripes in protest. The Stars and Stripes were the flag of the Northern Yankees. Disrespecting them meant how could they be expected to confront the Soviet Union head-on? We Southerners are more patriotic. You ask us to burn a Southern Confederate flag and see what happens. Therefore, the enthusiasm of the 3 patriotic films, Daydream, for the predominantly small-town South far exceeded the expectations of cinemas. Is this what Hollywood movies are all about? Good guys are good guys, bad guys are bad guys, good guys defeat bad guys, kill the Japanese, kill the Koreans. That's what we American small-town youths love to watch. Forget Bruce Lee, forget Master Miyagi, our American national treasure, kickboxing, is the best. These foreigners aren't fair. If boxing isn't good enough, they use their feet. But we American people are smart and strong, whether it's our kickboxing, or their taekwondo or Muay Thai, we can all become world champions. In short, these 3 films, in a way that mainstream Hollywood producers didn't understand, achieved a small box office success. Taking advantage of the traditional lull in blockbusters after the summer season, coupled with the standoff between the Stars and Stripes Act and the First Amendment, the films performed well in their opening weekend. Ronald felt that recouping the costs of these 3 films through domestic box office revenue wouldn't be a big problem. Releasing them on video while they were still hot would be pure profit. Coincidentally, Ronald's new house in Beverly Park was also completed. After 2 months of ventilation and daily testing with instruments, there were finally no excessive levels of harmful substances. Ronald consulted Diane and decided to move in first, and then slowly furnish the house. They would also move in and organize some of their personal collections and belongings. As Diane's pregnancy progressed, she felt constantly tired, and she couldn't handle the purchase of things and furniture for long before becoming emotional and irritable. Ronald only spent 6 hours a day in the post-production visual effects studio, returning home promptly to be with his pregnant wife. I understand. Angie was also very worried when our first child was born. It's best to spend more time with her. Walter Murch, who was in charge of the overall visual and sound editing, understood Ronald and reminded him not to ignore Diane's emotional needs. There was a lot of visual effects work to be done, and the 3 visual effects supervisors each had their own studio teams, so there was a lack of someone to oversee everything. Ronald asked Walter Murch to monitor the daily progress of each studio, and to notify Ronald to attend a meeting if there were any problems or conflicts. "Hey, it's for you," Diane, who was next to the phone, held the receiver out to Ronald and glanced at him. Today, Diane wanted to eat blueberries again, but the blueberries were almost out of season and the supermarkets and markets nearby didn't have any particularly good ones. Ronald had no choice but to ask Richard to take care of it. Diane thought the blueberries had arrived when she heard the phone call. "Ah, Nisida, I thought it was Richard." "Oh, what's up?" Ronald listened to Nisida for more than a minute, his brows furrowing more and more. Jim Cameron's new film The Abyss is performing well at the box office, but some discord has arisen among the executives of 20th Century Fox. They accuse Cameron of using Fox's money to test his deep-sea submersible and visual effects, and some executives are subtly pointing the finger at Ronald, who is the one who strongly advocated for additional investment and a longer cut for Cameron. "I understand, I'll call Mr. Barry Diller." Ronald wasn't feeling good. No movie is a blockbuster. Jim's box office performance is worth the investment, at most not as much as his previous films. With the VHS market booming, Fox won't miss out on any money. "It's you again." Diane received a second call, not from Blueberry, and pointed the receiver at Ronald again. "It's me, Ronald." The person on the other end was Joel Silver, the producer of Die Hard. 20th Century Fox is starting to complain about her crew spending too much money. This is a sequel to a blockbuster action movie, and they were saying this midway through filming. "What does that mean? You didn't add any more investment, did you?" "Okay, I'll call them." Joel Silver isn't exactly clean, and this time Fox is accusing him of spending too much money. I wonder if it's related to Cameron's situation? More importantly, is it related to me? Lost in thought, Ronald's phone rang again. "Diane." Ronald pointed to the phone. "It's probably your work again." Diane pouted, not wanting to answer the phone. Saying she was home was just a lie, she still had a mountain of work to do. "Ah, thank you for thinking of me. I was just saying, Mr. Oga even personally airlifted some top-quality Nordic blueberries." Richard called Mr. Oga's office at Sony, and the freshest blueberries, airlifted from Northern Europe, were immediately delivered to his new home. That's more like it. That evening, Diane ate fresh blueberries and turned a blind eye to Ronald's constant phone calls. Chapter 1138 Checking the accounts in Die Hard 2. The next day, Ronald contacted the production manager of Fox's film division, and together they went to check the accounts on the Die Hard 2 set. They were astonished to find that the film's production costs had already exceeded $55 million and were still climbing. "What is this? I thought a large part of the airport scenes used frosted glass sets and were handled by the computer visual effects team." Ronald looked at the financial statements in disbelief. He had entrusted the production to Joel Silver, and the result was a surprise. The figures for various expenses had inflated like a balloon. Even the bill for Bruce Willis's private jet trip to New York to visit Demi Moore on set was included. That wouldn't be so bad. It's normal for stars to be on vacation and reunite with their wives to get back into shape. But the bills for set design, location rentals, and aircraft rentals didn't escape the eyes of Ronald, a veteran of the production team. Ronald had already brought in two IT geniuses and possibly the last experienced set painter in Hollywood to use Photoshop to revolutionize the technology, aiming to reduce the film's production costs and the actors' performance difficulties. However, the report still showed a huge advance payment for runway leasing at Denver International Airport and a long-term lease for a Boeing 747 aircraft from a company called Evergreen International Airlines. "Ronald, you're an expert. We still need to shoot some panoramic shots for the movie, right? We can't possibly film the entire hijacking scene in a studio with sets. The most important thing now is the Christmas snow scene. We searched all over the country before finding Denver International Airport. The runways there are long and wide, and it'll snow next month, a heavy snowfall." Joel Silver, dressed in pajamas and with a cigar in his mouth, defended himself. "Don't talk nonsense. If it's just for shooting a panoramic view of a snow scene, do you really need to rent Denver International Market for 2 weeks? And what's the point of renting this Evergreen Airlines Boeing 747 for such a short period? What can I say? It's necessary for filming. The scenes we're shooting often use the interior of this plane. It's the same old problem. We can't simulate the cabin in the studio for everything. Today's audiences need to see real things. You can't fool them with a few sofas. They need to see scenes that match their experience of flying. You're not being honest with me, Joel. Ronald closed the ledger, was silent for half a minute, and then stared into Silver's eyes. Hey, you're off shooting your new movie. I'm the one who's watching you every day on set, and you still have the nerve to say this? Are we still on the same side? Ronald, it's that bastard Tom Sherrick from 20th Century Fox who's causing us trouble, Joel Silver shouted angrily. Do you think that because Evergreen International Airlines is a cargo plane company with military ties, I can't find the flight records? Ronald stared calmly at Silver, but his words made Silver a little scared. What do you mean, HMPH? Ronald threw the flight records of the leased plane on the table, which showed several trips to and from the Caribbean islands. Just because Tom Sherrick of Fox couldn't find them didn't mean Ronald couldn't. He had called George Jr. last night, and the facts had been sent to his office first thing this morning. Ronald, I'm doing this for Bruce Willis's condition. His performance in the sequel is very poor, so I have to take him to the Caribbean often on weekends. As soon as Joel Silver saw Ronald produce the flight records, his attitude immediately changed, and he came over to beg for mercy. Sigh. This is too blatant, Ronald sighed. Producers stealing production budgets from big companies is almost an open secret in the industry. Ronald hadn't planned to investigate further, because the more tiring work of supervising the set every day was still Joel Silver's responsibility. As a hands-off manager, he merely coordinated relationships between several parties and, based on the production rights he acquired for the first Die Hard film, was able to sit back and collect his share of the profits, without really understanding the situation. However, this time, 20th Century Fox expressed their dissatisfaction, and Ronald had to give them an explanation. So he said to Joel Sheriff, tell me the truth, how much more investment do you need for this film? About 60 million, about 65 million, to 70 million, my God, how do you spend money? Ronald covered his face. If the Die Hard sequel didn't perform well at the box office, this film would become a Waterloo in his producing career. There's no way around it. Bruce Willis is the undisputed male lead, and if he's not feeling well, the whole crew has to wait for him. So the production budget keeps going up, and then I have to add the costs of post-production visual effects and sound design. These are the most expensive parts of these kinds of action films. Ronald knew that Joel Silver's estimate wasn't too outrageous this time. Whether it was the live-action explosion scenes or the computer-generated visual effects in post-production, plus the Dolby 6-channel sound effects required for this action film, these were all very expensive areas. Ronald always gave generous budget estimates. He knew that 70 million might not be enough. He pulled Joel Silver along, preparing to go to 20th Century Fox to present their case and persuade them to invest more. Ronald, I didn't mean to make things difficult. I understand that film production costs have been skyrocketing lately. But we need to be careful, otherwise distribution will be a problem. Tom Sherrick, the director of distribution for this sequel at 20th Century Fox, was polite to Ronald, but his tone towards Joel Silver was harsh. There's a consensus in Hollywood now that a high-tech visual effects version of Heaven's Gate is coming soon. We're betting on who'll be unlucky enough to become the next Michael Cimino. Right now, McClane's Gate is the highest odds. Tom Sherrick was comparing Die Hard 2 to Heaven's Gate, the culprit that brought an end to the new Hollywood movement of independent films in the 1980s. However, he wasn't entirely without reason. Big-budget films shot this year and released next summer all have production costs exceeding $60 million. High-budget productions need box office miracles to pay off. One wrong move and the studio could lose tens of millions, plunging it into ruin. Tom Cruise's self-written Days of Thunder, which some call a racing version of Top Gun, had a production cost exceeding $60 million. Eddie Murphy's Another 48 Hours had a production cost of $50 million. Paul Verhoeven's Total Recall had a budget of $60 million. Warren Beatty directed and starred in a comic book adaptation. Dick Tracy also had a production cost of over $55 million. Add to that the two blockbuster sequels, Die Hard, and the production cost easily exceeds $70 million. The production cost of the Back to the Future sequel skyrocketed, with the two co-productions costing over $90 million. The cost of superstars and visual effects is so exorbitant. All the executives at major Hollywood studios know that one of these films is bound to perform poorly at the box office, potentially ruining the careers of the stars, directors, producers, and executives. Tom Sherrick speaks frankly, and he has good reason to. Because it was also backed by Ronald, James Cameron's The Abyss, after achieving a weekend box office of over $10 million in its opening weekend, saw its weekly box office decline by more than 25%. Based on empirical formulas, its total U.S. box office should reach around $65 million after approximately 16 to 18 weeks of release. The Abyss doesn't have any particularly famous international stars in its lead roles, so its overseas box office expectations aren't particularly high. Of course, The Abyss should gross over $100 million worldwide. With the addition of VHS releases, recouping costs shouldn't be a major issue. However, profitability is another story. You really speak very frankly. Ronald hadn't encountered someone speaking to him like that in a long time, so he made a comment about Tom Sherrick that was hard to decipher, whether it was praise or criticism. I apologize if I offended anyone. I just felt that the most respectful way to treat a very busy and successful director and producer like yourself is to save your time and energy, and telling the truth is the best strategy. You're very good. Whether it's related to the Die Hard sequel or anything else, you can come directly to me. Ronald appreciated Tom Sherrick's professionalism. He was only in charge of distribution, cost overruns weren't his responsibility, and he wouldn't have done this unless he was particularly ambitious. You are one of the strongest producers and directors in Hollywood, and I have the utmost respect for any of your projects. To Ronald, Tom Sherrick's smile seemed a little strange. What do you mean? Tom Sherrick was somewhat dissatisfied, thinking, do you think you can hide this from us? By us, he meant Jews, and Tom Sherrick was one of the most common Jewish executives in Hollywood. However, he remained very polite. I mean, with you overseeing things, 20th Century Fox's expectations for Die Hard 2 will be much higher. We hope you can be on set more often. He glanced at Joel Silver beside him. The subtext was clear, he didn't trust this playboy at all. I will. Ronald glanced at Joel Silver. Let alone Tom Sherrick, he himself didn't quite trust Joel. He planned to have Joel Silver continue to supervise the set daily, while he himself would also make a few surprise appearances. What did he mean by that? Ronald couldn't understand what Tom Sherrick meant by those last few words on the way home. This man seemed to respect him professionally, yet also harbored some hostility. But it wasn't malicious hostility, it was the kind of hostility one feels towards a visible competitor in the market. This production company executive, neither a producer nor a director, what competition could he possibly have? With these questions, Ronald felt uneasy. He hadn't felt this kind of intuitive warning for a long time. Back when he was just a nobody. He had many rivals, and when communicating face to face, he could clearly sense even the slightest malice or hostility. However, the continuous box office success of his films and Ronald's own financial success made those around him carefully conceal their jealousy and resentment. He hadn't enjoyed such direct, competitive tone and gaze in years. For a moment, Ronald was unsure whether he was genuinely sensing something, or if this executive was simply too straightforward and willing to confront him directly. What's wrong? You seem troubled. Dane, seeing Ronald tossing and turning in bed, turned on the light and started talking to him. Ronald briefly recounted what had happened on the set of Die Hard 2. There's definitely something wrong. When I was auditioning, talking to other actresses, if their expression or tone was off, I knew something was wrong. Dane, having spent so much time traveling between audition sets, was quite superstitious about these intuitive warnings. Really? I'll call Nisida and Richard. You go to sleep. This caught Ronald's attention. He got up and called his two agents, asking them to come to his house the next morning to discuss the matter. This caused a great shock among the two agents. They rushed to Ronald's place that very night. I think this needs to be taken seriously. See if there are any other places you can subtly probe. Nisida took Ronald's words very seriously. In the entertainment industry, storms often begin with seemingly insignificant signs. If you don't pay attention, they can suddenly become a huge problem. In this industry, whether you're a star, director, or producer, one film can make you go to heaven or hell. Unlike Ronald, they didn't have other investment income. They mainly relied on Ronald's acting career, making them even more anxious than Ronald. I'll call Barry Diller and Mr. Rupert. The result was worrying. Rupert didn't answer his call. His secretary told him that Rupert had returned to Australia for a trip. Barry Diller's secretary also said he was busy and only promised to pass on the message. But he didn't tell Ronald where Barry Diller had gone. Is something really wrong? Ronald sensed something was amiss. In this industry, if everyone is unwilling to talk to you, It means you're in serious trouble. To confirm his suspicions, he called Eisner at Disney. Ronald, you're really kind. When I was your age, I was a senior vice president at Paramount. Eisner didn't avoid Ronald's call and chatted readily. What did you say? What's wrong with my age? Don't keep it a secret from me. Several CEOs and presidents in Hollywood know where you're headed next. Huh? What? I don't know. Ronald sensed something was wrong. What? You're not joking? So my information is wrong? This is, well, damn it, he found the version before the power outage in Microsoft OneDrive, haha. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1139 The Misunderstanding Caused by Blueberries. Ronald received a startling message from Eisner. This news was circulating among high-ranking Jewish figures in Hollywood. A seemingly plausible rumor was that Ronald was about to become CEO or president of Columbia Pictures after Sony's acquisition. This not only fueled the jealousy and resentment among Hollywood's Jewish circles, who harbored old grudges against Ronald, but also caused non-Jewish Hollywood executives to develop reservations about him. Japanese manufacturing, such as automobiles and consumer electronics, had already made a significant inroad into the American market. Brands like Toyota and Honda not only offered better quality cars than domestically produced ones, but were also more affordable and fuel efficient, making them popular among American consumers. As for consumer electronics from companies like Sony and Panasonic, they were symbols of fashion, leading trends among young Americans. However, this praise and appreciation for Japan was just a normal occurrence. In Hollywood movies and TV shows, and serious news programs on American television, aside from advertisements for Japanese products, it's rare to find anyone praising or speaking favorably of them. On the contrary, various TV dramas often portray a subtle discrimination against those who drive Japanese cars, always assuming they are poor. Movies and TV shows, to some extent, act as a kind of spiritual anesthetic for the American public. In these dramas, the father of a middle-class family drives a Chrysler or Chevrolet, while the villain who bullies him often drives a Japanese brand. So when Japanese capital aggressively invaded Hollywood, even acquiring Columbia Pictures, one of the 7 major studios, the top executives in Hollywood weren't entirely convinced. No matter how much Japanese products conquered the American market with their high quality and low prices, Hollywood movies remain the last bastion in the hearts of the people. In Hollywood movies, no matter how foolish or incompetent the protagonist is, as long as he has a free spirit and an adventurous heart, he can always easily defeat the Japanese to win the favor of beautiful women and achieve career success. But after Sony acquired Columbia Pictures, will all of this change? The male protagonist no longer champions American-style success, but instead idolizes Japanese corporate lifelong employment, unpaid overtime, and obedience to superiors? It's one thing for workers in the automotive industry to feel the chill of weakened competitiveness, but it's quite another for the vast majority of the public to see their childhood beliefs, held firmly in their minds, rendered powerless in the film. Although news of Sony's acquisition of Columbia is currently limited to a few top-level executives, they are already worried about the intrusion of Asian culture. After all, Rupert Hooper, the boss of 20th Century Fox, comes from an English-speaking country, steeped in Anglo-American culture. Meanwhile, Sony's Morita and Oga speak Japanese, bow, and prefer handshakes to hugs. The Japanese are newcomers, and they need Hollywood veterans to help manage Columbia. So, who in Hollywood is best suited to be the CEO for the Japanese? The most suitable candidate immediately comes to mind, Michael Ovitz, president of CAA. After all, his first profitable TV series after entering the industry was a general adapted from Japanese history. Moreover, it's well known that his home is decorated in a Japanese garden, and he practices Aikido, a martial art originating from Japan. He also admires Japanese culture, frequently praising the Japanese spirit of sacrifice and dedication to the company and working overtime without pay at CAA. Everyone in the know felt that Ovitz had the best chance, and he himself wanted to transition into production manager while quietly helping Sony complete the acquisition. Even Ovitz himself thought so, until he discovered Sony hadn't even considered him as a potential president or CEO after the acquisition. The uniquely Japanese reserve and decorum didn't expose Ovitz's alleged treachery. his collaboration with the Australian conman tycoon to stage a fake acquisition and profit from the stock market. Instead, they used a more subtle approach. When faced with Ovitz's self-recommendation, Sony's Oga stated that he preferred someone with practical creative experience to lead the position. Sony wasn't aiming to be number one in Hollywood, they were there to sell. It's better to be slower than to cause trouble in the capital markets due to excessive aggressiveness. Ironically, while Ovitz outwardly admires Japanese culture and has even practiced many Japanese martial arts, his understanding of the Japanese mindset isn't actually very deep. He didn't grasp the implication in Oga's words. Instead, he believed Sony already had other options. And the one getting in the way, trying to steal his apple, was Ronald. First, Ronald's films effectively reflect Japanese culture, which is why Sony favored him. His Dragon Boys series created Master Miyagi, a very typical Japanese-American character. Seemingly cheerful, he's actually a very intelligent man, defeating the head of the American Karate Association with a single move at a crucial moment. Many Japanese people boast of this. Second, Ronald's films also have Japanese investment. Although many have been busy importing Japanese films with money to burn in recent years, directors like Ronald, who had Japanese investment before the Wall Street crash, are not so common. This shows his deep connection with the Japanese and his early strategic planning. So young, yet possessing such a far-sighted strategy, this perfectly embodies the Superman entrepreneur image in American culture. Ovitz had witnessed Ronald's multi-pronged approach firsthand, so compared to others, he was utterly convinced. The final piece of evidence that completely convinced him was the fact that Sony's Oga personally airlifted Nordic blueberries, already off-season in Los Angeles, to Ronald's home for his pregnant wife to enjoy. This was highly credible, and he had discovered it in CAA's routine documents. When Ovitz used this as evidence to complain to his Jewish friends, they too were convinced. The news spread rapidly among the Jewish elite, fueling their jealousy and resentment. Why weren't they the Jews who pulled off this scheme of taking prime assets from their home country and selling them at exorbitant prices to international capital in another country? And why weren't they the Jews who, after accomplishing this, claimed credit, took the lead in bringing in Japanese capital, usurped control of Columbia Pictures, and became the de facto rulers? Oga-san, if I hadn't already declined the offer, given the extent of this rumor spread, I might have believed it myself. I'm so sorry for causing Ronald-san this trouble. It was our inconvenience, Oga apologized hastily on the phone. Sony wasn't particularly aware of the matter either, but even if they had, they probably wouldn't have clarified it. The acquisition was still in its final, crucial stages. If clarifying the matter led to the acquisition becoming known to the public outside of Hollywood executives, it posed two significant risks to Sony. First, someone might seize the opportunity to compete with Sony on the stock market. Second, they wanted to complete the acquisition quickly, within a short period after the news broke. Once it entered the mainstream media's discussion, it could potentially touch upon the sensitive pride of Americans. Sony didn't want to see public opposition. Perfect timing. Our acquisition on Wall Street is almost complete, and we'll announce it as soon as it's finished. If Ronald is interested, why not fly to New York with me? I also need to go to Washington, D.C. to ask for a favor. If I go with you, won't that just confirm the rumors? No, after Sony acquires Columbia, we won't promote our Japanese values. All Americans can rest assured. I'm inviting you to help clarify this. I wonder if Ronald would be willing to join us. Ronald wanted to meet with Dega in person to understand the details of Dega's plan before making a decision, so he took advantage of the dinner he had with Dega and the others in Los Angeles. Dega hosted the dinner at a high-end Japanese restaurant, and to respect Ronald's customs and Dane's pregnancy, he specially removed the tatami mats and replaced them with chairs. I'm so sorry to have startled your wife. It's all because our staff at the American office weren't competent enough. Dega apologized to Diane immediately. He then poured her a glass of sake, explaining that it was a very low-alcohol sake from his hometown, beneficial for pregnant women's blood circulation and helping to reduce leg swelling. Diane took a sip. Indeed, the taste was very mild. She stuck out her tongue. This whole thing had mainly stemmed from her craving for blueberries. As a Hollywood actress, she appropriately thanked Dega and praised the Japanese for their thoughtfulness, especially the sake specially brewed for pregnant women. Dega himself appreciated the compliment. He knew Diane was very popular in Japanese art circles because of her role in Ghetto Justice. And because of the success of Capcom's arcade games, Millions of young people worldwide knew that the woman in red who was kidnapped by the villains at the beginning was based on Diane's character in the movie. This incident once again boosted the sales of the film's videotape, especially in Japan, where it topped both the rental and sales charts. With the film's rights in hand, Diane was now quite wealthy. He used his Hollywood actress skills to praise Oga-san again. Haha, what an admirable actress. Ronald-san, you're really lucky. Here's the arrangement. Diane-san's meals for the time being will be handled by my personal office. Just tell them what you want to eat. This will also prevent any gossip about you from spreading. At the restaurant, Diane tasted the special cherry tomatoes and melons flown in from Japan, and was overjoyed at the thought of having good fruit to eat from now on. Ronald discussed the details with Oga, understood Oga's plans, and agreed to go to Washington, D.C. with him. Hey Ronald-san. Have you ever considered making this a real deal and actually becoming our CEO? On the private jet to New York, Oga made the invitation again, half-jokingly. Although Ovitz's reasons were his own conjecture, their rapid spread was due to their inherent logic. Sony genuinely wanted someone with a deep understanding of Japanese philosophy and familiarity with Hollywood production, especially in the immediate aftermath of Columbia's acquisition. Actually, Mr. Oga, don't you think that not joining Sony Columbia could actually be more helpful in certain situations? Ronald declined with a smile, unwilling to take on administrative work. That's true, Oga nodded. For example, in today's situation, if Ronald were truly the next CEO of Columbia, it wouldn't prove Sony's innocence. Upon arriving in New York, after having dinner with Bannon and other old Wall Street friends to arrange things, Ronald awaited Sony's official acquisition announcement. He also took some time to attend the promotional tour in New York for Daydream's hot-blooded Little King Kong bravely conquers Little Tokyo. Ronald, you directed the first and second installments of Dragon Boys, creating the iconic image of the Japanese mentor, Miyagi. But in this film, Little King Kong, produced by your company, the Japanese characters are portrayed as extremely ruthless. What is your personal attitude towards the Japanese? The interviewer was a reporter from the entertainment section of the New York Daily News. They were old acquaintances, so the questions followed Ronald's planned approach. I think it's ridiculous to connect the content of a movie with real life. America is a great and free country. We don't need to defeat the Japanese in movies to gain self-esteem. Ronald's words had two layers of meaning. First, in World War II, we truly defeated the Takaiites. They were a defeated nation as defined by the UN Charter. Second, commercial competition is about quality at a low price, not about having the protagonist crash a Chrysler into a Toyota in a movie. So what's your opinion on the influx of Japanese products into America? Here, I'm just a film director. Like ordinary Americans, I don't have any particular opinion. If you ask me, all I know is that their film cameras and video recorders are excellent. Ronald, what's your opinion of the Japanese? Are they like Master Miyagi, or the villain Yoshida, played by Yoshikawa Hiroyuki, in this film? Next up was a reporter from the New York Times. These kinds of meetings usually involve a dozen or so media outlets, each asking similar questions and exaggerating anecdotes from filming. It's a commercial exchange of mutual praise. However, because Ronald's film coincided with the Stars and Stripes Act, and the trade friction between Japan and America intensified after a series of negotiations, media outlets like the New York Times also asked questions unrelated to the film. Automobiles, electronics, and agricultural products are the main battlegrounds of the US-Japan trade friction. The main problem is that Japanese products have unimpeded access in America, while American products face discrimination in Japan due to the vertically integrated distribution channels of large conglomerates. Just as Diane can freely enjoy agricultural products and fruits imported from Japan, the vast majority of high-quality, inexpensive American agricultural products cannot be sold through Japanese retail channels. In fact, I prefer Tia Carrera. You've also noticed that the female lead in My Little Princess II, Kumiko, is also a Japanese-American actress, Tomita Tanri. Many people say she's the most suitable actress for Daniel Radcliffe out of the three My Little Princess films. Ronald skillfully steered the conversation off topic. The eternal American male lead, Japanese actresses can play both female and male supporting roles. That's how the next day's newspaper described Ronald's film philosophy. Suddenly, Hollywood executives who knew the inside story began to have doubts. Could Ronald still be the president of Sony Columbia if he spoke like that? Had Ovitz made another blunder? Chapter 1140 Meeting with the Members of Congress. Tom Sherrick, a Jewish executive at 20th Century Fox who was in charge of distributing Die Hard 2, also saw the report of Ronald's interview in New York. Ronald's words, in his view, implicitly compared Japan to America's concubine. He said things like, Americans play the leading roles, while Japanese actors can only play the leading roles. Isn't this saying that America wants to be the world leader, while Japan can only do manufacturing? No matter how high its cost effectiveness, it can only struggle within the framework defined by America? With this kind of interview attitude, would Sony really let him become the president after acquiring Columbia Pictures? It seems more like the complaint of someone who has already been ousted. He immediately called Michael Ovitz, who is also Jewish. Michael, your information seems inaccurate. Will the Japanese tolerate Ronald saying such things? My information is very reliable. This is a unique way of expressing things in Japan, you don't understand. I recommend you read a book by anthropologist Ruth Benedict about the Japanese way of thinking, The Chrysanthemum and the Sword. It's very insightful. It's essential reading for anyone who wants to understand Japanese culture and business. The Japanese have a particularly strong culture of shame and guilt. The more you point out their shortcomings, the more grateful they will be to those who help them correct them. Ovitz had expressed his understanding of the Japanese. He couldn't bear to be wrong again. In his view, the Japanese were like that. The more they felt humiliated, the more they reflected on themselves and strived for improvement. It seemed that guilt and shame were the driving force behind their nation's progress. And Ronald was qualified to say such things about the Japanese. Because he was the first director to create the successful image of Master Miyagi, thus changing that stereotypical image of the Japanese. So, from the perspective of a Japanese citizen, Ronald had a deep sense of loyalty and affection for the entire Japanese people. When the Japanese were often portrayed as having squinted eyes to deprive American workers of their jobs, Ronald created an image that resonated with American youth. For the Japanese, loyalty and affection were the most precious things. They believed in repaying kindness 100-fold. Ronald's statement wasn't malicious slander, but rather a well-intentioned assessment. Of course, since the Japanese national character was vividly summarized as the chrysanthemum and the sword, they were particularly quick to repay kindness and seek revenge. Having done so, wouldn't they also retaliate 100-fold? So now, Ovitz was like a gambler who had placed the wrong bet, interpreting every piece of news in the direction he hoped for. What you say isn't without merit. I need to find this book and read it. Hollywood inevitably deals with capital from Japan now, so I should read more of this book's analysis. Tom Sherrick was skeptical, but he instructed his secretary to find a copy of The Chrysanthemum and the Sword. How could these reporters twist my words like that? Ronald was also dissatisfied after seeing the New York Times report. I said I was impressed by Japanese American actresses, their acting has a special quality. How did that get interpreted as Japanese people only being able to marry American men? Ronald San. Now you can understand the survival environment for Japanese companies in America, right? Oga said to Ronald with a smile. In a way, this is a good thing. After acquiring Columbia, we still have to face the review of the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS. This kind of public opinion is actually beneficial to Sony, that's true. Sony is an international company. If it's attacked like this, then Congress and the Treasury Department will have to face those even more stubborn guys from the Ministry of International Trade and Industry. On the way from New York to Washington, D.C., Ronald and Oga rode together. The two talked about the final issue of Avoiding Review. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, which is responsible for reviewing foreign corporate acquisitions, is an interagency joint committee, with no single department being the de facto head. In other words, every department can have its say on it. Besides the Secretary of the Treasury, various committees of both houses of Congress, the Federal Trade Commission, the Department of Justice, the Federal Communications Commission, and even the state of California, all have the right to object to this acquisition. Therefore, in the final moments before the official announcement of the acquisition, Sony still had to come to Washington to pay homage to the various figures and reiterate its position. Ronald San is truly an expert on Japan. I underestimated you. Ha ha ha. Oga nodded in agreement. Japanese companies have historically had two factions. The Ministry of Finance encourages Japanese companies to go overseas, conquer the European and American markets, and compete freely with European and American companies. The Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI, on the other hand, hopes to more closely maintain the large Japanese market, using it as a base to feed its companies before venturing out to compete. The economic friction between the US and Japan is mainly due to Mideast faction, using various means to close off the Japanese market and refuse entry to American agricultural products and automobiles. Frankly speaking, even if those American car companies sold their products in Japan, consumers wouldn't buy them. But they still like high-quality, low-priced agricultural products. Sony is one of those companies that pursues an overseas competitive strategy, a true post-war enterprise rooted in overseas markets. As long as they promise the American leadership to continue this strategy and not promote their own Japanese corporate culture, everything is negotiable. Oga's evaluation of Ronald rose even higher. He felt a pang of regret. While discerning Hollywood producers are hard to find, they do exist. Those who understand the underlying logic of the US-Japan economic landscape are even rarer. Someone like Ronald, who understands both, should have been persuaded to join him sooner. Now, Ronald's personal financial freedom no longer requires him to serve as president of the merged Sony Columbia. Managing a large studio might not be as effective as him choosing scripts to film, better reflecting his artistic sensibilities. It's too late to act now. The two arrived in Washington, D.C., first meeting with Douglas Jr., then finding George Jr. for a private meeting. George Jr. was thoroughly impressed by Ronald's 3 patriotic films and immediately began imitating them. He loved sports, and his imitations of karate, kickboxing, and taekwondo moves were surprisingly convincing. If you weren't a business genius, I'd advise you to try acting, Ronald said with a laugh, hugging him. Yeah, I think so too. Laura was so beautiful back then, so many guys were pursuing her, she only chose me because I'm handsome. The group chatted briefly. Behind young George was his mother, Barbara, who had already smoothed things over for Sony. Today, young George was going to formally introduce Day to the key figure. It was a form of indirect political business brokerage, and also a way to cultivate young George's network. The group got into luxury cars and headed towards the nearby Congressional Country Club golf course in Maryland. Senator William Proxmire, Representative Dan Rostenkowski, hello, this Congressional Country Club, only a 30-minute drive from Capitol Hill, was the most upscale, luxurious, and historic golf club in the Washington, D.C. area. Many people create opportunities for chance encounters here, allowing prominent figures from the political and business worlds to exchange resources they need from each other. Senator William Proxmire from Wisconsin is the chairman of the Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. Representative Dan Rostenkowski from Illinois is the chairman of the corresponding House Finance and Taxation Committee. They are the most powerful figures in both houses of Congress, deciding whether to initiate scrutiny of the Sony acquisition. As influential figures in Congress, it's not exactly respectable for them to privately collude with the CEO of a multinational corporation from Japan. However, on this highly private golf course, it's perfectly normal for two groups to bump into each other and exchange a few words. Oga's fluent English allowed him to communicate directly with the two senators. Most importantly, he assured them that after acquiring Columbia, Sony would not interfere with any filming freedom or deliberately create films or television series to promote Japanese values. Any private exchanges of benefits would be handled by professional lobbying firms. Today's task was to fulfill Oga's promise in person and show respect to the American congressman. Yes, Sony is a company that grew up after the war. We were able to grow and develop because we learned from American values and American business management. Oga finished his statement and completed his main task for the day with a deep bow. The two congressmen accepted the bow with smiles, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Oga's main task for the day was to show his flexibility. If you believe in the analysis of Japanese national character by Chrysanthemum and the Sword, he is here today to perform the chrysanthemum side. Thwack, Ronald hit the ball. The white ball went high and far, with a crisp force. But the direction was off and it fell into the sandpit. Oh, Ronald made a regretful look. Ha ha ha, you still need to practice more, little George also interrupted from the side. This must be director Ronald Lee, right? Your company's 3 patriotic films were chosen at a good time. Congressman Dan Rostenkowski came up and chatted with Ronald. What? I didn't expect you to be interested in our low-budget production, Mr. Congressman. Ronald smoothly steered the conversation away from the topic. To tell you the truth, I'm not interested, but the voters in my district love it, me too. Wisconsinians love the Stars and Stripes, Senator William Proxmire chimed in, praising Ronald. I'm honored to entertain the public, That's my original intention in the film industry. Ronald understood that both men were supporters of the Stars and Stripes Act. Their districts were in less developed economic areas. The public naturally enjoyed the storyline of beating up the Japanese. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. The two chairmen nodded, indicating that they had passed this little interview. The two groups of players then separated to continue their enjoyable golf trip. That evening, First Lady Barbara hosted a dinner for Day and Ronald's group, with George Jr. also in attendance. George just returned from Europe and needs to rest for a while. Barbara explained the excuse that George Sr. couldn't meet with them that evening. Besides meeting with some NATO allies in Europe and Brussels, he also met with leaders of Eastern European countries such as Poland and Hungary. The Soviet Union's control over Eastern European countries seemed to be loosening somewhat. This was a very good opportunity for the President of America. Thank you, Mrs. Barbara. I am very honored. Oga knew that the head of a Japanese multinational corporation wouldn't necessarily alarm the President of the United States, but having a meal with the First Lady was a great success for him, especially given the escalating trade friction between the two countries. Nick has spoken highly of Sony several times. If all Japanese companies were like you, George wouldn't be so worried. The Nick Barbara referred to was Nicholas Brady, the Treasury Secretary in George's cabinet. He was one of the key figures in the U.S.-Japan trade negotiations, and unlike his predecessor's tougher stance on Japanese companies, he advocated for stronger cooperation with Japanese companies that had an international perspective. A purely hardline approach would only provoke resentment from Japanese companies. As for multinational corporations that are on friendly terms with the Ministry of Finance and whose main market is America, they should be welcomed. This would set a good example for all Japanese companies. Actually, your products are very good, especially my two granddaughters. They really like your Walkman. Barbara glanced at little George. The respect she received as a grandmother was largely due to Sony's electronic products. This is our company's latest product, the Discman, a portable CD player. You can think of it as an upgraded version of the Walkman. Dago also brought a new player. The CD sound quality was much better than the Walkman. However, it was also more expensive. A brand new model would cost at least $350. Ronald knew that as the first family, accepting any gifts was a troublesome matter, requiring public scrutiny. He stopped Dago, then took out 2 Discman coupons and handed them to little George. Tell the girls that this is a gift from their grandmother, haha. Yes, let them see their grandmother. Barbara was very satisfied with Ronald's handling and laughed heartily. After a satisfying meal, Dago took his leave first. Barbara, holding Ronald's hand, told him many heartwarming stories about his family, especially about the third generation and their potential to inherit the family business. I say, can his promises really be guaranteed? You're endorsing him. After they acquired Columbia Pictures, won't they really make movies that promote Japanese values? Barbara quietly asked Ronald. She had a good impression of Ronald, but politics was unpredictable. You can distrust Dago, distrust the Japanese, but you can trust those Hollywood executives. Making movies that cater to Japanese values has no market in America. Nobody makes movies that lose money, Ronald said with a smile, revealing his biggest reason for helping. As a primarily international company, Sony understood this deeply. They had to adapt to the circumstances. Chapter 1141 Ronald's recommended presidential candidate. Ronald, I never imagined that in less than 10 years, our positions would be reversed. After meeting with important political figures in Washington, Oga returned to New York with Ronald, where they waited for the Wall Street bankers and lawyers to complete their final negotiations. Taking this opportunity, Ronald also recommended Frank Price, the former president of Columbia and Universal Pictures who had mentored him, as his top candidate for the future president of Sony Columbia. He recommended Price to Oga. It was through Oga's influence that Ovitz bought Oga's first screenplay for $250,000, opening the door to Hollywood for Ronald. Frank Price lost his political battle with Chairman Francis T. Vincent and left Columbia, joining Universal Pictures. However, he didn't fare well at Universal either. After losing the blame game for the epic failure of Howard the Duck, which resulted in the infamous live-action brawl, he left the major studios and started his own Price Pictures. But during this period, he didn't have any successful projects. After deciding to acquire Columbia Pictures from Coca-Cola, Ronald remembered Norio Oga, the only CEO in Hollywood who personally reviewed scripts, and recommended him to the talent-hungry Norio Oga. Mr. Oga highly values your ability to discover directors and screenwriters. Sony needs this kind of reliable talent in the early stages after acquiring Columbia, Ronald said, shaking his hand and watching him go in for Oga's interview. Frank Price had suffered huge failures at both Columbia and Universal Pictures. At Columbia, he succumbed to pressure and let Spielberg's E.T. the Extraterrestrial slip away. At Universal, he approved Lucas's disastrous Howard Duck. As the head of a major production company, his most criticized aspect was his reliance on star directors, actors, and screenwriters. During his tenure as president, he funded numerous critically and commercially successful films, including Kramer vs. Kramer, My Fair Lady, Gandhi, Out of Africa, and Back to the Future. However, he also paid a high price for these big-budget productions. The big-name directors invited, like Spielberg and Sidney Pollack, each took a large slice of the pie. So, when these big-budget productions succeeded at the box office, he could still maintain his position. However, if a box office flop occurred, he could easily become a scapegoat and be ousted. But this conservative, even overly cautious, production strategy was a perfect fit for Sony, which was about to acquire Columbia Pictures. It's foreseeable that Japanese companies entering Hollywood would face significant resistance. Meanwhile, politicians in Washington, D.C. were watching their every move. At this point, the actual return on investment for the films was less important than producing several box office and critically successful works to stabilize public sentiment. This would demonstrate to Hollywood and Washington politicians that Sony was an international company, and that profit was its ultimate goal, no different from Rupert Hooper, the Australian who acquired 20th Century Fox, or these native-born American studio owners. What can I say? Mr. Price is truly astonishing. As the president of one of the 7 major studios, you still insist on reading the scripts you receive every day. This deeply moves me. I see in you the spirit of hard work and entrepreneurship that we Japanese people possess. It is an honor to have the opportunity to work for such a successful company that prioritizes practicality. After the interview, Norio Oga personally escorted Frank Price out of the office. It seemed they shared a similar temperament and admired each other. Ronald, your recommendation of this candidate is excellent. I think once he meets with Chairman Akio Morita, who is coming to America soon, this matter will likely be finalized. Norio Oga chatted with Ronald for a few more minutes, quite satisfied. Since you and Frank have such a connection, I think signing film distribution contracts with our newly merged company shouldn't be a big problem, right? I guarantee you the freedom to choose scripts and actors, and you don't even have to do the American distribution contract with Sony Columbia if other studios offer better terms. But for distribution in Asia, please be sure to let us do our part. I would be very happy. Ronald nodded with a smile. There might be a lot of nonsense in the chrysanthemum and the sword. But 2 points Ronald felt were very true, reflecting the characteristics of Japanese business practices. First, if you do them a favor, they will repay you in kind, giving you long-term benefits in return. Second, the Japanese are a people who keep their promises, so if both parties verbally agree to certain contract terms, they will accept the signed agreement. Especially Ronald's personal relationship with Norio Oga meant that no one at Sony would haggle over his contracts. Back in Los Angeles, Ronald went to the editing room every morning to edit Ghost with Walter Murch. Every afternoon, he'd pop over to the Die Hard 2 studio to check if anything was causing budget overruns. And you know what? Because of Ronald's fame, even Bruce Willis became unusually well-behaved and didn't make any unreasonable demands. However, the lead actress, Bonnie Beatrice, privately made a request to Ronald. Ronald, I don't know if this is the right thing to say. My brother's kids are all pretty good acting talents, and they want to find work in Hollywood. Oh, what kind of production are they interested in? Do they want to be extras? I can call the directors at my company. If they go abroad for a week, getting a union work permit shouldn't be a problem. No, Bonnie Beatrice touched her cheek, looking a little shy. Actually, it's mainly my nephew, Macaulay Culkin. He wants to compete for the lead role in a children's movie. Well, actually, he had a role in John Hughes' Uncle Buck before the new year. I also asked John Hughes to recommend him to the director of his new film, but it seems the producers have some reason not to like my nephew. I was thinking, could I ask you, Bonnie Beatrice was her stage name, her real name was Bonnie Culkin. What's the movie called, and who's the director? Ronald heard that John Hughes' recommendation of his nephew hadn't been successful. He wondered if John Hughes' influence had really fallen to this level. Home Alone is directed by Chris Columbus. It's a small production, and Macaulay has acting experience, which saves a lot of trouble. Oh, it's him? Which new film is it? I know, Ronald thought to himself, not only do I know him, but I also recommended Columbus, and he invested in it himself. Bonnie Beatrice, for the sake of her nephew, disregarded all pretense and directly recommended him to Ronald. Then she took out a photo of her nephew and handed it to him. Look at the photo, he has a lot of charisma, doesn't he? Oh, it's him, ha ha ha. Ronald recognized Macaulay Culkin, the little choir boy who asked Ronald for cake at his and Diane's wedding. Thinking of the sweet memories of the wedding, Ronald felt it was fate, and he had to help. No problem, I'll call Chris. Columbus, Ronald agreed with a smile. Unexpectedly, when Ronald called Christopher Columbus, he hesitated a bit. What's wrong, Chris? Have you already chosen someone? If you have, then never mind. But I've seen this kid, he was in the choir at my wedding, and I think he's very talented. If you haven't decided yet, why not give him a chance to audition? Ronald, I can't lie to you. John Hughes recommended this kid. But Tom Sherrick of 20th Century Fox specifically instructed me not to accept John Hughes' recommendation. Why? What happened to Hughes? He's had a falling out with Fox over his freedom of expression, and he's even publicly criticized Fox executives by name. So, I'm just a director, Chris Columbus told Ronald the inside story. John Hughes was no longer the genius who could achieve big success with small investments, like he did at Breakfast Club. His 2 consecutive films, He Has Kids and Wild West, were box office failures, and as a film director, he was on the verge of being fired. Moreover, he had many personal expressive habits, liking to have a protagonist suddenly face the camera, break the fourth wall, and make some confessions to the audience in front of the screen. Using it occasionally might be fine, but if used extensively, audiences are getting tired of this nonsensical expression. His latest film, Uncle Buck, the one starring Macaulay Culkin, has just been released. 20th Century Fox had a major conflict with him over marketing issues, so the higher-ups wanted to let him off the hook. Oh, I see. It's alright, Chris. I'll personally call Tom Sherrick at 20th Century Fox. It won't be Hughes's recommendation anymore, it'll be mine. Macaulay Culkin, that boy won't do. We're going to hold a large-scale audition, let Columbus choose, it's part of the film's pre-production marketing. That's not impossible. The reason I recommended this kid named Macaulay is because he's a member of my wedding choir. I've met him, his camera presence and the purity of his acting are fantastic. Why not give him a try? Ronald thought this arrangement made sense, but he still had a lot of confidence in Macaulay. I'm sorry, Ronald, the open audition is all about fairness. I can't give you any pre-selected spots. Let's leave it at that. Tom Sherrick, in the 20th century, had carefully considered the famous novel The Chrysanthemum and the Sword, a work reflecting Japanese national character, recommended by Michael Ovitz. In the end, he decided it was better to be safe than sorry. Ronald still had a good chance of becoming the new president of Sony Columbia. Receiving Ronald's request for a favor only reinforced this belief. Ronald was about to become the president of a rival company, and now he was using all his connections to recommend a lead role in a small-budget production. SHHH, Ronald cursed. How could he not even get this much face? Turning back, he had no choice but to call Bonnie Beatrice to apologize. Bonnie, I'm so sorry. It seems my recommendation might have backfired. But I'll keep Macaulay's matter in mind. Oh, is that so? It's alright, I'm sorry to have put you in such a difficult position. Actually, I just thought Macaulay was suitable for the role, I didn't expect it to be so complicated. Bonnie Beatrice also apologized to Ronald on the other end of the phone, otherwise, Ronald might mistakenly think she was hiding something. This might not actually be a bad thing, as long as Ronald remembered his nephew, that was actually more important than a movie audition opportunity. Is he the little boy at our wedding? Diane yawned as she came over to see how much longer Ronald was going to sleep. Yet, I don't want to get involved anymore. But I'm afraid my call might have caused the boy to lose the opportunity. I have to write it down, and make it up to him later if I have the chance. Ronald wrote Macaulay Culkin's name in his notebook. I wonder if our future children will be as clever as him. How do you know it's a boy? A girl is fine too, I like them too. The next morning, Ronald ate breakfast on time, read the newspaper, and watched TV. Sources say that Sony, which has long coveted a film company, has offered approximately $3 billion in cash to acquire Columbia Pictures. If approved by Columbia's board, this would be the largest acquisition by a Japanese company in the United States. The news of Sony's acquisition of Columbia was revealed in the Wall Street Journal. Sony declined to comment. Wall Street analysts believe the final price will be between $26 and $28 per share. T. Rowe Price's entertainment analysts believe that this established studio has a library of over 6,000 films and 27,000 hours of entertainment television programs, a library that can only be acquired. The Wall Street Journal was optimistic about the deal, while the Washington Post tried to downplay it. Jennifer Reif, an analyst at CL Global Partners, said, "Despite the success of its film When Harry Met Sally, other films have been disappointing. Ghostbusters II and the latest Kung Fu Kid 3 have both fallen short of box office expectations. Columbia Pictures has just had a lackluster summer, and any offer exceeding $22 per share is absurd." In 1987, Sony acquired Columbia Records for $2 billion, but last year, the company's pre-tax earnings were only $225 million. Sony paid too much for entry into the American market. Sony Columbia Records president, Schulhoff, did not return calls to this newspaper today. Ronald smiled and put down the newspaper. Everything was going according to plan. The Wall Street Journal was responsible for praising the deal, while the Washington Post disparaged Sony, downplaying that this acquisition was the first time a Japanese company had acquired a major Hollywood firm. Incidentally, this provided cover for the investors in Congress. This kind of insider trading money was something only members of Congress could openly profit from. Ronald, things seemed to have changed at Sony. While Ronald was eating breakfast, Frank Price called, telling him that Oga had called him early that morning, hinting that his commitment had changed. As the introducer, Ronald felt obligated to find out what was going on and act as a messenger when it wasn't convenient. So he dialed Oga Honorio's office, and 10 minutes later, Oga called back himself. "Oga-san, Mr. Price called me. He wants to know if Sony's opinion of him has changed." HMPH. "Things have indeed changed, but Mr. Price is still an important candidate for us. Can I ask what happened?" "Last night, Mr. Morita Akio held a meeting and had some objections." Oga Honorio's expression on the other end of the line wasn't good either. Chapter 1142 Japan Can Say No. Horizontal ellipsis. The candidate Akio Morita favored was Peter Guebel, recommended by Jetnagov, the general manager of Columbia Records, which was acquired in 1987. Jetnagov had recommended Guebel to Morita 2 weeks prior after seeing an interview with his old friend praising the business philosophy of Japanese companies. This Jewish businessman, who had dealt with the up-and-coming Ronald O'Brien through Brooke Shields' Endless Love, was also very successful. His Guebel Peters Pictures, a collaboration with John Peters, was a major independent film production company in Hollywood. His name appeared in the producer credits of successful blockbusters such as Rain Man, Batman, and The Purple. Unlike most mid-sized Hollywood production companies that struggled after the stock market crash and interest rate hikes, Peter Guebel acquired Barris Productions last year, a publicly traded company primarily producing game show reality television, officially becoming a NASDAQ-listed company owner. Having avoided the tragic fate of Cannonball Studios, burdened by debt interest and ultimately acquired, Guebel and Peters began to scale back the production lines. However, their shrewdness still gave them a major advantage. Their industry connections and keen eye for scripts and stars ensured they were listed as producers on numerous award-winning films. This long list of executive producers on Oscar-nominated and box office hits made Yatnagov's recommendation both convenient and persuasive. Akio Morita, who had resigned as CEO this year, now had more time for his passion, promoting Japanese culture. Having been away from frontline operations for some time, he was captivated by the dozens of films Guebel had produced listed in Yatnagov's recommendation letter. He immediately declared that this was the most suitable CEO candidate after Sony's acquisition of Columbia Pictures. This was a blow to Norio Oga, who was in charge of the acquisitions. He suddenly received a call from Akio Morita's office and was momentarily at a loss. This matter stemmed from Sony's retirement age. Sony had long been a conglomerate comprised of various business units. For management reasons, Akio Morita had long stipulated that the presidents and CEOs of the business units would retire at the age of 65. Of course, due to Japan's unique employment culture, these business unit presidents weren't immediately dismissed. Instead, they moved out of the Sony Group offices and across the street to the Ibuka building, a 2-minute walk away, to serve as advisors, continuing to contribute their expertise and providing consultation. However, Akio Morita himself didn't want to retire at 65. In 1986, already 65, he delayed until this year to step down as Sony's global CEO, handing the reins to Norio Oga. Moreover, his retirement was unlike anyone else's. It was almost a retirement without actual retirement. He retained all the secretaries and staff he had worked with as CEO and president. Akio Morita established an office within Sony to continue proactively advising the company on various business operations. In this way, while relinquishing the heavy burden of onboarding management, he retained the right to intervene in the company's strategy and personnel arrangements at any time. Of course, unable to legitimately intervene in day-to-day management, Morita felt a great sense of loss, leading him to indulge in fine wine and giving speeches throughout the country, speech aimed at promoting the excellent culture of Japan. This series of speeches, themed on breaking free from dependence on America and becoming an independent economic and military power, was compiled and combined with speeches by Ishihara, who was then Minister of Transport, and published as a book, becoming a bestseller in Japan. The book was titled Japan That Can Say No to America. However, because the book's content was too aggressive, and given the backdrop of US-Japan trade friction, having a former Sony CEO authored such a book would cause significant trouble for Sony's business. Therefore, the book was not authorized for official English publication. However, this book perfectly aligned with the current trend of Japanese products selling well in America. It was very popular in Japan, consistently ranking in the top 10 of bestseller lists, making it a long-selling book that went through several reprints. This attracted the attention of international analysts. Many unofficial English translations were also pirated and published throughout America. Norio Oga even had Sony's American legal team pursue lawsuits against these pirates, and removed Akio Morita's speech from all foreign language versions, leaving only the text by Transport Minister Ishihara. The potentially controversial America in the title was also removed, replaced with a more general Japan Can Say No. Having just stepped down and nearly caused Sony a major disaster, Akio Morita desperately wanted an opportunity to prove that his retirement was solely for the continuation of talent. He was still the smartest and most intelligent manager within Sony. Thus, Akio Morita, seeing that Norio Oga had overlooked a prodigy like Google, immediately saw this as an opportunity to prove himself. A formal document was sent from Morita's office to the secretary of the group's new CEO, Norio Oga. Ronald-san, that's the situation. I think you, as an American with the deepest understanding of Eastern culture, should understand my predicament, Norio Oga personally called to explain. Most Americans wouldn't easily understand such a situation. For a current CEO to have even personnel matters interfered with so rudely seemed somewhat unworthy of the title. I can understand, but I'm afraid the Wall Street bankers and the Hollywood studio and theater owners won't understand, won't they? They won't understand who's really in charge of the newly established Sony Columbia. Ronald also disliked that his recommended candidate had been snatched away. Therefore, his words carried a hint of provocation. Actually, if you ask any high-level executive in Hollywood, they will tell you the truth. Peter Goebel's executive producers are just figureheads. The ones who really decide to greenlight those projects are the vice presidents of production at the major studios or above. Ronald left room for interpretation. To put it bluntly, Goebel and Peters' power in these projects was barely more than that of a mascot. Especially John Peters, who started as a hairstylist who clung to actresses, he knew very little about film production, and his power mainly came from other stars. Even actress Kim Basinger knew that currying favor with Ronald was much more useful than Peters. I understand. I will personally explain to Mr. Frank Price. He will retain his position as president of the merged Sony Columbia. Our production business needs someone who truly understands the industry to lead it, Day explained, then hung up the phone. What's wrong? Diane noticed Ronald's unpleasant expression and brought him a cup of coffee. It's nothing. Peter Goebel will be the CEO of New Columbia. Ronald took a sip of coffee, the taste noticeably improved. His mood brightened, and his expression softened. Peter Goebel was an acquaintance, so he figured he wouldn't pose any obstacle to future collaborations with Columbia. Moreover, the fact that this man had made it onto so many film executive producer lists clearly demonstrated his mastery of power. Such a person might actually be the kind of executive Sony needed. An honest guy like Frank Price simply couldn't compete with him. Goebel-san, I admire you. I've already sent my opinion on your appointment to Ogo-san. That's how I spotted his talent back then. Ha ha ha. Chairman Morita's vision and experience are still the best in Japan, no, in the world. Peter Goebel didn't wait for the merger announcement in New York. Instead, he took John Peters to Tokyo to meet the person who would ultimately decide his job, Akio Morita. Goebel's forte was personal sales and public relations. Years ago, he filmed a movie that involved trespassing onto the Cuban coast. After being detained by the Cuban Navy, he somehow managed to persuade them, through his silver tongue, to meet Chairman Fidel as an American. This ability to find the most crucial PowerPoints was ingrained in his nature, so naturally, he understood who he needed to thank. Haha, well said. But Sony is, after all, a vibrant company. It needs to let young people try things out at the most opportune time, so that while we old folks still have the ability, we can correct the course of this great ship. Although his speeches were compiled into a book titled Japan Can Say No, Akio Morita, deep down, still valued the American opinions of him. His generation of Japanese businessmen always harbored a mentality of striving to be the best in business and outdoing the Americans. Chairman Morita isn't old at all, he's very young. Goebel began his flattery. The woman Akio Morita was embracing was the most beautiful in the room, and the wine was the most expensive. I said, Goebel-san, just call me Peter, I admire people like you. Japan's tradition is suited to manufacturing, and the foundation of the world lies in manufacturing. That's so true. America has lost a manufacturing industry that they relied on to win. Now, making movies and manufacturing cars doesn't earn them as much as those Wall Street bankers making by clicking their fingers in front of their computers. It was rare to find an American who knew how to talk. He was praising Akio Morita, and today he opened up and talked a lot about how he started his business after the war and how he gradually grew Sony into a large and successful company. Actually, my Morita family used to brew sake for the Shogun. These two bottles, Junmei Jinjo and Dai Jinjo, are products of my Morita Sake Brewery. Please take them and try them. Ha ha ha, so it's a famous sake from Mr. Morita's family. I'll take it. Akio Morita was flattered by this Japanese remark. He patted Goebel on the shoulder. By the way, how's your contracts with the Warner Brothers going? Coming to work here, there won't be any contracts issues with other major studios, will there? Don't worry. It's all very simple to handle. Goebel smiled and put away the large box from Morita Sake Brewery. Very well, we Japanese keep our word. This kind of business culture is the future direction of international development. That's right. Many professionals in Hollywood have learned a lot from the business philosophy of Japanese companies. Goebel flattered him a bit more, then took his leave. Chairman, this Goebel is very humble. After Goebel left, an advisor from Akio Morita's office came over to congratulate him, congratulating the chairman on recruiting an American talent. These people are opportunistic and jump ship for profit. Unlike our Japanese talents, who join a company and follow one leader for life. How many years have you been with me? 6 years? It's time to be transferred to a small branch office as a leader. Ha! Overjoyed by this unexpected surprise, the advisor prostrated himself in gratitude. Columbia Pictures, the studio behind classic American films like It Happened One Night and On the Waterfront, has, as expected, agreed yesterday, to be acquired by Japanese electronics giant Sony. The acquisition will cost Sony $3.4 billion in cash and assume $1.4 billion of Columbia's debt, making it the most expensive acquisition of an American company by a Japanese firm to date. The deal, widely rumored since Monday, was only confirmed yesterday, making Sony the first Japanese company to acquire one of the 7 major film and television production companies. Combined with its $2 billion acquisition of CBS Records in 1987, the Columbia acquisition will place Sony among a select few diversified media and entertainment companies expected to dominate the global market in the 1990s. Sony immediately pledged to place the 65-year-old film and television production company under the management of its U.S. subsidiary and to keep it as independent as possible within the American film industry. Sony executives said they are in talks with producers Peter Goebel and John Peters, the latter being co-CEOs of Goebel Peters Entertainment, about the possibility of him taking on management roles within the company. Industry sources indicated that Sony was considering appointing Goebel as CEO of Columbia Pictures, and speculated that Sony might also acquire the small publicly traded company, Goebel Peters. Unsurprisingly, after the stock market closed on Friday, major media outlets such as the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post officially announced Sony's acquisition of Columbia Pictures. The price was significantly higher than initially expected. Coca-Cola sold all its shares to Sony, including Columbia, Samsung, Columbia Television Productions, and the lowest theater chain with 820 theaters. The deal had been approved by the boards of directors of Coca-Cola, Columbia Pictures, and Sony completed the acquisition at a premium, a move that was undisputed. Now awaiting procedural approval from government committees such as the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, Sony will become a comprehensive media conglomerate comparable to Warner Brothers, which was recently acquired by Time Incorporated, encompassing film production, television production, theater distribution, and more. On Sunday morning, Ronald was jogging in the yard, exercising. The Chinese-style garden and arched bridge, along with a nearby grove of trees that blocked the puppy's view, created a pleasant atmosphere. Mr. Ronald. There's an urgent call for you. Suddenly, Wang Ma, on the second-floor balcony, shouted at him at Diane's behest. Hello, this is Ronald. Ronald answered the phone while wiping his sweat with a towel. Diane had Wang Ma bring him some black tea. This is Diga, Ronald-san. You have to save Sony's acquisition deal. What's wrong, Diga-san? Hasn't it already been reported in the media, Alice? Last night, Chairman Morita said something he shouldn't have during an interview with American media in Tokyo. Now, we will be under strict scrutiny from the American Congress and the Department of Commerce. Chapter 1143 The Washington Post's Emergency Public Relations. Sony has a deep presence in America and is not without connections in political circles. This situation couldn't be left to Ronald to handle for Oga. It was truly a last resort, simply because Akio Morita's interview in Tokyo was so outrageous. All the political figures Oga knew had cut off communication with him. In desperation, he had no choice but to ask Ronald to activate his special communication channel with the president's son. Oga knew Morita had caused a huge problem. He only wanted an opportunity to meet with key figures and explain his predicament. Squeak. Soon, Oga faxed over the transcript of Morita's interview. Ronald took a closer look and gasped. If he didn't know better, he would have thought Japan had declared war on America again. The original interview was in Japanese, and the following is a handwritten translation into English by a Sony staff member. Columbia Films management is terrible. I think America's management theories and practices are seriously lagging behind advanced Japanese companies. It's time they learned how to manage a multinational corporation. Recently, I attended a concert in New York, sponsored by Dega, where Columbia Records executives told me, "Thank goodness you acquired us. Since Sony took over Columbia Records, we can work more freely and proactively. This is all thanks to Japanese leadership. We encountered the same feedback when we acquired European companies. We will gradually change the mindset of American and European companies and promote the Japanese corporate management model worldwide." Such arrogant remarks were uttered by Akio Morita at a press conference held at the Sony building in Tokyo. Of course, what truly stung the members of Congress and the president were his concluding remarks. The Sony chairman pointed out that recently, an Australian company and the company of former Australian citizen Rupert also acquired film studios and television stations, but no one in America objected. Sony, on the other hand, has been subjected to a lot of unfounded accusations. When asked how he explained this difference, Akio Morita ended the interview with a rhetorical question: why were only Japanese Americans detained when the war broke out, while German and Italian Americans were spared? Why? I ask you. The Japanese philosophy and concepts are among the most advanced in the world. Japanese-style management will eventually become the philosophy of the best companies. This may sound dangerous, but we are confident that we can achieve it. Meanwhile, American companies are filled with short-sighted thinking, refusing to invest in new technologies, and being indifferent to their employees. They only make money through financial operations. They are jeopardizing their own future. Before the press conference, how many bottles of sake from his own soy sauce factory did Akio Morita drink? Doesn't he know that the current president George H.W. Bush was a torpedo bomber pilot during World War II? Braving anti-aircraft fire and escorted by Zero fighters, dropping torpedoes at low altitude? He was even shot down by you guys and almost died in the Pacific. After reading this, Ronald called Oga and angrily ranted for 5 minutes, his message being simple: this job is unacceptable. I'm very sorry, Ronald. I understand this is asking the impossible, but the thousands of Sony employees and many Columbia employees should be sacrificed for such a foolish idea. But I still ask you to try, no matter what. I won't forget the help you've given to Sony and to me personally at this moment. On the other end of the phone, Oga kept wiping sweat. The acquisition could be investigated at any time. Sony hadn't been in America long enough to start lobbying members of Congress, and hadn't yet formed a strong bond. An unexpected turn of events had caused them all to distance themselves. My grandfather also died fighting the Nazis in the Atlantic during World War II. Hearing Oga's weighty promise, Ronald felt there was still a chance to salvage the situation, but he also needed to get something in return. I am deeply sorry. World War II was a heavy burden on our nation, and Chairman Morita's words were highly inappropriate. I have already advised him to be more careful with his words. Ronald is also a descendant of a World War II hero and does not want to see his momentary foolishness affect the reflection of the Japanese people. To facilitate Ronald's efforts on Sony's behalf, a Gulfstream IV business jet that Sony recently acquired will be given to him, with all expenses borne by Sony. Furthermore, after taking over Columbia's television network, we need to sell 49% of the shares. If Ronald is interested, you will be the first person with the necessary qualifications to purchase them. Ronald's friend, well, what can I say? Oga-san is my good friend, and it's my duty to help him out. But this matter is a huge mess that Chairman Morita has made. It's a knot in our leader's heart. I can't guarantee whether it will succeed. We will remember Ronald's noble intentions. Whether it succeeds or not, what I just said is unconditional. To thank Ronald for his efforts, Oga finally found a possible channel of communication. After hanging up the phone, he lashed out at the people who came to Morita Akio's office to get their opinions, accusing them of misleading Chairman Morita and ordering them to reflect on their actions. Wouldn't it be better if you stayed out of it? Right now, the American people really like Japanese products, but they have a strong aversion to Japanese companies that are making great strides and acquiring businesses in America. They especially like buying real estate. Rockefeller Center in New York was bought by Mitsubishi. There are rumors that someone is eyeing the Empire State Building. Sony's Gulfstream IV was one of the first new models delivered by Gulfstream Corporation. The Sony Gulfstream IV, original E belonging to the CEO's office, was used by Ronald for the first time. He picked up his childhood friend Douglas and cousin Donna from New York and flew them to Los Angeles to discuss how to smooth things over. That bastard Akio Morita mentioned the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II in an interview. My first film, Dragon Boys, had that scene in it. If I don't handle it well, it might resurface. Public opinion is unpredictable. If it drags me into it, nobody will watch my movies. A director who doesn't love America. Ronald wasn't exaggerating. After World War II, many people in Hollywood were blacklisted for their ideological differences, significantly impacting their artistic careers. The current tensions between Japan and the US are high, and public anger is strong. He didn't want to get involved. If he could help Akio Morita quell this situation, it would benefit him as well. Furthermore, there's the promised purchase rights to Columbia's television network. Has this interview been published yet? Akio Morita was so careless. Little Douglas frowned more and more as he looked at the interview notes Ronald handed him. Sony suppressed the reports through their domestic connections, but I'm worried they'll spread here soon. Akio Morita's book, Japan Can Say No, was only published in Japan, but wasn't it quickly translated into English and published in the US by someone with ulterior motives? The US-Japan trade friction involves vast interests, and there are many who support and oppose economic cooperation between the two countries. In the political arena, the struggle between reconciliation and confrontation is also fierce. Even if Sony can get the article retracted domestically, this is excellent ammunition for an attack, and it will probably be reported in national media outlets such as the Washington Post and the New York Times by someone with ulterior motives in the next day or two. This is difficult. Little George isn't stupid. This kind of thing greatly affects his father's public support. He won't rashly plead for him. Sigh, Mr. 80%, Ronald sighed. Old George always tries to get involved in things that public opinion favors, just to make his presence felt. If this matter blows up, he won't let it go. Is the baby showing any signs yet? Donna was chatting with Diane in the room. She looked at her childhood friend, who was about to become a mother, and was very excited, asking questions incessantly. The two whispered for a long time, not having eaten lunch yet. Donna couldn't help but run out to see what her brother and boyfriend were still discussing, having completely forgotten about the important matter of a pregnant woman eating. What are you worried about? Is this situation particularly difficult? Donna saw Bernard and Douglas sitting on the sofa, drinking coffee with worried expressions. The astute Donna noticed the problem and asked, We're thinking about how to get George Jr. to agree to meet Sony's CEO. If he can arrange a meeting between Oga-san and the president, that would be a positive sign. Members of Congress and various censorship bodies would likely speak favorably of Sony. After all, nobody really wants to oppose a multinational corporation like Sony. It's just that everyone is hesitant to engage in private deals at this time due to the potential for public outcry. This is a Japanese interview, right? There aren't any English-speaking media present. Donna looked at the interview transcript and keenly noticed that the media were all from Japanese newspapers. Yes, but it will be translated into English soon. You know we have news, then why not have Akio Morita do another interview in English? Donna pointed to the transcript. There's actually a lot of room for interpretation here. Arrange another English interview and release the one that's more in line with Akio Morita's original intentions. First, a brilliant idea. Ronald's mind suddenly clicked. The media industry is all about grabbing headlines and being the first to report. The public is easily swayed by the first media outlet to report on a major event, forming preconceived notions. If a correct English version could be published first, then all other English versions would be ignored by public opinion. Oga-san, I have an idea. Ronald immediately called Oga Norio to share his idea. Oga was also very impressed. I know Ronald has some influence in the New York media, Oga said. The New York Daily News? I just gave them some short-term donations to help them through this difficult time. This interview needs to be published by a more prestigious media outlet to have a decisive impact. Ronald picked up the phone and dialed sound designer Peter Buffett. Peter, is your father in Washington or Omaha recently? Warren Buffett was currently in Washington, D.C., where he and Mrs. Graham, the publisher of the Washington Post, were still darlings of the capital's social circles. Why go to such lengths to publish such an interview, and even need a Hollywood director like you to introduce him? Mrs. Graham was the newspaper's publisher. During the Watergate scandal, she withstood the pressure and published the exposé, which cemented the Post's position as the most influential media outlet in political journalism. A quick glance at Ronald's request revealed something was amiss. Akio Morita stepped down as CEO and became an alcoholic. Ronald made a drinking gesture. Then, weary from his journey, he arrived in D.C. on a Gulfstream and met with Buffett and Mrs. Graham. He's no longer as sharp as he used to be, so when he acquired Columbia Pictures for nearly $5 billion, $3.6 billion for stock, plus taking on over $1 billion in debt, he only gave a Japanese-language interview in Tokyo. The new CEO hopes to leverage Akio Morita's reputation in the business world to endorse this acquisition, and if this report is scheduled for a normal interview, it will miss the timeliness of this wave of acquisition news. Ronald gave a wink, and the advisor and secretary beside Oga handed Mrs. Graham a written English version of Akio Morita's interview. Mrs. Graham put on her reading glasses and glanced through it. Although some parts were offensive to the short-sightedness of American businesses, and Akio Morita was very proud of the management philosophy of Japanese companies, such as lifetime employment, treating employees well, and focusing on manufacturing, it was still a very good report. It's unusual for the Post to accept a manuscript like this, but because it's Chairman Akio Morita, we'll send our best business journalists to formally invite him for an interview and revise the questions. Mrs. Graham took a slight step back on her newspaper principles, allowing the Post's journalists to ask questions and conduct written interviews, but the answers remained the same as Akio Morita's original ones. Of course, most importantly, she was impressed by Sony's huge advertising budget in the Post the following year due to the acquisition. The Japanese really make a mountain out of a molehill? Warren Buffett, standing beside Mrs. Graham, smiled at Ronald after Mrs. Graham agreed to Sony's request. This wise man had already seen through Ronald and Sony's ulterior motives. The alcohol issue, Ronald didn't hide it from him. Alcohol impaired Chairman Morita's mind. Some of his interview wording was inaccurate. Many successful entrepreneurs pursue a sense of heroic self-realization. I don't drink at all. Cola is more suitable for a rigorous mind and artistic creation. Ronald smiled and took 2 cans of cherry-flavored Coca-Cola from the refrigerator, handing one to Buffett. What? I thought you artists drank alcohol when you created. It might be easier in the short term, but it will damage creative ability in the long run. It's still about maintaining the same taste, you know? There's a Coca-Cola museum at Coca-Cola headquarters. The ingredients are different all over the world, but the taste is remarkably consistent. Buffett couldn't stop talking about investment and business management. Yes, Coca-Cola is a great company. This time, selling Columbia Pictures to Sony made a fortune. Columbia Pictures, valued at $22 per share, sold for $28, and Coca-Cola's stock price can still rise this year. Of course, the efforts of consumer goods companies like Coca-Cola to diversify into the film industry to save on marketing costs have been completely shattered. The latest trend is media conglomerates. Newspapers, television stations, and film companies are combined into one conglomerate. What's gotten into Akio Morita? My mother was very angry, but thankfully the English version of the Washington Post was quite polite, and Barbara calmed down. Holding the Monday edition of the Washington Post's interview with Akio Morita, Ronald appeared at George Jr.'s home in Texas. The English version, polished by the Post reporter, retained Morita's pride in the management philosophy of Japanese companies, removed his accusations of discrimination against Japanese Americans, and downplayed the idea that Japanese companies would continue to acquire European and American companies to become world leaders. For example, when discussing the different public reactions to Rupert Hooper's acquisition of Fox and Sony's acquisition of Columbia, Morita lowered his tone, not believing racial prejudice was the cause, but rather that a perceived gap led to the situation. Alcohol has made his mind less sharp than before, Ronald pointed to his head. Alcohol might indeed have affected Morita. Fortunately, God's blessing and Laura's support helped me overcome my alcoholism, and I also owe you a lot for strengthening my resolve. George continued reading, checking for anything inappropriate. When asked if he would buy a baseball team, Akio Morita revealed some of his philosophy. Sports teams sometimes win, sometimes lose, he said. I don't want to see my team lose, so I don't have the courage to take over a sports team. Ha ha ha, this coward. George laughed when he saw the last question in the interview. Wanting to win but afraid to lose, what's the point of competition? It's this adventurous spirit of the Americans that makes them leaders in the West. I'll fly to D.C. with Laura. George saw the report and knew there was no risk in his family's involvement this time. Plus, Barbara had relented, and he agreed to act as a go-between for Olga again. But what's in it for me? George, a relative of the president, wouldn't do work for free. What business have you been interested in lately? Sony is a multinational conglomerate. They're involved in every kind of business, Ronald thought to himself. Sony even gave me 2 vacation homes in Australia and the right to use a brand new business jet. George, just ask, and Sony can get it done. I saw the last question. Akio Morita said he wouldn't buy a team. Do you want him to invest in the Texas Rangers? Or become the team's main sponsor? Ronald remembered that George was still a shareholder and manager of the baseball team. No, I'll be resigning as Rangers manager soon, and I've been considering selling my shares for a while. Besides the Rangers, I'm also a New York Yankees fan. I've loved watching them since I was a kid. They're currently considering changing their main sponsor. I see, changing the main sponsor would give George, as the middleman in the deal, more opportunities to manipulate things. How they split the profits, let them negotiate. Ronald smiled and made a call today. Who is waiting for news? By the way, why did you resign as Rangers manager? I heard you did a great job. The fans cheered for you at every home game. When Ronald came to Texas, he saw on the news that the Rangers were doing well this year. George Jr., as the general manager, had done a lot of work. He would go to every home game, sometimes just sitting in a regular seat and chatting with the fans. Hey, Texas is having a new gubernatorial election soon this year. Chapter 1144 Senator and News Mediation. Barbara had high expectations for her sons. Her eldest son, George Jr., and second son, Jeb, performed exceptionally well in last year's presidential election, giving Barbara hope for continuing her family's political legacy. However, of the 2 sons, she still favored her younger son, Jeb. In George Sr.'s cabinet, Jeb appeared much more frequently than his brother. Therefore, after a long talk with his father, George Jr. proactively shifted his focus, spending most of his time in Texas, busy as the Rangers manager, mediating conflicts among players, interacting with the audience, and doing what was easiest to increase his public profile. With the Texas gubernatorial election approaching, George Jr. was eager to resign from his team position and try his first public office campaign. Therefore, it was inconvenient for him to do anything as the Rangers manager during this period, lest his opponents use it against him during the election. Soon, George Jr. helped make connections, and they once again flew to the Capitol Golf Club near D.C. to meet with key figures. The detailed discussions yielded mixed results. Previously, neither the Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs nor the House Committee on Financial Services, which Oga had met with, raised any objections. However, the media began to relentlessly hype the acquisition of a major Hollywood film studio by a Japanese company, questioning its impact on the American cultural industry. This gave the other two committees, the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation and the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, a reason to intervene. Members of both committees began to leak information to the media, stating that they would follow up and assess the impact of this acquisition on American culture, and whether there was any foreign entity engaging in subtle cultural aggression against the American people. Oga's side began to get busy again, mobilizing various resources to respond. Meanwhile, Akio Morita within Sony regained some of his prophetic aura. His previous statements had become self-fulfilling prophecies. In reality, it was quite clear that these American congressmen made their living by stirring up trouble. Originally, these two committees were established to review scientific and energy matters, but Akio Morita's remarks gave them a reason to intervene in the cultural industry, since this was also a commercial merger and acquisition, theoretically giving them jurisdiction. Just as Oga was filled with unease and Morita Akio was beaming with pride, an unexpected person called Ronald. Senator Inu. Ronald hadn't expected that the caller would be Danny Inu, a Japanese-American senator from Hawaii. Ronald, long time no see, the one-armed war hero, Danny Inu, had an excellent relationship with Old George and was one of the senators with the best relationship with the president. He was a Japanese-American Hawaiian who had been imprisoned in an internment camp during World War II and later served in the 442nd Infantry Regiment, fighting in Europe where he lost an arm. I watched the third Dragon Boys movie, and it wasn't as good as the first two. It's not your direction, so the quality has dropped a lot. Danny Inu had helped a lot with the filming of the first Dragon Boys movie and was an old acquaintance of Ronald. Sigh, sequels are always difficult to make, Senator Inu, Ronald replied with a smile. Listen. I'm going back to Hawaii soon. Why don't you have your Japanese friend come over? Oh, okay, this choice was truly unexpected for Ronald. Hawaii has two Japanese-American senators. One is Danny Inu, who has a very strong stance on Japan and frequently speaks in support of trade measures with Japan. He is a Japanese-American who wholeheartedly identifies with American ideals. The other Japanese-American Hawaiian senator, Masayuki Matsunaga, is the opposite. He supports Sony's acquisition of Columbia Pictures. After the Wall Street Journal published the acquisition, he issued a statement expressing his delight in the merger of the two leading global entertainment companies. Matsunaga also stated that the deal would create a new global entertainment giant capable of competing effectively in the world market. Furthermore, the acquisition is beneficial to Hawaii, as it will stimulate increased investment in the state's film industry. He stated that Sony plans to build a new studio in Hawaii, which will create jobs and boost the local economy. Therefore, Hollywood and Washington generally believe that if Sony has any staunch supporters in politics, it must be the senator who has been advocating for decades for government compensation for Japanese-American citizens who were sent to internment camps during World War II. Hey, just pass on the message. I'm too busy in Washington, and Tokyo is too far away. Danny Inu hung up the phone. This is probably how Japanese-Americans survive in America. Whether it's Inu, who opposes Japan, or Matsui, who seeks justice for Japanese Americans during World War II, they must first and foremost stand firm as Americans, regardless of their true feelings towards Japan. Sure enough, 2 days later, Norio Oga returned from Hawaii, stayed overnight in Los Angeles, and told Ronald about his communication with Senator Inu. We know too little about Senator Inu. It turns out he suffered at the hands of political bigwig Kishinobu many years ago. Initially, America had intended to send Senator Inu, who was of Japanese descent, back to Japan as its ambassador. When Kishinobu first met him, he bluntly said that in pre-war Japan, only capable people could establish themselves domestically, while those without ability went abroad. Kishinobu, from the Ministry of International Trade and Industry faction, was very dissatisfied with America's attempt to undermine Japan's heavy industry capabilities through Takeshita, from the Ministry of Finance faction. After gaining power, they didn't treat Americans like Inu, who was yellow-skinned but white-hearted, with a cold shoulder, very well. However, politicians and international politics are complex. Senator Inu may well have felt proud of Japan's rising industrial capabilities. He was also eager to get closer to Sony, a world-class company that had established itself in the international market. Since Senator Matsui, who was ambiguous on the Japan issue, couldn't conveniently relay messages for Sony, Inu, as a staunch anti-Japanese figure, took advantage of a trip back to his constituency to handle some business and finally conveyed the attitudes of some upper-class Americans. Sony acted very sensibly, because neither the company nor its owners had American citizenship. They transferred the main shares of their sensitive television business. They also made a statement early on that Columbia Pictures would still be managed by Americans. Coincidentally, the American upper echelons also felt that Hollywood's financial situation was problematic, and they welcomed investment, as long as it complied with American laws and regulations. Ronald, I spoke with Chairman Akio Morita during my trip to Hawaii. He lost face this time and promised not to directly interfere in Columbia's affairs after the acquisition. But the Japanese still respect their seniors, so regarding the CEO selection, that's an internal Sony matter. You can handle it. Ronald understood why Oga had made a point of staying overnight in Los Angeles to meet with him. Since he didn't have any ambition to deeply influence Sony Columbia, he wouldn't advocate for Price, with whom he had no special relationship. Akio Morita was, after all, still the chairman of Sony. While he didn't manage day-to-day affairs, he still held personnel power. He was different from a typical chairman. With Morita's office in place, his control over Sony's board members was far greater than that of a typical multinational corporation chairman. Oga, with an emperor above him, was being guided in the appointment of personnel and business departments. It seemed being CEO wasn't easy. I'll give Mr. Frank Price a suitable position. Sure enough, a few days later, Frank Price received an offer from Sony to become the president of the merged Sony Columbia Pictures. This position didn't have the same daily power as the CEO, but it was a crucial role in film production. It was a perfect fit for Frank Price's abilities and personality. Frank Price's own Price Pictures would be acquired by the new Columbia Pictures. Since his production company hadn't produced or distributed any famous films anyway, the distribution contracts with TriStar Pictures, which was now part of Columbia, would be bought out along with it, giving Frank Price a very good cash buyout fee, essentially compensation. Price was very happy about this. It was much more generous than his previous two employers, Universal and Columbia. He even called Ronald to express his gratitude and assured him that Ronald's films would have a smoother run at Sony. This personnel appointment was announced at the same time as Sony's interest in Peter Goebel. Similarly, Goebel and Peters companies would also be acquired by Sony and merged into Columbia Pictures. Goebel Peters Studios, with several films still under distribution contracts with Warner Brothers, would also be bought out. This duo, along with Frank Price, contributed roughly a third of the top 10 highest-grossing films of the first half of the 1980s, referring to their executive producer credits in the end credits. This caused a stir in Hollywood. The salaries of the three of them were far above the industry average. And it seemed their power was greater than that of typical CEOs and presidents. Were the Japanese serious? They said they wouldn't interfere, and they really let white Americans manage New Columbia's business. Keep in mind, they had previously parachuted in Japanese executives to manage Columbia Records, which they had acquired. Amidst the envy and jealousy of these studio executives, the most regretful was Tom Sherrick of 20th Century Fox. He had listened to Ovitz's assessment of Sony, but Ronald's recommendation also secured an important position, while Goebel's partner, Peters, a former hairstylist, could only hold the position of vice president. If I flatter Ronald a little more, maybe I can get an interview myself. Tom Sherrick was pondering his strategy when Ovitz called. Tom, when can you arrange a meeting between me and Mr. Barry Diller and Mr. Rupert? Our cooperation agreement needs further development. Speaking of the devil, here comes the devil. Tom Sherrick grumbled inwardly, then said into the receiver, Mr. Rupert is in London right now. He has some television business to handle there. Some things can be postponed. Postpone? When? Can I see Mr. Barry Diller first? Ovitz was impatient. Lately, his information had become unreliable, and some people in Hollywood had begun to distance themselves from him. Ovitz wanted to reach an upgraded cooperation agreement with 20th Century Fox, deepening their collaboration. He hoped that in the future, all of 20th Century Fox's major commercial films could be organized by CAA, utilizing CAA contracted directors, screenwriters, and stars. Because Hollywood unions explicitly forbid such agreements, this could only be a gentleman's agreement, finalized by Ovitz and the real power brokers at 20th Century Fox. Who knew that Tom Sherrick, the person in charge, would start acting coy and deliberately drag his feet? Tom, We've known each other for a long time. Is there something on your mind? No, it's not me. Right now, Hollywood is buzzing about that Wall Street Journal article, saying the profitability of your packaged projects is declining. Hey, that's just some flies attacking me. In this industry, information is the most important asset. Who has better inside information than me about actors and directors? My predictions about Sony Columbia's personnel appointments have been incredibly accurate. Mentioning Columbia only fueled Tom Sherrick's anger. I'll pass that on to Mr. Diller. Wait for my notification. Beep beep beep. Ovitz held the receiver, hearing the busy tone, momentarily bewildered. What was wrong with Tom? Ronald, I heard you come to the set every day to oversee the filming of Die Hard 2. Sure enough, with you here, everything goes smoothly. The filming progress is much better now. Tom Sherrick, trying to salvage the situation, went to the studio to catch Ronald's arrival. Tom, I hope we can catch up on some of the delays. You see, Joel Silver is the most important producer. He spends more than 10 hours here every day. I hope our current budget allocation will satisfy you. Ronald spoke in a business-like tone. Ronald, please don't say that. We'll handle the budget for Die Hard 2. There won't be any inappropriate reports in the media. With you, Bruce Willis, and some of the original cast, this movie is bound to be a success. Tom Sherrick hurriedly tried to appease him. He really didn't want Ronald to take this attitude to heart. Who knew you had such a close relationship with Sony? I'm sorry, okay? Just then, they were filming Bonnie Beatrice's scenes. Her screen time in this sequel is less than in the first film, and many of her scenes inside the plane are spread across different shooting times. This arrangement allows her to legitimately receive a significant increase in her stipend. Female stars are always paid much less than male stars. Bonnie, well done, your performance was superb. A good portion of the audience went to see the sequel just for you. Tom Sherrick began to shower her with praise. No, the audience went to see Bruce. Bonnie Beatrice was certainly aware of her place. Hey, you can't say that, Bonnie. I did the publicity for the first film, and I know there are quite a few male fans who love you. Tom Sherrick didn't want to lose face with Ronald again, so he showered his person with compliments. Bonnie has a nephew who wants to audition for a Fox movie, buddy. Oh? Your nephew? So he's from the acting family? What's his name? I'll call and arrange it myself. His name is Macaulay Culkin. That's my maiden name. Bonnie didn't know why Tom Sherrick suddenly denied her, but anything can happen in Hollywood, so she quickly took her nephew's photo and resumed from the dressing room and handed them to Tom Sherrick. Okay, you guys get back to work. Tom Sherrick felt a major crisis looming and needed to get the kids' audition sorted out as soon as possible. He returned to his office and called his subordinate's producer, the boy who's starring in Home Alone. What? It's decided? Who's chosen? I don't care, stop it immediately. Chapter 1145 Orion's Fireball. Home Alone, a show that 20th Century Fox was eyeing, was a Chicago-born child star named John Mulaney. He was a popular children's comedy sketch actor on television. John Mulaney's parents were both high-level white-collar workers. His mother was a law professor at Northwestern University, and his father was a partner at a well-known law firm. Their income was similar to that of Elizabeth Shue's parents, so they approached their son's acting career with the idea of nurturing his talents and interests. If he had talent, they would pursue it professionally. If not, he could easily switch to other more respectable professions. However, in order to fulfill the task assigned by Tom Sherrick and sabotage the deal, 20th Century Fox staff devised a plan. They found a child acting expert and John Mulaney's parents, who were also legal experts, to discuss every detail of the child actor contract. This is the Kogan Act. 15% of child actors' earnings are put into an escrow account, which parents cannot access. This is to prevent parents from squandering their children's acting income and leaving them with nothing when they grow up. That's very appropriate. The two legal experts praised it highly. These are working hours restrictions. Someone John's age can only work 6 hours a day, with no more than 2 hours of overtime. That's good. These are some laws in America and California. Outside of America, for example, in Canada, these restrictions aren't enforceable in U.S. courts. However, the Screen Actors Guild can protect your child. In most cases, for projects filmed overseas, the Screen Actors Guild will conduct spot checks at the start and end of filming. If your child is subject to additional working hours restrictions, You can file a written complaint with the Screen Actors Guild. Child actors must receive education on set to ensure they don't neglect their studies due to work. However, for actors without fame, parents may need to subsidize private tutor fees themselves, unless you can find a school in Canada for John to attend temporarily. Film sets must adhere to a series of standards to ensure the health and safety of child actors, including providing appropriate rest areas and medical facilities. If you're concerned, you can supervise them yourself or hire a professional guardian. The director is not allowed to make any verbal promises to child actors. For dangerous scenes or scenes unsuitable for children, the director must explain in a way that the child actors can understand. The director cannot show child actors any parts of the script that exceed PG-13 rating. If you're worried, you can hire a professional child actor coach. Chip, do you think John should still act in this movie? I feel like these clauses only provide the bare minimum protection for child actors, and if the movie is filmed in Canada, who will accompany him? I also think so. Hollywood is actually quite chaotic. John should just stay in Chicago and do some TV shows and sketches. John Mulaney's parents have backed out. They're both lawyers, and they tend to think the worst about these things. Now they can let that guy named Macaulay Culkin audition. Fox's child affairs expert returned to report the good news to Tom Sherrock. Don't rush things. Let Culkin's parents worry a little longer, it won't hurt. We just need to inform Bonnie Beatrice that her nephew has one more audition opportunity. Tom Sherrock, cunning and experienced in such matters, was adept at handling such situations. This isn't some lawyer's son. His father is a struggling actor with 6 other children, all hoping one of them can become a movie star to escape their misery. They know Hollywood's ways better than anyone. Letting them worry will benefit us. Also, make sure to handle their Coogan account carefully, with a professional lawyer. I don't want a scandal where he becomes the second Jackie Coogan. This Jackie Coogan is the origin of the Coogan Act. This little boy from Chaplin's The Kid earned $4 million in 1936, all of which was squandered by his mother and stepfather, and even after winning a lawsuit, he couldn't get the money back. Ronald, we've thought about it, and we still want Macaulay Culkin to come back for another audition. This movie is still suitable for a kid like him. John Hughes, and you were right, but we still need to give his parents the cold shoulder for a while and be fully prepared. Those two have 7 kids, and their character isn't exactly stellar. Tom Sherrock made the arrangements and quickly reported to Ronald. Is it really that bad? Parents who don't treat their own genius son well. Okay, you're the professional, I'll listen to you on this. Ronald hung up the phone and asked his wife, Diane, did you have that Coogan account when you were a kid? Yes, I was able to freely run away from New York to Los Angeles because of that money. Diane smiled as she got dressed, then came over and hugged Ronald. If it weren't for this money, I wouldn't have met you. Ronald laughed heartily, and the two went out and walked to the nearby Beverly Cinema to see a movie. Over the weekend, Ronald received tickets from Orion Pictures for their major production this year, The Big Fireball. Orion Pictures is in much better financial shape than Cannonball Pictures, and can still afford to produce a dozen or so mid-budget films each year, each costing around $20 million. Besides today's biopic about Jerry Lee Lewis, a pioneer of rock and country music, there's Meryl Streep's dark comedy She-Devil, another film adapted from the stage play Dangerous Liaisons, Woman, which will be released at the end of the year, and Jankovic's comedy L. Ronald, as a producer, has collaborated with him on The Silence of the Lambs and Dances with Wolves. So, they have to give him face. They heard that The Big Fireball didn't do well at the box office, but the reviews were quite good. Orion's intention is also to ask Ronald, out of consideration for their collaboration, to say a few good words about the film. They hope it will achieve good returns in overseas distribution and on video. Diane ate grapes air freighted from Japan. They tasted very good. She playfully tossed one to Ronald. AWW, Ronald laughed and ate it. The two went to the cinema and sat down to enjoy the film. Shit. What kind of plot is this? How could the MPAA rate this movie as PG-13? Halfway through, angry viewers left with their teenagers. However, their children still turned back, staring intently at the pretty face of the female lead on the screen. Ronald looked at the dark-haired actress on the screen, wearing a playful hat. The actress looked very innocent. Although she was over 18, she could easily be mistaken for a minor. Ronald felt that a PG-13 rating was a bit absurd. This movie should be R. It wasn't that the movie contained any erotic content or excessive violence, but rather that the plot itself was uncomfortable and unsuitable for teenagers. This film tells the story of Jerry Lee Lewis, a pioneer of rock and roll, who married his 13-year-old cousin, Mela Gale. He was later ostracized by audiences and viewed as a criminal, although in some states in America, marriage at that age is legal. His career declined, and he eventually became an alcoholic, but he still loved performing live. Biographical films usually have flaws in their protagonists, but this one is far too controversial. How could audiences in big cities accept this kind of plot? However, according to MPAA rules, the film contains no violence, profanity, or sexual content, so it would be PG-13 if properly regulated. This is probably why film reviews haven't focused much on criticizing this plot point. The rating system in newspapers and on television makes it difficult to speak openly about it. The female lead is Winona Ryder, a star of Ronald and Roger Coleman's Heather Sisters. Her husband, Jerry Lee Lewis, is played by Dennis Quaid, Meg Ryan's husband. Because of his drug abuse, Dennis Quaid and his brother lost the casting for Rain Man to Tom Cruise and Dustin Hoffman. Afterwards, he received no offers for big-budget roles, with only Orion Pictures daring to cast him as the lead in a mid-budget $20 million production. He hoped this film would revive his career. And now? He probably turned things around, only to fall back into the abyss. Even without the controversial plot, this movie is really bad, Ronald commented to Diane, who was already dozing off. The movie was nearing its end. Diane woke up a bit more loudly. She didn't like the plot either. As a pregnant mother, seeing a young character being violently abused by Jerry Lee Lewis after becoming pregnant was unbearable for her. Ronald, is that you? A middle-aged blonde woman next to her, seeing the young couple's faces in the Brighton theater lights after the credits rolled, recognized Ronald. It's me, and you are. PJ. Hello, long time no see. Ronald was delighted to see PJ Soles, the female lead in his first film, Rock High. The two had known each other since they were young and inexperienced. Ronald was a second-unit director back then, and they got along very well. Why are you here alone to watch this kind of movie? Ronald realized that Dennis Quaid was PJ Soles' ex-husband. I came to see her. I heard Dennis really valued this film. PJ was a kind person. Although Dennis Quaid had dumped her, he hadn't spoken ill of her. This is my wife, Diane Lane. This is PJ, my first leading lady. Diane stepped forward and hugged PJ. You're pregnant? Oh, I just had my second baby last year. Really? Let me see. So cute. Women do have a lot in common when talking about children. Diane knew that PJ was Ronald's leading lady when he was an assistant, and she wanted to know more about Ronald, so she invited PJ to her home. Okay, my husband went to the set to do stunts, and his mother is helping to look after the kids. I can go too. Ronald has a study at home filled with materials from all the films he's made since he started his career. He even dug out a poster from his old high school movie and a videotape that Roger Coleman released later. PJ Soles was quite nostalgic. People these days don't make movies with that kind of passion. There are so many formulas, so much scheming. When I was making this movie with Dae Young, we had a really good relationship. Ronald even filmed a really charming sunset scene for us back then. Diane was very interested and urged PJ to point it out to her. The scene on the videotape was filmed by Ronald. Jim Cameron was my co-star in this scene. Gail Hurd was Coleman's assistant back then. Ronald reminisced about the past, also feeling nostalgic. I haven't seen Dae Young recently. Is she still acting in movies? PJ also felt nostalgic seeing her and Dae Young dressed in beautiful clothes, filming scenes with a handsome Van Patten. Haha, I recommended her for a major supporting role in Disney's new movie. Being a sculptor isn't as interesting as being an actress, is it, really? Do you have her phone number? Let's ask her to come over. It just so happens that Dae Young's studio is near Beverly Hills, and a few tens of minutes later, the two sisters from Rock High School reunited at Ronald's new home. PJ Soles had been acting in television series and low-budget TV movies, while Dae Young had been out of the entertainment industry for a long time, only recently returning to film. The two best friends hadn't seen each other for years and had endless things to talk about. Have you seen Van Patten? PJ Soles asked about Dae Young's whereabouts. He recently came to Los Angeles for the Masters tennis tournament, but his results are much worse than at his peak. He said he plans to retire next year. Dae Young is a sculptor with some fame in the Los Angeles art scene, participating in such social events more often than PJ Soles. Van Parten later turned to professional tennis, and at his peak, he defeated former world number 1 McEnroe and won the Tokyo Masters. What about Marie Voronov? Dae-young thought of the actress who played the stern headmistress. She's still stuck in B-movies. After Ronald cast her in Comet Night, she got a lot of sci-fi offers, mainly playing female teachers and scientists. PJ Soles knew more about the fate of these lower-level actors. It's been almost 10 years. We need to get the whole cast together. Ronald was very happy today. It felt good to chat with people in the industry on equal footing, so he thought of having a 10-year reunion. I have a better idea. How about you all make a sequel to Rock High School? Now PJ Soles and Dae-young both looked at Ronald. If there was a sequel, they might be able to make a comeback. Why not? I'll give Mr. Coleman a call. He still has the sequel rights. Do you have any suitable script ideas? In short, the result of the old Friends reunion was that a sequel was going to be made, and a 10-year reunion was going to be held. These grapes are really good. They taste so good. I've never had them before. PJ ate a handful of grapes and praised them. I have some more. I'll get you some more. Diane took a basket and put it on the table. This movie, The Big Fireball, is really terrible. Does Orion really not care about the director's creative process? But the script is obviously problematic. Ronald talked about the movie he had seen that day. Hey, that's how Orion is. They make 10 movies, 7 of them lose money, 2 break even, and they're happy as long as one is a big hit. I heard that Valmont is much better than last year's Dangerous Liaisons. Many of my friends in the industry say that Michelle Pfeiffer and Glenn Close were nominated for Oscars last year. And Annette Bening and Meg Tilly, who play the same roles this year, are even better. Maybe they'll win. PJ Soles has been in the entertainment industry for a long time, and she's well informed. If only that were the case. Ronald felt a little strange when he heard the names of the 2 women. Maybe actors who are really interacting are just being themselves, and that's why they are even better? I'm also working with Orion on 2 films. I just hope they don't run into financial problems. No, they're a branch of United Artists, the last production company in Hollywood that respects artists. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1146 Lombardy Filming Crash. Alan, it's me, Ronald. Your assistant, Ronald. Do you remember me? Ahaha, Alan Ekush, the director of High School Rock, received a call from Ronald and initially thought someone was impersonating him and joking. His directing career hadn't been smooth sailing. Since High School Rock, he'd only received 1 script every 4 years on average. Last year's Golf Madness 2, with a budget of $20 million, only grossed $11 million, failing to even recoup its production costs. Now he was unemployed at home. Actually, this film was also executive produced by Peter Gubel and John Peters, with a production company providing the funding. So, their supposed good eye for talent was somewhat questionable. It was only because their output was much larger than that of Ronald or Spielberg's individual studios that they seemed more famous on Wall Street. Ronald was very enthusiastic towards Alan Ekush, expressing his idea of inviting him to direct High School Rock 2. Another director who helped him back then, Joe Dent, is doing much better in his career. Last year, he directed a new film starring Tom Hanks, which grossed over $40 million at the box office on a budget of just over $10 million. So it's impossible for him to direct a sequel to a B-movie. But Alan Ekush is different. He doesn't have much of a choice now. I've already spoken to PJ and Dae-young. Van Patten is retiring next spring. Let's get the Ramones back and make a sequel. You can decide the main story. What do you think? Ronald had already contacted the original cast members by phone. In addition to himself and Jim Cameron, they could also get Roger Corman to make cameo appearances. Hey? That's really interesting idea. The Rock girls are still best friends after 10 years. They still face life's difficulties with a punk rock attitude. Alan Ekush realized that Ronald was serious about making a sequel and wasn't joking, and his interest immediately grew. Another week passed, and on Friday, Ronald was handling official business in his office when Alan Ekush rushed in, clutching a briefcase. Alan, Ronald called out to his personal assistant, the chubby Lake, who had tried to stop him, and invited Alan Ekush in to sit down. This story is good. You came up with it so quickly. Ronald flipped through the synopsis. It was about a rock high school 10 years later, now renamed after its former president, Ronald. Liv Randall, a student idol, still had a photo of herself collaborating with the Ramones displayed in the school's Hall of Fame, but the rock spirit was gone. Black students were experimenting with new forms of rap music, except for one girl named Susan who still loved the old-school punk Ramones. Susan, resentful that the music department had lost its rock band status, rebelliously drove off, leaving school, and using the address book to find the current addresses of Liv, Kate, and others, embarking on a journey to find the true spirit of rock. The result was somewhat disillusioning. Liv Randall was married with 2 children and often bullied by her boss at work. Her best friend Kate was a housewife, often neglected by her husband, and the former rock idols had become middle-aged Americans. However, spurred on by Susan, the 2 rock heroines rediscovered the courage of their high school days. Great, I've arranged with Mr. Roger Coleman. We'll meet him with a script outline. The production rights for the sequel are still with Coleman. But it's not a big problem, we've collaborated several times before, and it's always been a pleasant experience. You have 3 to 5 months to refine the script, and once the main actors are available, we'll shoot the sequel. Ronald was pleased. Alan Ekush's skills were still up to par, and he was eager to prove himself. Television, film or video distribution, Alan Ekush was eager to know the technical details of the film. Give me some confidence, Alan. I'm approving this as a mid-budget theatrical release. However, it will primarily target Columbia Pictures and the East and West Coasts. We can probably manage a screening in about 1,000 theaters, but no more than that. Things aren't like they were 10 years ago anymore. Drive-in theaters have practically disappeared, and finding audiences willing to spend less money to watch B-movies is incredibly difficult now. I know. I've made several films under pseudonyms for TV stations and video companies. These days, almost all small productions have moved to those 2 channels, making it increasingly difficult for new directors to break through. The script is with me. I'll also look for any stars interested in cameo roles. Ronald smiled as he saw Alan Ekush off. Back then, everyone was just having fun, but now different classes had emerged. Many of the original actors, directors, and crew members weren't doing so well. Ronald's idea of making a sequel was partly motivated by a desire to help his old friends earn some money. Besides Ronald, Cameron, and Gail Hurd, only one other member of the original crew had risen to stardom, cinematographer Dean Condy. He went on to direct many blockbuster films, including B-movies like Escape from New York and The Haunted Chinatown, all box office hits. His A-list productions included The Emerald, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and the Back to the Future series. His professional standing in Hollywood was incredibly secure. Even when Ronald wanted to cast him in Ghost, he was unavailable. He was busy filming Back to the Future Parts 2 and 3. Returning to the topic of low-budget B-movies, production numbers decreased year after year, and the methods used for shooting videotapes and television films were completely different from those used for true big-screen movies. Television screens are limited to around 21 inches, meaning dialogue scenes on this size can only rely on close-ups and extreme close-ups. This means the expressive audio-visual language of big-screen films cannot be reproduced on videotapes and television movies. Shooting too many videos can also ruin the artistic taste of directors and actors. Most importantly, if you're a new director who has shot films exclusively for videotape, you'll have to learn many techniques and staging from scratch when you try to direct a big-screen film. Rural towns and old-fashioned cinemas are more scattered than before, and most newly built cinemas are multiplexes and shopping malls, making it increasingly unlikely that a B-movie directed by a newcomer and starring unknown actors will be shown. It's only because Ronald's nostalgic work, with the original cast and crew, has a chance of getting a theatrical release. Just as Ronald was thinking about the lack of new directors, he heard the distinctive, hoarse voice of an Israeli. "Hooray, Ronald, our final cut is ready. I brought it here to show you today. Minahan, is your Lombard film finished?" "Let me see." It was Minahan and Ronald's collaboration, a film based on the popular Brazilian song Lombard, titled The Forbidden Dance. The two went to the screening room to see the finished film, and Ronald burst out laughing at the very beginning. The actual title should be The Forbidden Dance. The adapted title, Lombard, had already been bought by Lirahan's cousin, Yoram, for another film. However, Minahan, following Ronald's advice, made the word Lombard as large as the word for competitive dance, with a competitive dance on top and Lombard below, making it look as if the film's title was still Lombard. Only attentive viewers could see the tiny words "Dance of Lombard" on the right side of the word. The entire film was shot very hotly. The plot was very cliché. An Amazonian princess comes to Los Angeles to attend an international high school, and falls in love with a male lead through dancing the Lombard. After the princess's exchange, she returned to the Brazilian rainforest. The male protagonist, unaware of which high school she attended, rashly followed her to Brazil, experiencing its scenery and dances. Finally, at a carnival, he found the masked heroine amidst the Lombard dancers. But that's not important. The focus of this kind of film is the variety of novel dances. The heroine, Laura Harling, is incredibly beautiful, possessing the undeniable charm of a Miss Universe contestant. Her Lombard dancing is also quite good. The opening and closing dance sequences are breathtaking and blood-pumping. Lombard dancing involves many hip movements, and combined with the heroine's excellent figure and face, many people will definitely go to the cinema just for the dance. When are you planning to release it? Ronald asked Minahan. How about next summer? Minahan has big ambitions. Not so great. My friend at Columbia Records told me that Lombard is selling incredibly well, already selling 3 million singles in America. And Columbia Records is recomposing the song at all their branches around the world, finding local singers to perform it. Besides the English version, the Japanese and Cantonese versions are being recorded right away. Let's take advantage of this momentum and release it immediately. Minahan was still thinking about making a comeback during the summer season. His big productions, like Superman 4, had all been huge failures during the summer season. Let's leave it at that. Don't underestimate this season. Although there aren't many viewers, there's not much competition either. And our Lombard, no, Forbidden Dance, doesn't rely on viewers who regularly watch movies. Anyway, the currently airing music video is our best advertisement. Minahan's face contorted in pain. He had intended to rise from where he had fallen. His last 2 years at Cannonball were spent heavily investing in summer blockbusters, only to be ousted by his cousin due to insufficient investment in special effects. His first major financial success at Cannonball was also a summer blockbuster, Ronald's Breakdance, which, riding the wave of the Olympics, swept the American summer box office. However, Ronald's argument made sense, and Minahan couldn't disobey his will, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. I'll contact the film processing plant immediately and expedite the printing of enough copies. Minahan wasn't very optimistic about the current situation, but he still needed to be prepared. It's alright, go find Columbia's printing plant. I'll call them. Now, if Ronald wanted Columbia Pictures to do anything, he could just pass a message through Norio Ogo's office. This kind of small matter was insignificant. Minahan was very efficient. He spent some money to expedite the printing, and then, through his network of local distributors, the Hollywood theaters where Ronald worked, and Columbia's distribution channels, he managed to secure 800 theaters for the film. Meanwhile, his informant said that his cousin Yoram, the current president of Cannonball, was extremely busy. The Italian boss who took over Cannonball seemed to be a fraud, spending his days going to high-end events with actresses. He seemed to have no interest in making movies. Coupled with managing the theaters in Europe, Yoram seemed to be bogged down in administrative work and hadn't noticed the leak of Minahan's Lombard adaptation. Ronald, you have to come to the premiere. This is the comeback of our best musical duo. Hollywood will all know that you, this genius, have released another musical. The most memorable dance music in America throughout the 80s was started by your movies. How can you miss something like this? After arranging the release, Minahan went to Ronald's place every day, urging him to attend the premiere. Ronald really wasn't interested. He passed the buck to Michel Canold, the distribution director. But Minahan wasn't discouraged at all. He still came every day, waiting in Ronald's office every morning to personally make him tea. He even took over the work of Ronald's assistant, Rich Lake. Boss, please agree to Minahan's offer, or I'll be unemployed in a few days. He's doing all the work now. The chubby Lake also spoke well of Minahan. Why are you speaking well of him? Ronald asked curiously. I also started out in hair gel. These kinds of musicals are the only possible way out for an actor like me who isn't particularly good looking. I heard that you gave those dance instructors a business opportunity in Dirty Dancing, and now they all run Mamba Studios. This film, Lombard, Forbidden Dance, also features many ordinary stunt dancers. Your attendance at the premiere might be a life-changing moment for them. Ricky Lake's words touched Ronald. Movies can indeed change an ordinary person's life. He didn't say much and agreed to attend the premiere. On the day of the premiere, Ronald, dressed casually as a dancer in a sheepskin jacket, leather boots, and jeans, got into Minahan's car, which had come to pick him up. Damn it, Yoram still has an insider in my company. He also got a copy printed and is premiering tonight. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Ronald glanced at Minahan sitting beside him. He hadn't paid attention to this matter, and yet another strange thing had happened. I told you, didn't I leave a note for your secretary? Lombard is set to be released tonight, and Forbidden Dance needs your support, eh? Ronald remembered the note Lake had given him. It must have been Minahan's doing, taking advantage of his misunderstanding. He thought Minahan was referring to Lombard, Forbidden Dance, when in fact he meant two competing films. Alright, let's see what the reviews say tomorrow, and which one has the higher box office. Ronald wasn't afraid of competition, but it was indeed rare for two films with similar content to clash head-to-head. He could learn something new from this. Beep beep, the luxury car driver Minahan had hired started honking. What's going on? Ronald glanced at his watch. It was almost time for the premiere, and he was stuck in traffic 2 streets in front of the movie theater. Beep beep, he heard a frantic honking coming from across the street. Finally managing to squeeze to the theater entrance, Ronald got out and saw another luxury car pull up across the street. A fat man, about the same size as Minahan, got out. He took off his sunglasses and whistled. Ronald looked closer and recognized him as Minahan's cousin, Yoram. You two didn't plan this, did you? Ronald noticed the neon signs above a movie theater diagonally across the street forming the word Lombard. It turned out the two movies weren't just releasing on the same day, but their premieres were also held at two movie theaters directly opposite each other across the street. Chapter 1147 sets its sights on the valuable assets of Cannonball Films. Minahan, you cunning liar. You deliberately put Lombard, a name we at Cannonball already own, into the subtitle of your lousy movie. Don't think we'll let this go. See you in court. Yoram, Minahan's cousin and the current president of MGM, shouted at Minahan as he got out of the car. Ever since he kicked Minahan out of Cannonball and took his place, his physique had become increasingly wider. Now he had surpassed Minahan to become the fattest man with the biggest belly in the room. Behind him was a row of tall, handsome men, each with the physique of a male dancer from a sex dance, all dressed in matching Italian-style fitted suits, creating a rather comical effect. Tui, Minahan spat at his cousin, a very vulgar act that made the row of Italian-American male dancers behind him shake their slicked back hair in disgust and whisper among themselves. You bastard, you're turning the tables. You stole my movie idea, then beat us to a deal with Lombard's singles distributor, and now you want to steal our release date? Who brought you to Tel Aviv and taught you how to sell movie tickets? The two Israeli brothers stood at the crossroads, arguing loudly, switching from English to Hebrew, and then, not satisfied, adding Russian swear words they learned from their parents as children. Where are our people? Go get them. Ronald saw that the other side had a clear numerical advantage. Although Minahan was currently in the lead, just in case, he quickly turned back and sent Minahan's 21st Century Pictures staff to fetch reinforcements. Where are they? Where are they? Just a few minutes later, a large group of 21st Century Pictures, Minahan's new company, employees and the movie's actors rushed over from the movie theater entrance. Ronald glanced around and saw a diverse group of people dressed in all sorts of outfits, some in PR suits and ties, others in t-shirts for audience surveys, and a few marketing personnel in baseball caps and photography vests, who hadn't forgotten to leave their expensive cameras in the car. Very energetic, Ronald thought Minahan was quite capable. Although he was a bit stingy with his subordinates, he was a producer genuinely dedicated to making the film, and the crew was very united. Who wants to hit Minahan? It's you plagiarists. Finally, the last one to run over from the back of the group was the lead actress, Laura Harling. Today, she was wearing a red short dress, a small red bag slung over her shoulder, and bright strappy high-heeled sandals, which slowed her down a bit. After all, she was a former Miss Universe, and her walk and poses were graceful, making Ronald's eyes light up. This bright red outfit really suits a super beautiful woman, Ronald thought to himself. Sure enough, Laura Harling attracted attention not only from Ronald. Behind Yoram, an Italian man pushed aside the male dancers and emerged from behind. Beautiful lady, I wonder if we've misunderstood something, he said, reaching out to grab her hand and kiss her. Slap, Laura Harling, whose star chart depended on whether this movie would be affected, slapped the man's hand away, turned around and walked to Minahan's side, making her stance clear. Who is that guy? Ronald stood aside, dodging the photographer's flashes with Richard's help. Today's confrontation between two fat Israelis would definitely be in the papers tomorrow. Giancarlo Parodi, the owner of Cannonball. He also acquired Pathé Films in Germany. Who does this guy think he is? Ronald didn't like this man. There were no good men or women in Hollywood, only actresses who would sell themselves for an opportunity, but such disgusting behavior. Did he think Hollywood actresses were streetwalkers? Ha, I'm not a bad person, I'm an investor. Giancarlo Parodi came over again to pester her. Ronald glanced at him. The man was somewhat handsome, with a large face and the characteristic enthusiasm of Latinos, but his eye bags were large due to excessive drinking and womanizing. His smile had a lewd air about him. Giancarlo Parodi looked somewhat like a monarch in Greek history, a portrait of Napoleon. He probably admired himself a bit, as he sported a similar hairstyle, with a curled strand of hair hanging down his forehead. Seeing the confrontation between the two fat Israeli men turn into a lewd attempt to pick up women on the spot, most of the reporters present lost interest. This kind of news wouldn't get published because Giancarlo Parodi was a media boss. What was the point of two fat Israeli men fighting? HMPH, spit, tui, mina, seeing Yoram hiding behind, spat another mouthful of phlegm on the ground. Let's go, he turned and beckoned to the group, heading triumphantly towards the entrance of his premiere cinema. Minahan, like a triumphant rooster, cackled and laughed wildly. With a wave of his hand, he led the crew back, shouting like a cheap product salesman at a movie theater entrance, "Come see our movie. This is the most authentic Lombard musical, not that knockoff over there." Giancarlo Parodi, undeterred, turned around and started looking for his next target. "Never mind, where's Milora? Where's Milora?" He turned back to look for Milora Harding, the lead actress in Yoram's version of Lombard. Her looks were definitely a notch below Miss Universe Laura Herring. The Lombard dance film was alright, the story was plausible, and the main dance sequences, because the lead actress, Laura Herring, was of Mexican descent and of Latina descent, danced with more flair than the American-born Laura Harding. The two films were released simultaneously, and on the opening weekend, Minahan's film grossed over $1 million, while Yoram's film just surpassed $1 million. Both films achieved some success. Ugh, it's all that traitor Yoram's fault. If it weren't for him, we could have combined the resources of both films, and Cannonball could have had another box office success. The next day, Minahan came to claim credit, yelling and cursing his cousin at Ronald's house. "If you dare spit, I'll kick you out. Diane's pregnant now and hates unclean people." Ronald, seeing him mention Yoram again, was afraid he'd dirty his house too. No, Minahan chuckled dryly and went to drink his coffee. "Why are you still talking about Cannonball? You should be talking about my 21st century pictures now." Ronald noticed the problem in Minahan's words. "Sigh, this was my lifelong dream. I originally wanted to use Cannonball as a platform to make a name for myself in Hollywood." Minahan was still very concerned about Cannonball's predicament. It had almost become a knot in his heart. Ever since being kicked out of Cannonball, he had been constantly reviewing where he had gone wrong. The final conclusions were, first, the soaring interest rates made his $400 million financing costs too high. Second, his film projects were not overseen by professional producers. He was the only one in charge, resulting in too many films being produced, budget overruns, and ultimately, hasty editing with little effort put into marketing and distribution. Third, and related to the second, too many bad films had undermined the important films that should have received substantial investment. For a film like Superman IV, if the original $40 million budget had been allocated, Cannonball might have had a chance to revive. According to you, Cannonball, now with this Italian banker's investment, should be starting to make some big budget projects. Why is it still competing with us for low-budget films like Lombard? Ronald was confused. This Giancarlo Parodi, who bought Pathé and Cannonball, owns not only their film libraries but also two cinema chains in Europe and Britain. Why isn't he making big productions? Why is he still repeating Cannonball's low-budget approach? Sigh, I don't think he's a serious filmmaker. I heard from my former Cannonball employees that this guy spends his days throwing parties, partying every night in the name of Cannonball and Pathé, dating all sorts of Hollywood actresses, Minahan said, heartbroken. Ronald hadn't seen him this upset when he talked about being betrayed by Yoram and kicked out of Cannonball. This man had many flaws, but he had one redeeming quality: he was the kind of boss who genuinely wanted to make movies. Although his script selection was poor, his directing skills were lacking, and his company management abilities were inadequate, he was willing to do anything to make a successful film. Is that so? They're not making any big-budget productions now. Ronald's heart skipped a beat. He'd seen this kind of behavior in the Australian tycoon who had once bid for Columbia Pictures. Yes, several of my Canon employees who had always worked for me have come to my new company. They couldn't stand a boss who was always chasing women and never making any serious films. Even though I can offer them less than Canon now, they're willing to work for me. Minahan spoke with pride, very confident in his charm. After seeing Minahan off, Ronald quickly summoned Richard. That's the situation. Gather some rumors in the industry for me, and I'll have someone inquire on Wall Street as well. It seemed those long-time employees had given up higher salaries to join Minahan not because of any unique charm he possessed, but because they knew Canon might be in serious trouble, and they'd lose their jobs if they didn't leave. Yes, Steve Bannon, thanks for the news. Sure enough, the news from Richard's side, compared with the information Ronald had gathered from Bannon about Wall Street, revealed that Cannonball was indeed in serious trouble. Yoram was increasingly focusing its efforts on borrowing from various sources to fill the gaps, in order to prevent the company from being forced to declare bankruptcy if it couldn't pay the interest on its junk bonds. The money Giancarlo Parodi used to acquire Cannonball was provided by Credit Lyonnais, a bridge loan bank that Cannonball frequently partnered with. In other words, Giancarlo Parodi used Cannonball's assets as collateral to borrow more money and then acquired Cannonball. This kind of leveraged operation was common during the first 6 years of the previous president's term. But now that the Federal Reserve has entered a rate hike cycle, if they continue doing this, they'll have to pray that Cannonball produces a blockbuster like Batman to fill the gaps. Speaking of Batman, Cannonball also has some Marvel Comics assets, such as Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four. I wonder what the details of their original contracts were? How many years have they been licensed? Making huge profits from adapting comics into movies is best exemplified by the Salkinds father and son, the original producers of the Superman series. They acquired the adaptation rights to Superman for 20 years, built their fortune on this, produced 3 Superman films, and even sold the rights to the final film to Minahan for a high price. Get Minahan on the phone. Wait, Ronald picked up the phone, intending to have his assistant Lake call Minahan, but suddenly he had another idea. It was best not to let Minahan know about this. Cannonball was bound to cause serious problems if things continued like this, and Ronald wanted to take this opportunity to acquire the rights to important films and videotape distribution rights. He also wanted to buy the adaptation rights to those Marvel movies, if the length was right, and keep them there for the right time to release. Without making big-budget Cannonball films, it would be impossible to repay this loan. Just relying on the boss chasing women wouldn't generate cash flow. It was just a matter of time, and time was on the side of someone as shrewd as Ronald. The only problem is how many people share Ronald's idea, waiting to see Cannonball crash and burn before anyone else can react, then rushing in to grab the fattest piece of the pie. But it's still worth doing. At least Ronald can buy the rights to his breakdancing films and Jean-Claude Van Damme's action movies. These films have been long-running bestsellers on video, a kind of memento of his growth. Okay, let's keep a close eye on it. Without alerting Yoram, Ronald discussed with Bannon. Yoram isn't stupid. I'm afraid he's already looking for an escape route. Bannon chuckled. As the former CFO and current president, Yoram certainly knows Cannonball's financial situation inside and out. He's letting Giancarlo Parodi run wild now, perhaps also looking for a way out. Anyway, we need to watch quietly, without firing a shot to alert the hunters or the other hunters, understood? By the way, can't NBC order more of that TV series? Bannon changed the subject. NBC gave me a 5-episode order, only because I promised to adapt Working Girl into a TV series. If you let Seinfeld do a good job, and it gets good ratings, it might be renewed. Sigh. Okay, Bannon knew the chances were slim. This TV series was most likely just a bundle deal. Are you working with Cannonball again? I don't really like them. Diane came out and saw Ronald on the phone, and couldn't help but ask. No, actually I'm working with Minahan, and Cannonball is our competitor, Ronald said with a smile. Oh, I saw a picture of their boss pursuing Laura Harling, the lead actress in your new film. Disgusting. By the way, Miss Universe in her red dress, isn't she beautiful? Hey, don't worry, Bannon and I discussed it, and it seems Cannonball is having serious financial problems. I'm planning to buy my breakdancing rights before they go bankrupt. Ronald quickly changed the subject. They're going bankrupt? How did you know? Diane asked curiously. Before a company goes bankrupt, a lot of long-term employees definitely run away. I checked. And several long-term employees were willing to endure low wages and Minahan's temper to go to his 21st century pictures. So, isn't Orion also very likely? Diane muttered to herself. What? Ronald was startled by her words. Impossible. I recently went to Orion Pictures for the release ceremony of the videotape of my film Love at Sunset Bridge, and I heard that many people from Orion are looking for work. No way. I have 2 other films that I'm working on with them, and Orion is handling the distribution and awards. Then go and see if the crew has any financial problems. I've worked on many film crews with financial problems, and there are usually signs, like a drop in the quality of lunch, the cinematographer and director suddenly becoming less picky, shooting only 1 or 2 takes, and many people calling to look for work. I'll call the on-set production manager, Rachel Tallerley. Ronald felt uneasy after what Diane said. Chapter 1148 The Unstoppable Orion. Okay, I got it. Thanks for your hard work. Ronald called Rachel Tallerley, the female producer who replaced Polly Pratt and was now overseeing the production on set. Rachel Tallerley was very capable. She managed the crew's affairs perfectly in that sparsely populated area of the South Dakota Protected Area. According to her, Orion's money was generally deposited into the crew's account on time, with only occasional delays of a few days. And these people really were, as rumored, very respectful of the artists, almost always accommodating Kevin Costner's requests. Some shots were even acceptable to Rachel Tallerley, but at Costner's insistence, they were reshot again and again to meet his requirements. The producers sent by Orion never complained. As long as they could submit a written application and provide a suitable reason, Orion would let them shoot. According to this producer who has worked with Mike Medavoy, vice president of Orion since the United Artists era, Orion's current owner, John Kluge, is a media and communications tycoon who, in his battle with Sumner Redstone for Orion's dominance, consistently increased his stake, eventually reaching 69% and becoming the largest shareholder. From Oliver Stone's Platoon, all of Orion's successful projects were made possible by the financial backing of this wealthy tycoon. If things were better a couple of years ago, we wouldn't even need an application, a verbal request would suffice, and we'd spend money without batting an eye. If we could convince Mike Medavoy, it was like having absolute creative freedom. The producer's words also revealed his dissatisfaction with the stinginess and frugality of newcomers like Daydream Studios. Even at lunchtime, Rachel Tallerley had to arrange for someone to count the number of people eating, and those who ate there had to pay for themselves. Logically, with no financial problems, Ronald should have been at ease. But after hanging up the phone, he still felt uncertain. These artists and middle managers didn't understand the psychology of the super-rich. Ronald had some acquaintance with Warren Buffett, a regular on the Forbes rich list, and knew that these billionaires were much more shrewd with their money than ordinary people. They could be ordinary people, spending money on their hobbies, sometimes spending several years' worth of an average person's income. But they were far more sensitive than ordinary people to whether something was valuable and what price they should pay to avoid losing out. Ronald didn't believe that anyone would spend so much money on art and fund directors to make the films they envisioned, simply for their own enjoyment. Furthermore, the increasingly stringent budgeting process and occasional delays in payments fueled Ronald's growing doubts, perhaps the first yellow leaf to fall in autumn. To alleviate his anxieties, Ronald sought Richard's help to collect all of Orion's film production records from the past 5 years. He also had accountant Ed Bastian analyze Orion's financial situation. Ronald spent 2 nights finally getting a general idea of Orion's film production and financial situation, which was far from optimistic. Before John Kluge took over, Orion was a typical mid-sized company, producing 6-8 films a year and distributing some films from other smaller studios. While not very profitable, it garnered significant awards and critical acclaim. Its finances were considered healthy. However, as John Kluge increased his stock holdings year after year, Orion's production output rose to 10 films per year, and quickly to 15. The budget for each film also increased from an average of around $5 million to $15 million. Fortunately, the producers, including Mike Medavoy, who came from United Artists, had excellent foresight. They were able to guarantee 1-2 box office hits, over $50 million, each year, along with several films that could garner nominations for major Oscars. Orion didn't end up like Cannonball. But their symptoms are actually the same as Cannonball's. Ed Bastian, who is in New York helping Ronald with media acquisitions, said, in a time of low interest rates, they take on massive amounts of debt and then produce a large number of high-budget films in hopes of box office success to recoup their costs. I'm not saying this strategy is impossible. In fact, in recent years, Hollywood film production costs have been rising rapidly. But other major studios can save huge amounts of marketing costs by relying on big stars, while Orion mostly produces works by auteur directors, relying on the success of the plot rather than stars. In addition, they don't have the convenience of linking television and film, relying on stars to drive audiences to watch movies and TV series, so Orion doesn't have enough box office successes, so they can only keep making one film after another. Ronald was almost realizing what was going on. Yes, they can only keep making films, making more films than last year, making films with higher production costs, hoping to turn things around. But the interest rates in the last 2 years are not at the level of 1986, so making films like this, Ed Bastian hinted. The more we make, the more we lose money, and the more we lose, the more we want to make, Ronald understood. Orion and Cannonball had different symptoms, but the root cause was the same. Both were caused by the introduction of foolish money during the low interest rate era and their improper large-scale expansion. Cannonball took on Wall Street junk bonds, while Orion relied on Kluge's constant investment. Cannonball's fate might be a sudden collapse, while Orion would slowly starve to death. This company was like a giant with bulimia, hoping that the next film would bring huge box office returns to alleviate its hunger, but each time it ate too much, making it even hungrier. They were already tied to the wheel of making big-budget films and couldn't stop. Get me Mike Medavoy on the phone. Ronald felt he had to intervene. Dances with Wolves still had 2 months of filming to do in South Dakota, and The Silence of the Lambs could start filming around that time. He needed to ensure that the risks of these 2 films, which he also invested in, were isolated from Orion Productions. Ronald borrowed a Cantonese chef from Monterey Park, east of Los Angeles, to prepare an authentic Chinese meal for Mike Medavoy, a Jewish man who grew up in Hongkou District. Recently, many chefs from Hong Kong have immigrated to America, causing the quality of Cantonese cuisine to rise sharply. Come on, have plenty. These shrimp dumplings are made with Pacific seafood, and these rice noodle rolls are made by a master chef from Fengcheng. Ronald and Mike Medavoy could even speak a few words of Shanghainese. Ronald poured him a cup of authentic Lapsang Souchong black tea and encouraged him to eat more traditional Chinese food. I ate this a few times when I was a child, and it always felt like a festival. Mike Medavoy, his mouth full of food, took a sip of the black tea Ronald poured, finding some comforting memories of his childhood. The 2 foreigners, however, adopted Chinese customs, discussing important matters at the dinner table. You know why I invited you, right? Ronald poured himself a cup of tea and slowly sipped it. Yes, the production manager from Orion called me, saying you were concerned about the filming of Dances with Wolves. Actually, you don't need to worry at all, Ronald. Orion inherits the tradition of United Artists, founded by Chaplin. We are the studio in Hollywood that respects directors and creators the most. In this era, good artists are respected. We are very confident that both films we're working on with you will be successful at the box office and in terms of critical acclaim, Mike Medavoy reassured Ronald while wiping his mouth. I'm not too worried about Costner, or my mentor Jonathan Demme. Ronald pulled out a spreadsheet made with Microsoft Excel, which his assistant Lake had helped organize. Actually, in the past 3 years, the movies starring or directed by those 2 Orion stars have been among the few that have actually made it to box office success. Ronald pointed to the movie titles he had underlined in red pencil. Jonathan Demme's Married into the Gangster, starring Michelle Pfeiffer, benefited from her charm and Demme's overall direction. It earned over $20 million at the box office without much fanfare, a small-budget production that quietly made money. Costner's baseball movie $1 Million Arm, along with RoboCop and Billy Crystal's comedy Murder on Mom, were among the only 3 Orion movies to gross over $50 million in the past 3 years. So what are you worried about? Mike Medavoy spread his hands, making a comical expression. Look at the rest of these. Ronald pointed to the remaining movies in the table. Besides the films Ronald had invested in, only one comedy, The Adventures of Bill and Ted, had been a box office success. It was an unconventional comedy about 2 handsome men from the future traveling back in time to meet historical figures and complete assignments. Of the remaining films, over 70% didn't even break even on production costs. What's the problem? You're the boss of Daydream, not the president of Orion. Whether it's profitable or not is Orion's management's responsibility to worry about, Mike Medavoy said non-committally. Ronald keenly realized that Mike Medavoy was referring to Orion's management, not him. Things were probably going as he suspected. I can be okay with these two films, but everyone can see Orion's current financial situation. What happens to the two films I invested in? What Ronald really meant was that Orion was originally the distributor for these two films, and if the company went under, Mike Medavoy personally had to guarantee them theatrical release. These two films weren't the kind of small-budget $5 million productions Ronald made for his own Daydream. If there were problems with distribution in America, it wouldn't be a joke. Ronald had to at least ensure that if Orion ran into trouble, he would get full ownership of the films and then use his resources to find alternative distribution channels. What did the Chinese say back then? Someone from a country called Qi. I was worried the sky would fall, Mike Medavoy said confidently. You forgot our Orion's boss, John Kluge. John Kluge was the owner of Metropolitan Media, which acquired Orion, a successful representative of German immigrants. For a long time, he held an important position on the Forbes list with a fortune of nearly $1 billion. In 1986, he made a big deal, selling his entire television network to Rupert Hooper, the Australian owner of 20th Century Fox. He made a profit of $4 billion. This wealth figure quickly made Kluge surpass the wealth of Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, and ranked him first on the Forbes Rich list in 1987, becoming the richest person in America. The reason for his investment in Orion is also very interesting. Initially, it was because of a merger and acquisition deal involving Metropolitan Media's movie theater chain, in which he acquired a 6% stake in Orion Pictures. Then another wealthy man, Sumner Redstone, who was competing with him for theater rights, also set his sights on his company, believing that a mid-sized producer who frequently appeared at the Oscars was worth investing in. So he also bought a considerable number of shares. The two, like children, bickered and tried to acquire shares in Orion. In the end, Kluge's financial strength forced Redstone to abandon the deal. Kluge could make back the losses of these movies you mentioned in an afternoon. You don't know his character, he'll stop at nothing for what he likes, Mike Medavoy said with a laugh, recounting an incident that exemplifies Kluge's style. Back then, a comedian, ventriloquist, and voice actor, who voiced the Smurfs, named Paul Winchell hosted a children's program called Winchell Matinee Time on Metropolitan Media's television network. However, Kluge disliked his hosting style and tried to change it, but to no avail. Winchell offered to buy back 305 episodes of the historical series for $100,000 and run it himself. As a result, Kluge was very dissatisfied and ordered all the master tapes to be destroyed. This incident caused quite a stir, and Paul Winchell ultimately won his lawsuit against Kluge. Kluge's Metropolitan Media had to pay Winchell $3.8 million as compensation for the damage to the master tape, plus $14 million in punitive damages. That's the style of the super rich. For a moment of pleasure, they'd rather forego a $100,000 opportunity and pay $18 million in damages. Don't worry, Kluge still has a strong interest in movies. His generation grew up watching movies, and they all have a dream of making films. Don't talk nonsense. Haven't I seen people on the Forbes Rich list? Ronald and Buffett, ranked second, were chatting and laughing. People make rational decisions. Many of Kluge's actions were probably just for show, designed to manage the media well. Besides, last year the minimum entry requirement for the Forbes America's Richest People list was $275 million. If Ronald himself included his stock investments in potential film earnings, he wasn't far from that minimum. However, Forbes generally only counts the salaries of directors and stars, and the income of producers. Ronald's only publicly acknowledged, big money film is Spicy Dance, and for now, they haven't placed him on par with Spielberg and Lucas. What are you trying to say, Mike Medavoy? Seeing that Ronald was knowledgeable, stop trying to mislead him. I have to guarantee that if Orion runs into problems, both of our films will have full ownership rights. The bottom line is that we'll handle the distribution and awards ourselves. I heard you have some connections at Columbia. They'll listen to me on certain things. Their voices grew softer and softer. Mike Medavoy also wanted to buy himself unemployment insurance, just in case things didn't go well, he'd have somewhere to go. Chapter 1149, Buying Insurance for Orion, which may go bankrupt. Speaking of project companies, the 7 major Hollywood studios all use this method for every big-budget commercial film. This is a self-protective measure for the large studios. It has 2 main advantages. First, it allows for the introduction of various levels of investors, with everyone contributing money to a single investment entity. Profit sharing is determined by the amount of resources invested and the timing of their investment, or they can receive a fixed return in advance. Having a separate entity also makes liquidation easier. The second advantage is that if the film fails at the box office, the company can be declared bankrupt to evade the parent company's joint liability. Of course, this involves many complex legal procedures and contracts, as well as the power dynamics between investors and the 7 major studios. Not every failed film can completely escape financial responsibility. Therefore, the legal fees for setting up a project company are relatively high. Many medium-sized companies outside the 7 major studios avoid using this costly method. And what about low-budget productions? Anyway, they don't have much money. If a movie fails, they'll likely be broke. So, taking a greater risk and not strictly adhering to the project company system are mid-sized studios like Cannonball and Orion. Sometimes it's to avoid expensive legal fees, sometimes it's because bank mortgage loans require a parent company to get lower interest rates, so often they directly participate in production investment. The budget for The Silence of the Lambs reached $16 million, and 2 additional investments before and after Dancing with Wolves increased it to $22 million. This scale was actually enough to set up a dedicated project company without losing money. Ronald and Mike Medavoy, who was in charge of these 2 projects at Orion, reached a private agreement. Mike Medavoy would give Ronald the green light to set up project companies for these 2 films and finalize the details of the agreement to protect Ronald's rights in case the parent company encountered financial difficulties. Ronald, in turn, guaranteed him a share of the profits and would help him with his future. Mike Medavoy was somewhat pessimistic about Orion, and he spoke frankly, admitting that the franchise was indeed at risk of becoming unsustainable. In recent years, Orion's films were critically acclaimed but commercially unsuccessful. Their best film in recent years was Mississippi Burning 2 years ago, which received several Oscar nominations but only grossed $34 million. Orion's response was to increase investment and provide more resources to each renowned auteur director. They brought in John Milius, screenwriter of Apocalypse Now, to direct again, investing $16 million to make Farewell, King, a film very much in his personal style. This film tells the story of a World War II American deserter who escapes Japanese executions in the Philippines. Hiding in the wilderness of Borneo, he is rescued by the Dayak hunting tribe, whose blue eyes are considered sacred. Soon after, he becomes the Dayak king. When British soldiers approach him, hoping he will rejoin the war against Japan, the blue-eyed king refuses. But when his own tribe was threatened by invaders, the king decided to fight for their rights and independence. A civilized man from a civilized society, who deserted out of cowardice, became the chief of a backward, primitive tribe, and was ultimately persuaded by a Briton. It's conceivable that such a film wouldn't be well received by American audiences. Every aspect hit a nerve with the average viewer. In the rebellious society of the 1970s, some viewers might have been willing to go to the cinema for reflection, but today's audiences wouldn't deliberately make themselves uncomfortable. John Milius isn't incapable of making films that audiences like. Conan the Barbarian and Red Dawn are his works. But he's simply not satisfied. He wants to make the kind of films he wants to make. Of course, Orion met his requirements. And of course, the $2.5 million box office was a small token of respect for this renowned screenwriter and director. Such examples are numerous in Orion's production line over the past 2 years. Another relatively large-budget film is Cannonball Run 3. After the original lead actor, Burt Reynolds, declined to star, they still felt the script was of high quality and brought in Jim Drake, director of Police Academy 4, to direct, citing his expertise in sequels. However, in these old-fashioned comedy series, the success often hinges on the lead actor. With a different lead, the cliché plot failed to elicit laughter from the audience. An $18 million production cost yielded only $3 million at the box office. Frankly, they might as well have spent more money to keep Burt Reynolds in the cast. Besides their recent film The Big Fireball, which also performed poorly at the box office and showed no hope of recouping costs, Orion's most recent film with a production cost exceeding $15 million is the newly released The Assassination of George R.R. II. To predict Orion's financial situation, Ronald secretly went to see a screening. It was also a very awkward film. Orion's strategy made them particularly reliant on actors with strong acting skills. This film featured Gene Hackman and Tommy Lee Jones, two highly acclaimed actors. The director was Andrew Davis, who previously directed the breakdancing film Street Dancer, a direct competitor to Ronald Reagan's Breakdance. However, due to its plot being so jarring to audience tastes, this big-budget production, costing $16 million, or Orion level, was on the verge of a box office disaster. The main issue is the bizarre plot. A U.S. soldier stationed in Germany, sent back home for trial, escapes at the airport, and is then targeted for assassination by the Soviet Union's General Secretary during his visit to Washington. The plot revolves around General Secretary McHale and former Presidents George H.W. Bush and Ronald Reagan signing a strategic arms reduction agreement, but the militaries of both countries, unwilling to end the Cold War, conspire to assassinate the General Secretary. Ultimately, the protagonist, played by Gene Hackman, uncovers the truth and prevents it from happening. Now, with America's strong economy, united allies, and the financial and productive power of Japan, it holds a clear advantage over the Eastern Bloc, and the public simply doesn't believe this story. If it were set in the 1970s, during the Cold War when America was at a disadvantage, it might have been a box office success. Was it bad? Diane hadn't gone to the cinema. Seeing Ronald return, scribbling in his notebook and shaking his head repeatedly, she came up to ask him. Sigh, the story pulled the audience out of the story, it really wasn't good. But, when those two actors came out, I almost thought old George and Mr. McHale were actually making cameo appearances. The two actors in the film really looked alike, one was named John D'Amico, and the other Ray Allen. Ronald specifically looked at the end credits, found their names, and wrote them down for future reference. These kinds of actors are usually specifically chosen for the film, they might not even be real actors, just look alike. Sure enough, the film's opening weekend box office was terrible, only grossing $1.8 million, less than a third of When Harry Met Sally, which had already been in theaters for 7 weeks. When Harry Met Sally's box office decline was much slower, currently holding a little over $5 million in weekend box office, ranking 4th. Clearly, this film attracted many repeat viewers, going to the cinema again and again to relive the urban romantic myth. Many urban men and women dream of having a Harry or Sally to rescue them when they reach middle age and are single. Ronald had no doubt that this film would create a group of repeat viewers, perhaps a 50 times club. Sensing the severe setbacks Orion faced this year, 4 films, 4 box office failures, Ronald knew he had to make some arrangements. Ultimately, his accounting team and Mike Medavoy agreed that if Orion went into bankruptcy protection, Ronald would have the right to buy their investment shares, thus inheriting the film's production rights and handling subsequent promotion, distribution, and award campaigning. This made the two project companies subsidiaries of Orion and Daydream Investments. If Orion were forced to seek Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, Ronald would be able to fully inherit all rights to the 2 films, including overseas and video distribution. Companies of Orion's size typically finance their films through a wide variety of channels, and such companies usually file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. While continuing operations, they would negotiate a repayment agreement with their creditors. For companies filing for Chapter 10 bankruptcy protection, creditors cannot pursue debts through subsidiaries or holding companies. Of course, the court will also consider the specific investment contracts and industry practices. Therefore, Ronald brought in a legal team to ensure the contracts were as flawless as possible. Even if Orion's creditors sued for cross-border claims, they would lack evidence and contractual protection. The terms for establishing the project company were sent to Orion's top management. Their boss, John Kluge, America's newly richest man, was not one to delegate authority. Therefore, the contract still needed his approval. Mike Medavoy assured him that with his endorsement, Kluge wouldn't scrutinize the details and, as is customary, would likely sign the documents his secretary sent to him. Mr. John Kluge requests a phone call with you. Mike Medavoy called Ronald first, but his assurances were ineffective. Kluge didn't act as he claimed. Instead, he reviewed the contract terms Ronald sent and then requested a phone call with Ronald to confirm before signing. Hello, Mr. Kluge, this is Ronald Lee. Ronald received the call from the billionaire's secretary precisely at the appointed time. The German businessman's sense of time was still very strong. "Hello, Ronald. I've seen your movie, it was very good, so I wanted to call you. The contract is mostly fine. When can you make some good and profitable movies? These guys at Orion always tell me to pursue art. As if my money is free," so it was to talk to him, hoping he would collaborate more with Orion. Ronald felt relieved. It seemed the contract itself was fine. It's a difference in philosophy. I think movies are also a business, no different from selling Coca-Cola or computer software. But some people think that movies are first and foremost works of art. So if you were in charge of Orion, could you guarantee producing a few blockbuster movies like Coca-Cola? Kluge, quite old-fashioned, was quite appreciative of Ronald's statement. Movies and cola are different in one way: they can't be reproduced. Once you have a good movie, you can't keep producing the same quality product like you can with a fixed formula and manufacturing process for cola. You usually get tired of a movie after watching it once, maybe a few times at most. Great insight. If I were still young and hadn't sold the TV station to Rupert, I'd poach you to be the president of my network just for that. Mr. Kluge, you're too kind. I'm just a director. I don't know anything about running a business. Ronald respected the billionaire, but he disliked this old-fashioned business style. This isn't a Hollywood studio era anymore. It's hard to say who earns more money, a mid-sized studio owner or a blockbuster commercial film director. Besides, I didn't even accept Sonny Zogozan's invitation. Alright, young people always have their own ideas. I'll treat this as a business partnership. Your contract needs some clauses revised. Well, here it comes. Ronald felt that old-school businessmen also had their downsides, being tough and direct. "What do you think needs to be changed?" he asked. "Commercial terms need to be reciprocal. Your lawyers aren't very good. Why are there only clauses for Orion Pictures and not for your Daydream Pictures?" Ronald hadn't expected the billionaire to have such a problem. Kluge's demand was that Ronald give him reciprocal terms. If Daydream Pictures went bankrupt during filming and distribution, Orion should have the right of first refusal, acquiring all rights to the entire film and allowing Daydream to exit gracefully. Ronald's only thought was to ensure Orion, if they went bankrupt, they would automatically buy the entire film. Ultimately, Ronald believed Orion was going to go bankrupt. But Kluge wanted the same treatment in return, meaning he thought Ronald was going to go bankrupt? Ronald didn't know where this strange idea came from. Bankrupt? Even if you went bankrupt, I wouldn't. He was very confident in himself and agreed, "No problem, although it's unlikely to happen, I can agree to the terms." Let our lawyers negotiate the new documents. Very good. Kluge hung up the phone and shook his head. Young people these days are very confident. But Ronald might not necessarily get what he wants. Those executives at Orion are right about one thing: if I wanted to, I could easily make up for the film's losses. As long as they can occasionally produce some blockbuster films like Coca-Cola. The richest man is very interesting. He seems to think Orion can still be saved. Ronald put down the phone and said to Richard, who was involved in the matter, "That's not surprising. That other movie, Valmont, also adapted from Dangerous Liaisons, is Orion's comeback film. Milos Forman is a two-time Oscar winner for Best Director, and from what I've heard, this movie is indeed much better made than the Warner Brothers version of Dangerous Liaisons. The Dangerous Liaisons movie, starring Michelle Pfeiffer and John Malkovich, was rushed out. Costumes, makeup, props, and sets were all hastily put together, using Hollywood traditions that had nothing to do with American aristocracy. Moreover, with a budget of only $14 million and a box office of just over $30 million, plus Oscar PR, Warner Brothers barely broke even. This Valmont, on the other hand, is a meticulously crafted film. Both movies were shot around the same time, and Milos Forman only finished editing it today. Someone within CAA has seen the edited version, and it's said that both Annette Bening, playing the wicked aristocrat, and Meg Tilly, playing the innocent lady, are much better than Michelle Pfeiffer and Glenn Gross in the same roles. Colin Firth, who plays Count Valmont, looks much more like a playboy than John Malkovich, who resembles a clown. This film, Valmont, has a total budget of $34 million, which is incredibly expensive for a film produced by Orion. This shows how much hope Orion has placed in it. If this one is a big hit, it can recoup the losses of the previous 4 films. Ronald nodded. He was also taking precautions. However, Richard, "There's something I don't understand." "What?" Richard asked. "Where did Kluge get the idea that I'd go bankrupt?" Chapter 1150 Kevin's Gate. "The question is, where did this strange idea come from?" Ronald asked Richard. "Was it Ovid spreading rumors again?" "I'll check. I'm at CAA, and I haven't heard this rumor." "Maybe it came from other sources." Richard was more rational. "This kind of thing might not be caused by rumors. Kluge was the richest man. He wouldn't pay attention to rumors like a Hollywood professional." Richard buried himself in investigating clues, mobilizing all his connections, and frantically calling acquaintances to inquire about information, but he had no leads for the time being. Ronald didn't stop. While editing Ghost, he also found David Simpkins and Lawrence Connor, whom he recommended, finally produced the script for the pilot episode of Working Girl in the overall project proposal. It seems that after the movie's story ends, Tess is at the investment company. What's next in the story? Ronald silently finished reading the script, remained silent for a while, and then asked. In fact, the story's trajectory is similar to the movie only in its background. The overall story is more like a new TV series. Lawrence Connor was a burly man with a full beard. If it weren't for his nose, no outsider would guess he was a Jewish screenwriter. Ronald glanced at David Simpkins in the conference room. His screenplay had been altered like this, and he felt a little uneasy. The story begins with Tess becoming a sales manager at Tess's company. Tess's best friend, Sean, still prioritizes her makeup over work, finding amusement in cheering Tess on, seemingly treating her as a proxy for her secretary. Her boyfriend, Jack Trainer, continues to play the role of life mentor, frequently traveling for work, sometimes forcing them to confide in each other over the phone. Tess's secretary, a seasoned veteran, tells Tess that Mrs. Newhouse, the senior executive in charge of Tess's performance, is known as a witch in the company. Although Tess has the recommendation of her boss, Tess, she still needs to be wary. Tess still had to return to her home on Staten Island every day. Her two loving parents, limited by their worldly experience, often gave her outdated and old-fashioned advice. Tess's neighbor, Romero, a Latino plumber, used all the typical Latino man tactics to relentlessly pursue her. Ronald, the first thing to consider is the stricter ratings on television. Many scenes from the movie can't be reproduced on TV. This is public television. Many underage children will be watching. That makes sense, Ronald nodded. In the original movie, Tess was shirtless using a vacuum cleaner, and there was a sex scene with Harrison Ford, who played her boyfriend. These definitely couldn't be recreated in the TV series. Compared to the MPAA's film ratings, the television rating system is much stricter. Language, nudity, and violence are generally a level stricter than film ratings. In other words, a PG-rated TV series is practically equivalent to a G-rated show that even young children can watch. If any public television station dared to air provocative content in a drama series to boost ratings and advertising revenue, parents, especially housewives, would be bombarding the Parental Guidelines Committee for Television Programs. This organization, similar to the Hays Committee in Hollywood, was voluntarily established by major public television stations to cater to the wishes of housewives, the primary controllers of television remotes. Otherwise, if they complained to the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, the supervising government agency, they risked having their licenses revoked. But this plot is too, Ronald muttered, flipping through the script with a clattering sound. He strongly resisted this adaptation. The business battles, office politics, and workplace romances in the drama series all felt childish. It lacked the rigorous process of the film version, which involved mergers and acquisitions reviewed by Wall Street experts, actors apprenticing with real Hollywood bankers, and bankers giving lectures to the actors. It was as if the plot had suddenly shifted from real Wall Street to a high school students' mock Wall Street competition. Ronald was very proud of the movie version of Working Girl, saying that even Wall Street professionals couldn't find fault with its plot. I understand your love for the movie. But this is a TV series. You know, the biggest problem with TV series is that the whole family watches them together. Too much realistic and sophisticated business content will be unbearable for parents and children, and middle-aged viewers will have to listen to their opinions and change the channel. These days, the TV series with the highest advertising value are family-friendly types with all sorts of storylines. Parents can see how Tess's parents spoil their children and what their kids are thinking. Blue-collar workers can see Romeo's pursuit of a beautiful woman working on Wall Street. Young people just entering the workforce can see real workplace competition and all sorts of gossip. These viewers often work in secretarial positions and don't really understand overly complex office politics. More importantly, everyone needs to see the romance. Romantic love appeals to audiences of all ages. Lawrence Connor, being rather bold, offered his opinion to Ronald, concluding, "I've also written screenplays for a few films, and although they weren't huge box office successes, I understand the difference between movies and TV shows. In a 2-hour movie, the audience sits in a dark room, they can't do anything else but watch, so the level of engagement is very high, and you can develop complex plots. But with TV shows, people can get up and do other things at any time, and when they return, the plot must still be connected. The script must be simple and conform to the public's imagination. I understand the logic, but it just feels awkward." Ronald rationally agreed with Lawrence Connor's assessment, but the way his film had been changed made him feel physically uncomfortable. "Fine, I'm not going to worry about the TV series. You guys polish the script a bit more, and once David Simpkins agrees, I'll sign it off, allocate funds to film a pilot episode, and then we'll market it to NBC and other networks." Ronald couldn't bear the thought of his hard work being turned into a soap opera, so he simply closed the script, tossed it into a drawer, and stopped thinking about it. Who are you planning to cast for Melanie Griffith's role? What about Harrison Ford's? Regardless of the plot, casting still needed attention. Ideally, of course, would be Melanie Griffith. Impossible. You want Melanie to play Tess in this version? She'd rather die than let you. Ronald put himself in her shoes, knowing that the acting-obsessed Melanie Griffith would never willingly ruin her most iconic role. Then we'll recommend this one, Lawrence Connor and David Simpkins. Seeing this, pushed over a photo of an actress. This is, Ronald looked at the photo. The actress looked very similar to a younger version of Melanie Griffith, seemingly prepared. Nancy McCone. Ronald flipped to the resume behind the photo. Turns out she's a grown-up child star. The resume listed Nancy McCone's acting career. From 1980 to 1988, she played a rebellious and intelligent 15-year-old Polish high school student in the long-running television series The Reality of Life, a role she played until she was 22. Her character graduated with the highest honor, graduate student, usually the student with the best grades and activities, who then gave the closing address. This matched Tess's intelligence in the film version, and combined with Nancy McCone's 10 years of television experience, she was indeed a suitable choice. As for the handsome actor, that was even less of a problem. Television series have much lower requirements for male actors. Basically, a handsome face and memorizing lines are enough, and everything else can be handled with close-ups and editing. Unlike movies, the most important role in television series is the screenwriter. Because usually, each episode can be filmed by different directors simultaneously, while the overall characters and plot development are controlled by the screenwriter. With Ronald's permission granted for filming the pilot episode, the two head writers began their work. "Steve, I never imagined that filming a TV series would cause me psychological harm. From now on, I'll have to think carefully before adapting any of my movies into TV series." Ronald had no one to confide in about the frustration of having his story turned into a soap opera, so he called Steve Bannon. Bannon, who was in charge of the production, approval, and marketing of several TV series, understood Ronald's feelings better. "I don't even look at the content. It's just a product. Whether it's orange-flavored or cherry-flavored, as long as people watch it, that's fine." Bannon was happy to have the opportunity to talk to Ronald about this, wholeheartedly standing on Ronald's side to comfort him and cheer him up. "You're right, but I'm still an artist." Sigh. Ronald poured out his grievances. He had initially agreed to the project, and even if he was dissatisfied, he couldn't cancel it, causing such unhappiness among key members like Simpkins. Just consider it an experiment. Ronald felt much better after venting. He thought of Seinfeld. How was the filming of Seinfeld? Seinfeld, referring to the actor Jerry Seinfeld, was very enthusiastic. Although he was a little disappointed with the first 5 episodes, it was his first big project after all. Bannon wasn't satisfied with the 5 episodes either, but it was already a contract given by NBC out of consideration for Ronald. "A pity for your efforts deal. Is it possible to add a normal 22-episode order after the first season?" Bannon had higher aspirations for his situation. Pretending to be a Hollywood expert on Wall Street, selling only 5 episodes wasn't a great result. "Honestly, I don't know. I only know the TV stations look at ratings. I only recently realized that TV series and movies are completely different fields." Sigh. Ronald started talking again. This kind of nitpicking about the adaptation of his own work was only human nature. Finally, after chatting about their feelings again, Bannon saw that Ronald's mood had improved considerably. After hesitating for a while, he still asked a question. "Ronald, have you been proactively contacting Wall Street lately to explain or promote your company's business?" "Why? No, I haven't," Ronald thought, sensing Bannon was holding back. "Well, a Wall Street investment bank did an analysis of Hollywood's industry, and they put your Daydream on their list of companies they don't recommend investing in. I think you probably already know that." "Damn it, I didn't know that. Who did this? Why did they put my company on the list?" Ronald thought to himself. Could this be the source of Kluge's strange ideas? No wonder he had such thoughts about him. It's just a bunch of Harvard graduates, a bunch of idiots. They used various metrics to create a KPI, listing several small and medium-sized Hollywood studios worth investing in, and famous directors and stars who could be used as investment targets. Your Daydream didn't get their attention because it was at a disadvantage in several areas. To be honest, Ronald's Daydream didn't have any particularly outstanding achievements. After the movie Sex and the City became famous, they only invested in very low-budget productions. What's particularly noteworthy is the incredibly cheap hair gel, and the film Sisters of Sid co-starring Roger Coleman. Essentially, it's about using a budget of $1 million or $2 million to try and win an independent film festival award, or a small theatrical release, then making money through video distribution. Wall Street, on the other hand, invests in projects where studios lack the financial resources to support production and must rely on financing. This allows Wall Street to reap excessive profits from film projects. Therefore, on this crucial indicator of loanability, Ronald's Daydream received a very low score. Loanability refers to the exact amount of funding the studio needs. The risk can't be too high, nor too low. Too low a risk, and they won't get a suitable rate of return. Too high a risk, and they fear losing everything. "You bastards, give me a copy of that assessment report, it's circulated internally on Wall Street, stop talking nonsense." Ronald was getting angry. "I was just about to say that, so I was worried you didn't have a copy, so I sent you one, Ronald. Be careful not to share it." 2 days later, Ronald was still in the editing room editing Ghost with Walter Murch. "Ronald, editing your film is really a bit boring. You've reserved every editing point, and the shots are very predictable. If it weren't for Whoopi Goldberg's performance, I think you could find any editor with 2 college film school assistants and they could edit anything," Walter Murch said, looking at the small screen on the editing machine. This is a common characteristic of commercial films, but Ronald's is particularly extreme. Except for Whoopi Goldberg, every take of hers is different, and unlike other actors who are good at improvisation, her shots can only be used one at a time. Different takes can't be mixed together. Indeed, working with an actress with such extensive stage experience on a commercial film is really a disconnect. Ronald readily admitted that he was just making money. The film has some particularly good performance scenes, but the overall structure is very predictable. "How's the VFX going?" Murch, a very curious tech expert, was eager to see how the computer-generated effects were done. "I'll give them a call. And you can go give them some guidance." Ronald knew Murch's curiosity was ignited again. The VFX progress was very slow because the film had a lot of VFX shots, and a significant amount of time was spent aligning Patrick Schwitz's scenes frame by frame with a background film. Ronald wasn't Spielberg or Lucas. He didn't have the capacity to hire a large VFX team, because there were no follow-up film shoots, so it was impossible to hire a large group and then fire them after filming, so he could only rely on time to slowly grind it out. "Ronald, your package," Assistant Lakes had popped in, handing Ronald an envelope. HMPH, Ronald opened it and saw it was the investment banking report Bannon had mentioned. He flipped through it. The daydreams inside were all covered with sticky notes. Finally, the report also summarized that although Daydream Studios is the company of blockbuster director Ronald Lee, unlike Spielberg, most of his big-budget productions are not produced by Daydream Studios, but rather in collaboration with the 7 major studios. As an investment target, Ronald Lee himself has great potential, but his company is not a good investment. Furthermore, Ronald's expectations for the Oscars have become excessively high recently, and his demands for artistic merit have been growing daily. According to named insiders, both films he's involved in have involved significant investments and collaborations with Orion Pictures. For an analysis of why Orion isn't a good investment destination, please see page XX. Considering the median box office performance of Orion's Oscar-contending films in recent years, financing these two big-budget productions is not recommended. If you're not going to invest, then don't invest. Why are you categorizing me like this? Ronald was unhappy. He called Mike Medavoy of Orion. You know what? Wall Street is shorting our film. What? You have inside information? I've indeed met with quite a few bankers recently who have expressed considerable dissatisfaction with the filming pace of Dances with Wolves. They've even given the film a very unpleasant nickname. A nickname? What is it? Kevin's Gate. What? Ronald didn't understand. It rhymes with Heaven's Gate. Who the hell did that? Ronald stood up angrily. Nicknames are easy to spread as gossip, and this was going to be a real pain. Back then, Heaven's Gate cost over $40 million and bankrupted United Artists. Was this a sarcastic jab at him and Mike Medavoy for not managing directors and letting Kevin Costner mess with them? No, not entirely sarcastic. Mike Medavoy came from United Artists. This was practically a direct insult. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.